Hello, Claire. Hi.
Hello, hello, Vincent.
This is to be the first stream on my channel in 2024.
Hmm.
So I wanted to show I have new canaries that I haven't shown on my channel yet. So I guess it's
Hmm.
best that I didn't show them yet.
Oh,
Um,
you've got more. Oh, it's the same ones. You haven't bought new ones.
no, I haven't bought any new ones. Hello?
Yes.
No, I haven't bought any new ones.
Okay, but you're going to show them on your channel because I think you
Yeah,
show them on my
not
channel.
today,
That's
and I have to be careful. The thing is that I like what I do with the other ones. They're more calm. Well, these are two, except for two of them. Um, my society finches are more calm, so I just set up the camera and I just play and I let people watch it. But I couldn't do that with them because they might start fighting, and that would be disturbing for people to see like pet birds fighting, and like I wouldn't want that up on my channel because it looks like some kind of form of
no.
like animal abuse entertainment. You know, what I
Gladiator
mean? That's
canaries.
distressing. And then people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're abusing them." I'm gonna get them another cage because they're fighting.
Hmm. Yes, your gladiator canaries. Imagine that.
What?
That you
Oh,
might start a show called Gladiator Canaries.
yeah.
Kill, kill, kill.
Well, I don't really want to do that or be known for that.
Yes,
So,
that would be so evil.
yes, I do. Yes, that would be evil. I mean, if I showed them, I have to get them out of that cage because, I mean, thank God they don't fight all day to the point that, you know, I mean, she's not
The sort
dying.
of what are they sort of feathers and stuff?
A little bit. I mean, sometimes they pull their feathers out, but not horrible bad. It's not like you can see any. It's not like they're pulled out so much you can see their skin or anything like that. And they just jar at each other, and sometimes they get really aggressive. But I mean, they just sit there and get nasty with each other and
Maybe you can sell them individually.
tell them what.
Sell them individually.
Yeah, I know, and I thought about that, but it's really the one. I would sell the one to someone else who had their own. I don't know, but I don't know how bonded he is to his friends.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, I wouldn't really, want to sell my finches separately if I had to, because they're all friends. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, that would upset them. But as you say, canaries are more used to having their own space,
Yeah, they are. So maybe
so they
I'll.
wouldn't mind being separated. Is I mean, yeah. I guess it's a question of space, really. Now I'm going to leave and come back again. Is that all right?
Yes, where are you going?
Well, it's just that I prefer one webcam over the other, and and it's because the audio is better on one, but it has all these glitches. It doesn't come on immediately. The computer doesn't recognize it. But if I fiddle around, it will get accepted. But I need to fiddle around anyway. I fiddled around with it, and I kind of want the one that has better audio. So I'll just pop out and come back in again if that's all right with you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Okay, well, if she's out, I can show the canaries. I'm gonna do more of a. Oh, it's already in that mode. Here they are. There's six of them. There's 6 of them. There they are. I'll name them on another stream. Well, no, I'll just name them for you now. This is no Claire's back. Anyway, these are my canaries. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Does my audio sound better with this webcam or not?
A little bit, yes.
I thought, okay, good. I mean, I'll just try to stick to this one, but sometimes forget to fiddle around with it. Has there been any new thoughts? Have you had any new thoughts
Um,
since we last spoke?
no. I have to start reading. I'm gonna make a special stream. We'll talk about it once I'm ready to present it. But on your stream, we were talking about Mathilda Ludendorff and her philosophy of trying to blend basically philosophy, science, and Nordic religion into something. And I only very briefly read like like 3 paragraphs of the introduction. And basically, what she was saying was that people reject religion because it doesn't work with the rational mind. So hopefully, you know, I don't know how she's going to add different gods into this or turn it into a philosophy or whatever her aim is, but hopefully it's not going to be something that's insulting to the intelligence. And
Okay, I have to answer my doorbell if you don't mind.
okay.
Let's all go here.
Um, anyway, for people who I won't get very deep into Mathilda Ludendorff. I don't want to yet because I'm building the website on her. But she was General Ulrich Ludendorff's wife, who was close to Hitler, very close until they kind of had a falling out. But um, she basically tried to start a scientific pagan Nordic psychological cult, and I'm quite impressed with her for trying to do something like that. And I have her first book in English. Everything else she has is in German. And are you back, Claire?
Yes.
Yeah, everything else she has is in German, and I want to work on getting her stuff translated. But anyway, so as I was saying to you that this Ludendorff woman, well, I'm just hoping that she has something interesting to say because you know I hope she has something interesting to say about theology because
But I mean, she has given up on it, hasn't she? Really? I
yeah,
mean,
she didn't give up. She died.
all right. Well, anyway, it's an unfinished project, is what I'm saying.
It's not unfinished. She wrote all her books. She wrote her manifest, her uh uh what's it called, seminal work on it, and then she wrote about. Are you there?
Yes,
She wrote
I'm
about
listening.
three trilogies after that, and then she probably wrote another 4, 5, 6 books, standalone books on their own after that as well. So she wrote everything out. I mean, I don't know exactly everything that she has said, but she's trying to create a scientific theism, it seems, and you know, the basically the thing is that um, well, I mean, look, you've presented it, Claire. It's just so easy. I mean, you could switch out the theism of Islam with this woman Ludendorff's theism and just steal the parts of the Quran that work the best, and that's it. And you don't even need to call it secular Quranism, and it could just be this religion plus some ideas from the Quran, plus some ideas from the Bible, plus Vedas, plus whatever.
But
And
haven't I explained to you why what you suggest is a problem?
it's not a problem. It's
It's
just
a problem because people will say it's just your selection, Claire.
that's what your secular Quranism is. It's just your selection.
No, Vincent, I actually have a procedure for implementing it, which is that the US Supreme Court, it's the members of the US Supreme Court would have to read the Quran under an agreed translation and um, identify, list, and number the verses in the Quran that are capable of being made into legislation. And then they have to send this list to.
Yeah, but they wouldn't. You've already said they wouldn't all agree on it anyway.
Okay, but this is what they have to do. Yes, they might drag their feet and deliberately get it wrong and not agree, but this is what they have to do in order to have it implemented. So it can't be me saying, here you go, Americans, just do your thing under my instructions. It has to organically come from America.
Yeah,
And it won't just be
well,
my favorite
yeah, okay, but
selection of
why don't
verses.
you give your suggestion and then let people fiddle around with it instead of just leaving them to the wolves to like do it themselves?
Well, I have to give Americans some contribution to this thing. I can't be saying, "Oh, here's a package. You open it, and it's, up and running, and ready to go." Because I'm sure Americans would like to have a think about it. So it has to be from them.
Yeah, but I mean, some of these things are just common sense, and it's about, well, look, you're allowing other people's laziness to get in the way. I mean, a lot of this, it doesn't take, look, Claire, it doesn't take a genius to see that no usury is whatever part of Sharia, and so just write that down plus everything that is also a no-brainer, and just give them the no-brainer list of what is absolutely mandatory, and then everything else is made up.
Okay, but really, I want to show people that I am serious in my ideas of implementation. I mean, currently you're the only one, and others in our group, so called, but this needs the input of legal draftsmen, parliamentary draftsmen, constitutional lawyers, etc. Because look, anybody can just say, this is what I want. This is my wish list um, for legislation. Anybody can do that. And if you're just one of these people saying, I wish, to kick Jews out, to kick Muslims, or whatever it is that they want, they're not going to be listened to. And that is a problem. I don't know how many people, but there have been many saying, oh, Claire, if only you would just leave the Quran bit out of secular Quranism, you'd be okay and everybody would love your ideas. But even if I did follow their advice, I would just be, oh, but you're not even American. You're just some silly woman living, on this offshore European island.
Yeah, well, Claire,
Or
that
what?
prove you wrong because I'm just going to steal the good ideas from the Quran and implement.
Okay, you're welcome to steal it, but nobody is going to take you seriously.
Well, they're not taking.
Apart from John Vance.
They're
Come
not.
on,
They're not taking
Vincent.
me seriously. I'll just say, look, I'm just. This is with my Beyond Us message. I'm saying, look, every tradition has some really good ideas in it, and so does Islam. So just steal this bit from Islam and leave the rest, and say no, thank you to their God and say no thank you to a lot of their Sharia that you just don't want, and just say no thank you to the rest, and just take the best and leave the rest, and then get rid of Islam.
Well, you're not going to so easily get rid of the Abrahamic God, because way back, over 2,000 years ago, there was this idea that the Jews were quite annoying people, and they've been around for, well, since before Christianity. And that was a long time ago already. And okay, it is my thesis that Gentiles stole Judaism from Jews
They
and
did.
said, we're gonna take your Old Testament, the Tanakh, we're gonna add our New Testament to it, and we're gonna give the God of Israel a Christian twist. We're going to attach a dead Jew on a stick to the Father and the Holy Spirit. And that is basically Christianity. And I'm saying it's crashing and burning. In fact, it crashed and burnt about 250 years ago. But people are still being sentimental and saying, well, Westerners anyway are still claiming their Christian identity because they haven't understood their own history.
Should we
And
let
my
Rock Muncher on? He's just gonna troll. I mean,
no, but let me just finish what I'm saying, because you're kind of not wanting to hear what I'm
look,
trying to
I'm
say.
sorry. Continue.
What?
Continue.
Yes. So I'm saying that is my thesis about Christianity. It failed because it was meant to fail. It failed because it was idolatry, and it failed because it was just made up crap, made up by the Romans who wanted to have one over the Jews, because the Romans had a big problem with the Jews. They had all these rebellions like the Bar Kokhba um, rebellion and other rebellions to suppress, and it cost them a lot of blood and treasure, and perhaps their best revenge on the Jews would be to say, right, we can't think of a being more powerful than the Abrahamic God, but we'll incorporate the God of Israel and make it ours and make it our Christianity. And this was what the Romans did, but Christianity did not succeed in preventing the fall of Rome, nor did it succeed in preventing the extinction of Christendom. There's still bits of Christendom left, like the British monarchy, the Norwegian monarchy, the Danish monarchy, the Spanish monarchy, and the Swedish monarchy. But that's about it. Oh yes, and the Dutch monarchy. But the Spanish, these um, Dutch people and British people and Swedish people and Norwegian people, they are basically atheists. They have their established church still going, but they don't really believe. And I'm saying that is a problem. People don't really believe. So they make free with the rules, make rules up as they go along, and their civilization crashes and burns. And I'm saying, people actually have to believe to make it work. Or they'll just be having, crap interpretations and not taking things seriously.
Well, that's why I'm saying that maybe it's better for European people to take this Mathilda's stuff if she's trying to be more scientific, because Islam, I'm sorry, the idea that just God is uncreated and God is uncreated and I know what God wants is just not rational enough for me. No, why is God uncreated but the universe needs to?
Because he had to create the universe, and there has to be an uncause first
That,
cause,
that doesn't make sense.
logically speaking.
Doesn't make sense
You're,
for just because to say the universe needs God because the universe can't be uncreated, but God,
it come into existence but for the creator.
I know,
That
but
is the
what
reasoning.
the creator? What created the creator? It doesn't
It,
make sense. It doesn't. It just it goes on and on. Well,
Yeah. That's why. Look, people have asked your questions before. This is called infinite regression because people well in previous centuries have been asking questions of theists like, well, then who created blah blah and blah blah, and then they got fed up and said, for the purpose of this discussion, we have to accept that there was a creator or an uncaused first cause, because then you will just keep asking these silly questions, and scientists in a way have come up with their answer, which was the Big Bang.
But
Scientists can only go back as far as the Big Bang.
Yeah, but people, you know what I'm noticing, the more I learn about the Big Bang and quantum physics, is that people, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they say that, well, this proves my God, or this proves my mysticism. And when you really look into these things, it really doesn't. First of all, it doesn't make sense that how are you telling me that the universe didn't exist, but at the same time, all the material of the universe was in a single place? Like, how does it not exist and it's all in the same place at the same time? I don't think this is like
it was a singularity, and then it began to expand. Just think of this blob, and then there were all these things coming in between them.
Then it existed.
I mean, that microwaves are evidence of this, right?
Claire, you know what? I'm very dubious of. I did get a degree in math and science, and I'm very dubious of people who have less education in it than I do, and make these statements that these things mean these things, and I'm not even educated enough to know that, and that makes me really question. I did tutor math, science, physics, chemistry, biology for like almost 10 years, and I don't even know this shit. So how
okay, well, maybe we can discuss, microwaves and whatever.
I don't think
evidence of Big Bang. Okay, microwaves evidence of Big Bang theory. But the cosmic microwave background, CMB, is a cool.
Okay, Claire. Okay, so if you understand this so well, if the universe was not existent, what was all the matter doing there in the first place in a single spot? What was it all doing there if the universe didn't even exist yet?
Well, the Quran has an explanation. Shall we go to that one? You're breaking up.
Okay, you can't even use science to explain that to me. You have to use the Quran.
No, because the whole idea of the Big Bang was think of it as, what do you Americans call it? This thing that's full of sweets.
I don't know. I'm going to let on Pebble Muncher in a second, but continue. I don't know.
No, there is this thing that it's a Mexican thing, and Americans use it. Let children hit the thing with a big stick.
Piñata.
Thank you. So basically, you think of the pre-Big Bang state of affairs as a piñata, and God as the kid that hits the piñata with a stick. And it going everywhere is the Big Bang, and it's still, expanding.
Okay, well,
You're mad at me because I've got this explanation and you don't like it.
Why do I have to believe that God and the stick and the piñata are different material, and God can't be made of the same material as the piñata that he's hitting? It's just, it's all just, this isn't, really discussion that's worth anything. But anyway,
you've got the Quran anyway.
I'm letting on Pebble Muncher.
Yeah, you just want to change the subject.
No, I don't. Hello
there, scurvy dogs. How be ye tonight?
Okay.
Don't you side me, Claire. Hello, Vincent.
Okay, what do you have to say about
Vincent, I have a tale to tell ye. I have a tale to tell ye from my travels around the oceans.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready? Are you ready, Vincent, for me tale? It was a dark and stormy day. The waves, they lapped up at me boat. My crew were running round like crazed plague rats trying to keep the boat afloat. We were on our way to John Vance's Troontuger Bay. We were going to drop off a shipment of hormone replacements for John's girlfriend. We were sailing along. The ship was rocking back and forth. I'd never seen such a gusty storm in all my life. The crates were sliding all over the deck, all over the poop deck. You know about the poop deck, don't you, Vincent? They were sliding all over the place. One of them crashed off into the ocean. There was HRT all over the ocean. There was fish nibbling on the HRT. I'm going, oh no, John's girlfriend's going to grow a beard. What are we going to do? So I sat down in my captain's chair in my log, in my cabin. And I opened my book, my big book. And I was reading through my book of advice. And I seen that you tried to fuck your cousin, Vincent. What's that about?
Well, yes, I tried once, and then one tried with me, but the opportunity wasn't an opportune moment, so it never happened.
Were these male cousins?
Yes.
You tried to fuck your male cousin. Well, I'm speechless. Why did you want to fuck your cousin, Vincent? Is there not enough men in the ocean out there for you?
Well, it's just kind of like a fetish.
I see. You've been looking at too many porn websites.
Yeah, well, it helps. No, excuse me. I looked for those porn websites before I ever even saw them, so you can't blame porn for me being into incest. I mean,
But why are you into incest, Vincent? What? That's unheard of, unnatural.
Well, what does it matter if they're both gay? But anyway, actually, I have very deep. Okay, there's incest that's just like a fetish, but then there's also incest in that it as a social and genetic building tool, like what it does for society and using.
Well, you ain't going to be contributing to society in the gene pool, so that doesn't really matter. But where do you draw the line, Vincent? Would you fuck a brother, a father, a son? Where does it end?
Nowhere. I mean, it doesn't really end anywhere. But
so you'd fuck your own dad, Vincent? What the? I'm not hearing a no there, Vincent.
Well, the answer is, I mean, of course, I mean, not that I want to, but
But you would if you had a few rums down in your belly, is what you're saying.
No.
If you had a couple of Captain Morgans, one too many, and the moonlight was lighting up your house, and you saw your father's penis reflecting in the moonlight while he lay naked on the bed, you wouldn't say no, is what you're saying.
Anyway, the point is that there's something bigger going on there than just a fetish. I mean, on a religious level, I think it's sacred, and on a social level, I think it has its place in building society.
Wait, on a religious level, you think that incest is sacred?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I do.
Is there no limits to your degeneracy, Vincent Bruno?
To be fair to Vincent, incest is mentioned in the Old Testament.
Oh, would you fuck your cousin Claire?
No.
Actually,
Lot and his daughters, and also
Claire,
Noah by Ham.
Claire, you should know this, that never in the Old Testament are cousins banned from marrying each other. Nowhere.
Well, the concerns of sandy people from 2,000 years ago are not modern day. Claire, would you fuck your cousin?
And also, you're
not saying no, Claire.
The European royal families perpetuated themselves through cousin marriage.
Yes, that worked out great for the Hamburg, didn't it?
Well, the Christendom is all but over. But anyway, most people
Claire, would you fuck your
don't
cousin?
Want to marry their first cousin.
But would you, Claire? Would you have sexual relations with your cousin?
No, I don't fancy them.
No.
Surprise, surprise.
So you're not into incest like Vincent here.
I think Vincent is more into it as a theory because he talks about breeding and eugenics and
I think Vincent's a horny degenerate, Claire.
pedigree
That's the
dogs
end of it.
and how pedigree dogs require a bit of incest in order to preserve their characteristics.
Are you saying Vincent's a pedigree dog right now, Claire?
I think he sounds a bit like a mongrel to me, but I think he understands that.
Why are we talking about dogs? The man wants to fuck his cousin, Claire. This is ridiculous.
The practice of incest in order to retain the characteristics
Claire.
of a particular breed.
Claire, he wants to fuck his cousin. Why are you talking about dogs?
No, Bill, because you don't actually know. What she's saying is that I have a bigger agenda than just like, ooh,
You're just a horny degenerate, Vincent. Don't try to tell me you have an agenda.
Remove him now, Vincent. He's just disrupting.
Oh, can you? Is this because I know you want to fuck your cousin as well, Claire?
I don't fancy them.
No, but you would if the moonlit was lighting up the right way.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother?
I'm not interested in having sex with anybody. Sorry to disappoint.
Well, I think you do want to have sex with Stephen J. James, don't you?
No.
I think that's very obvious.
I can't think of anyone I want to have sex with.
If you're going to annoy Claire, then you can't be on here. But
what? Why else would I be here, Vincent?
Thank you, Vincent.
Well, what do you have to add? And if you're just we're trying to say that the topic of incest is a serious conversation on my stream, and
I don't know, Vincent. I just wanted to tell a wacky story and talk about John Vance's tranny girlfriend and tell the world you wanted to fuck.
He hasn't even met her. They're not even in the same country.
It doesn't matter, Claire.
Is probably doing his usual trick. Well, he is doing his usual trick of taking an extreme position in order to attract attention. You've
never seen a Hormaxer stream, have you, Claire? The man's very persuasive.
About what?
Fucking trannies.
Is that what he does?
Yes, he's a greasy Jewish tranny fucker named Hormaxer. The clue's in his name.
Okay, so let him do it and destroy his own life. But I don't see.
Well, yeah, I'm very for John Vance having a tranny girlfriend. I think it's hilarious.
So are you saying that John Vance has fallen under the spell of Hormaxer? Is that what you're saying?
I actually think it's a lot sadder than that, Claire. I think John Vance found a girl who called him daddy on Telegram, and then it turned out to be a man, but he had nothing else, so he just decided that now he fucks trannies. Because it's better than nothing.
Well, I know many people are mentally ill, so let's not mock the afflicted too much.
The trannies make better girlfriends. They just do. I mean, come on. I mean, how could you?
No, that's only if you're autistic.
You never had a girlfriend or a tranny girlfriend, Vincent.
The girls were nasty to him. They weren't nice to him. They treated him like shit. And then in came the tran who's like, I love you, daddy. I love you, daddy. Just fuck me. And, then he fell in love.
What, after a week? He fell in love after a week, Vincent?
Yeah, because the tranny was a better girlfriend than the girls are.
He's never had a girlfriend.
Well, there's a reason for that, because girls are bitches.
Because he's very autistic and small and bald and fat and gross.
Well, I didn't. Okay, his girlfriend.
Would you fuck him, Vincent? Would you have sex with the John Vance?
Well, it's so weird that you bring that up, because before his transformation, no, but like, since he's gotten this tranny girlfriend, he's really, really, really different. And like, I mean, I could go for his personality now. I mean, I could just be like, someone's personality can overcome their looks.
It's because he hates women, isn't it? Just like you. You both hate women, and now he's gay, so you can hate women together.
Well, I don't hate women.
Well, you do want them exterminated off the face of the planet, Vincent. That's pretty radical.
That's only because that's only because they're inadvertently a problem, not by their own. They don't really mean to be a problem. It's not like they're evil. They just are a problem. It's not like.
Yeah, so you don't like women, and John Vance despises women so much he'd rather fuck a man. You know? You're like two peas in a pod now. A very rainbow-colored pod.
Well, I don't know what happened to him. I mean, he totally changed.
Well, did you have it on your bingo card, Vincent, that Islamist extremist arrested for terrorism would end up having a tranny girlfriend by the end of the year?
Say it again?
Did you have on your bingo card for 2023 John Vance, former Nazi turned Islamic terrorist, would end up with a tranny girlfriend by the end of 2023?
No, I would never be surprised about that. If anyone's going to get a tranny girlfriend, it's going to be someone on your side of the spectrum of things.
My side of the spectrum? Autistic? Are you calling me autistic, Vincent?
I'm just calling you kind of like, you people don't like to be called anything. You don't like to be defined, but alt-right or whatever you want to call John
Vincent, I'm a pirate. Politics is gay.
Anyway, I don't know.
You can
People
kick him off now.
Oh, can you, Claire? Thank you for your permission, Claire. Claire, do you hate me because I said you were autistic? Is that what it is? Is that why we can't get along, Claire?
You're a bore. I want to talk about serious things with Vincent now.
Oh, or like what? Give us a serious topic, Claire. Give us a serious topic.
Can join us because he made a comment in the chat.
Ulrich, okay, I'll post the thing for Ulrich, and we'll see if Ulrich comes on. If Pebblebeard doesn't behave.
Give us a serious topic, Claire.
Oh, secular Quranism. I mean, before you arrived, Pebble
Mansion. Why do you want to talk about secular Quranism every day, day in, day out, non-stop? And you say I'm a bore?
Ulrich,
you're a one-page book.
Ulrich, I posted the StreamYard.
So, I mean, obviously, this is a subject much on my mind, and I should push my advantage because people really haven't got an alternative, and they're getting quite angry. And I feel over the Christmas season that there's a lot of give. People are thinking about it harder.
You think people are thinking about secular
things are getting worse? Yeah, they're thinking about it harder. They're talking.
Nobody knows what it is, Claire. You're delusional. I don't want to burst your bubble, but nobody other than you and 10 people know about it.
Actually, more people know about it than you think.
Nobody cares. It's a boring topic. Nobody wants to be reading the Quran in England. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
Well, perhaps the ruling classes who are in a position to implement secular Quranism would. And I have the constitutional tools at hand to help them.
There's not a single Englishman who wants to be a secular Quranist, Claire.
There was somebody called Alex Woodrow, and he kind of popped up today on Facebook to tell me that he wanted to write an essay about his idea of the perfect system. So I think, he did say he was a secular Quranist, but now, presumably he's not a secular Quranist. But I suggested that he read my book and then write why he doesn't think it could work. So I think that's actually helpful for me, anyway. I mean, why can't you take anything seriously? Why don't you think white people need a religion? Are you a white supremacist?
No.
So why don't you think white people need a religion? Everybody else thinks they need a religion. Has he gone?
I don't know. I sent Ulrich Ulrich might have abandoned us.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk to us. I think the last time we invited him on, he said, I've had too much wine, so I can't come. But,
He said this is so fucked up on so many levels. He probably just got disgusted and left.
Well, he just accused me of being a secret Muslim on Twitter. So I thought he might, want to have it out with me or something. And now he's just gone.
Pebble
Yeah, he
Beard?
just accused me. He just accused me of. Okay. Let me just read his tweet. His tweet to me. So he said, about half an hour ago, the First Amendment is part of the US Constitution, no relevance to the UK. I like the ideas you proposed in your book, especially when I thought you were a secular agnostic, but I can't help thinking you're actually a Muslim. The end.
Who said this? Pebble Beard?
Narish Kalia, who was on Quraniyu. So
now he's no longer a secular Quranist?
I guess.
And he thinks you're a secret Muslim.
Yes.
Well,
I don't know why he would think that.
I thought he didn't have a problem with Islam.
I don't know. I mean, you tried to influence him the other way, and he seemed to accept some of your arguments. So you might have something to do with it.
Well, I got him away from Noahidism. He woke up about that. But, well, if he's saying that he's distancing himself from secular Quranism because he thinks you're a secret Muslim, well, that's not... Then he's not attacking the ideology, is he? He's attacking you.
Well, you see, he's just sent me a gift now. He's kind of turned into one of them.
Turned into one of what?
Okay, so my response to him was, it's like, why would you object to the UK having its own First Amendment supported by Chapter 2, verse 256? And then I got this gif of this laughing person asking me if I'm serious. So I don't quite know what's going on, really.
That's odd. I thought he was in your corner.
Yeah. I mean, people are behaving very strangely these days. So, okay, shall I just read the exchange that sparked off all this?
Yes.
So I started with my tweet. Christianity is so kaput that its replacement of liberalism, nationalism, and socialism are now also kaput. All the wrong ways have been tried already. There's now only one rational and moral option left for the non-Islamophobe and the non-anti-Semite. I carry on. Why would you reject Islam when Christo-liberalism is kaput? You must be an Islamophobe if you reject the best available guide to humanity just because it is Muslim. Or are you a white supremacist saying white people do not need a functioning moral system? And then Nari said, morality is humanity's best guide, and morality is relative to the norms of one's culture. And I said, the morality of the Western ruling classes leaves something to be desired. And he responded, there is no reason to force the rest of the population to convert to an alien ideology. And I said, secular Quranism affirms the First Amendment and supports it with Chapter 2, verse 256. And he said, the First Amendment is part of the US Constitution, no relevance to the UK. I like the ideas you proposed in your book, especially when I thought you were a secular agnostic, but I can't help thinking you're actually a Muslim. And I said, why would you object to the UK having its own First Amendment supported by Chapter 2, verse 256? And then he posted this gif. You serious, and a man throwing his head back in laughter. I mean, it's possible that he might have had a few drinks, a few glasses of wine. I'm only assuming that because he said last time when he didn't want to come on that that he'd had a few glasses of wine. So I'm going to be, so I'll just assume that that's a reason, because it makes no sense. Oh yes, now he's back saying, I like Claire's ideas, but I don't support Islam. But I'm not saying, I'm not saying, okay, I have been at pains to point out that secular Quranism is a legal system, not a belief system. You don't have to believe in anything to support secular Quranism. You can support it as a Hindu, an atheist, an agnostic, as well as a Muslim or a Christian or a, well, whatever. I mean, all you have to do is think, oh, I think the next generation would be of a better quality if parents are shamed into marrying first before having children. So, I mean, that's a main attraction for people, for social conservatives, because they know I'm strong on that. I'm going to treat unmarried parents as sex offenders, and I'm not. It's not negotiable. But I certainly don't say that everyone has to convert to Islam, and I do take pains to point out that I am not Muslim. But it seems that people suspect me of being a secret Muslim. I mean, sometimes they say, oh, why don't you convert? And other times they say, I'm a secret Muslim, or that secular Quranism is not as good as Islam, so why don't I? And ask me why I don't convert. So I'm not really sure. Okay, it's a big idea. Maybe it won't go down in one swallow. I have to accept that. And I also accept that it would have the effect of making Islam more mainstream. I mean, obviously, I can't deny that. I mean, if we're using the Holy Book of Muslims as the basis to make our laws, then we are kind of, acknowledging the existence of Islam. But what I'm saying for Western man is that, I mean, they don't need to feel bad about it. Like, they don't need to feel like they're being conquered. I mean, that they can say, well, we're going to interpret it better than these Muslims. And Westerners have they have an advanced legal system, and I don't see why they can't interpret it better than the Muslims whose civilizations have crashed and burnt. And anyway, Muslims wouldn't say, oh, we never did anything wrong, because they're forever whinging about being the eternal victims of Western imperialism. So they obviously didn't interpret their Quranic principles properly. And I can point to quite a few things that they did wrong, that resulted in the fall of the Ottoman Empire. I mean, they already know that, that they're not the cat's meow, as you say, because if they were, they would be the ones with the global empires and kicking everyone around. So I think on this this debate that they're on a sticky wicket. So I think, Westerners, okay, I know that some of them will say, oh, we've been conquered, but actually, no, you're saying, you're going to be saying, we'll interpret the Quran better than these Muslims whose civilizations have crashed and burnt, and we're going to show that we're capable of timely repentance and making a U-turn where it is necessary for us to do, and making a logical and moral decision based on undisputed truth and a proper understanding of Western history. And you can help, Vincent. And you can stand tall and tell these white heterosexual men who can't bring themselves to discuss it. I mean, you can show them that, well, that you have more masculinity in your little finger than they do in their entire bodies, in their entire heterosexual bodies. Because at least you're capable of logical thought.
Yes, at least I'm capable of logical thought. Unfortunately, you know, I got really sick to my stomach in that. You know, I'm a little bit depressed because, you know, like you, I just get thrown out of everywhere. It's not even like, and I know it's not. Look, there's plenty. If I was in there posting absolute rubbish and nonsense nonstop, that was just so cold annoying, I wouldn't be thrown out. It's more than just being annoying, is that they feel threatened by what you're saying. And so, you know, I don't think the whole world is just like, oh, Claire Coy's so annoying, I'm throwing her out of my group. I think it's more that they feel threatened by something that you're saying and they don't want to deal with it. So they throw you out. And, you know, I got thrown out of all the things except for the cube. And it's so disgusting in there. And I mean, there's this guy, Jack Starr, in there, number one, that is so mentally ill. I really think that it's abusive and unethical.
Mocking the afflicted.
Yeah, it's unethical the way they use him for entertainment. Because he's not like just okay, he's not like what everyone calls schizophrenic, autistic, like, you know, where everyone calls everyone that who has an odd belief or an odd ideology. This person is genuinely very highly schizophrenic, and you know, is the type of has very disorganized thinking and paranoia and irrational thinking and doesn't make sense. And you know, they kind of use him as entertainment, and they get into fights with him and they rile him up, and he does drugs for them. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, I don't know, like, you know, maybe I don't care that he does drugs, but you know, well, it might not be the best thing to like film highly schizophrenic people doing meth or crack. It's just probably not that great of an idea. And but anyway, I was in there and it was other people that beside Jack Starr, and it was just so gross. You know, they were like cleaning their houses together and they were cleaning their toilets together because they were, you know, like, our houses are so messy, are so disgusting. And then they was like, okay, come on, bros, let's go clean our houses. And one of them, Lucky, was picking up fucking, he drinks alcohol, cans of beer and bottles of alcohol, and throws them on the floor for days on end. And then it was like, he said it was like either for 48 hours or something like that. You heard him picking up, he said, okay, I'm going to pick up all the cans off my floor. So it was like cans and liquor bottles, and you hear them just like clunk, clunk, clunk. Like I asked him, I said, how did you have this much money to drink this much alcohol? It was just like, it was just an unbearable amount of alcohol. And the fact that he's throwing it all over the floor just like shows what kind of people these are. You know what I mean? Like you're drinking up umpteen more. There was more than 20. There was more than 20, you know, things of way more than 20. I mean, it took him like 5 minutes to pick up all his shit off the floor, all the bottles of alcohol. And like, you know, this is like basically what's going on inside of these, you know, chat rooms, these right-wing chat rooms. This is basically, you know, the height of conversation.
Well, I do run my own Telegram group, but it's virtually dead there. I think you should come and disagree with me there.
I do. Well, I've been in there, but yeah, you're right. There's nobody.
It is
in
very
there.
quiet, but you know, I'm too busy to, you know, build that group up.
Yeah.
And also, I kind of, you know, well, I mean, I get, you know, a lot of disagreement everywhere else. I mean, I guess Telegram is just a record of my postings, really. without much response. But I've got a few new ideas, which I think will be useful in driving the debate.
Well, good luck with these idiots. I'm
on TBR. You're not missing anything. There's TBR loyalists and new TBR loyalists. And most of the time, they just attack each other, and nothing is ever decided. They can't debate anything seriously. So you're not missing much. I think we have better conversations here than, and I don't think you should be upset about wasting your time talking to these jerks.
Well, yes, but it would be nice if there was someone else to talk to too.
Well, okay. If you want to talk to, you can just go into my Telegram group and start something, and then I can build it up. But at the moment I have to go to other people's groups because there's not much going on in mine, and also Thomas Bartonby keeps saying he's going to go, and anyway, he's still around. But he probably is going to, leave the internet for a bit or something. He's going abroad or something. So, it's a shame because I think if he wanted to talk about these things, it would be quite good if imagine if he wanted to talk to us. But he won't because it's I don't know. He keeps saying he wants to be serious, but he finds it so discouraging to feel so helpless and all that. And I'm saying, look, you can, there are things you can do to make you feel better about things by making arguments. But he doesn't want to be serious. He just wants to talk about Rothschild agents and complain about AA.
Oh, Mr. Pello, do you want to come on? Mr. Pello threw himself off my channel the last time. Let's see if he wants to come on, Mr. Pello.
Yes, come on in.
I'm posting it, Mr. Pello, for you to come in. We'll see what he says. Come in, Mr. Pello. Where are you, Mr. Pello? Come in.
Yes, Mr. Pello thinks we're meant for each other. I think it was Stephen J. James who posted a comment saying that he wondered if your husband knows that you have a wife, meaning me.
Mr. Pello's here. Hold on. Hello, Mr. Pello.
Hello.
Hello.
You threw yourself off my channel last time.
When did that happen? What are you talking about? We had a whole show. What are you talking about?
We did, but then after that, I was talking here with Claire, and you came on my show, and you said that I was just so evil, and you couldn't deal with it, and you left my show.
When was that?
That was like, I don't know, 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
I didn't, but I didn't come on for a long time. I just came on real quick, right? That wasn't like a serious show?
No, it wasn't a serious thing. You just came on real quick and asked me some questions, and we were talking about God, and then I answered them. And
you were saying some sick shit, so I just left. But it wasn't like it was specially for me to come talk to me about something. It wasn't like it was mine. You know what I'm trying to say? It was just like I just stopped by. It wasn't like it was it wasn't like I just like left a real thing that we planned on doing together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know, but still, you were shocked by how evil I am.
Of course, yeah, of course, yeah. You say shocking, evil things. Of course, yes.
Um, what were we talking about? Well, I mean, I've been telling Claire that all we need to do to really is admit and say, well, Islam has some good points, so just steal those points, but forget the God and forget the this and forget the fasting and all that kind of crap. But whatever works, just steal it, and hopefully that'll kind of stop Islam from spreading so much.
I don't know. Well, I didn't come. You just told me to come, but I just said y'all were meant for. I mean, because y'all two can be together, but it's like, because like y'all two when y'all talk, y'all basically the only people who can stand each other. So y'all need to keep the show on the road. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, y'all need to be a team. Claire and Bruno against the world. Because you're the only two who can stand each other. So y'all need to come together, and unite. Unite the forces. Unite the forces together. Because look, because we can actually watch y'all two together. Yeah, y'all need to come together seriously, and then I mean, don't get me wrong. Nobody's actually gonna ideologically, not your ideas are not going to spread that much, but y'all can make interesting content if y'all work together. Y'all can get subscribers and get more followers because you can be very entertaining both of you together.
Yes, that woman said so too.
Yeah,
And,
you can be for real. It could work. Because I'll sit here and watch y'all.
Yeah, and you can be an occasional guest with your Quranic knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, I think it could work, except that we're being shadow banned and our existence on YouTube is uncertain.
Well,
but I think it's enough for the
that
moment.
What happened to your other page? Did your other page get taken down? The one that you had before, they get taken down?
Well, the big one, the primary channel, Claire Core, has been taken down, but I think the other two are still around.
What other two? You have another? But you have your old videos on
Secular
your other
Quranism. Secular Quranism with Israeli characteristics is still around, I believe, and so is secular Quranism with American
characteristics. And what does it have in it? It has your old videos. It has all you archived your old videos or something on it.
You can find my old videos on Odyssey that are from the primary account that has been closed down. So there are not that many missing, I don't think, because Odyssey has them.
Wait, Jord is here. Let's see if Jord wants to come on.
Oh, everybody's here. How nice.
Jord, come visit. We're talking about serious stuff. You know.
The future of secular Quranism.
Yeah, Vincent is such a Capricorn. You're a Capricorn, Vincent?
Yes, I am, but you shouldn't be involved in that stuff if you're Muslim.
Why not? I can't say I'm a Capricorn. You can tell time. As a matter of fact, let me tell you a true story. Do you know Afghanistan and Iran actually use the zodiac as their standard calendar?
Yeah, I know that's kind of hypocritical. But when Muslims talk about astrology, I tell them you're being a hypocrite. You're really not.
No, you're not. You can use it as a calendar. As a matter of fact, there's actually a whole chapter in the Quran, chapter 85, called Buruj, meaning the zodiac. There's an entire chapter in the Quran about the zodiac.
You're not supposed to practice astrology. You're not supposed to read divine messages in the stars.
You can use astrology for time to tell time.
But that's
to tell time you can. Okay, so that's a calendar. You can tell. Why you always be hyper aggressive about everything? Ain't nobody even fighting you. Like, goddamn. I'm saying a simple thing. I'm saying a simple thing that the calendar, you can use astrology as a calendar.
Okay,
and that's your problem, Vincent. That's why people can't talk to you because look, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to you regularly, and all of a sudden you just started. I mean, goddamn, I'm just talking about a damn calendar, and you want to make a fight over it. Like, goddamn, Vincent, that's the reason why people can't talk to you. Though.
I thought. Well, all I'm saying, fine. Well, I'm just putting it out there that if you're a Muslim involved in astrology,
can't nobody talk to you without you start making a fight over nothing. Like you making a fight over a damn calendar. I said to use a damn calendar. Like what the fuck? Like shit. Goddamn.
Well,
It's
okay. Well, I
ridiculous,
just
man.
say on top of that, you want to use astrological,
Man,
like the Jews.
I'm about to.
You want to
Look,
know
see, so that's why I'm about to
the
get off.
Jews
Look,
stole the
look, look, look.
Babylonian
You so why are
calendar.
you so
So you
inhospitable?
want
Why are
to
you so
do a
inhospitable?
Babylonian
Why are you
calendar
so inhospitable? You see, that's your
and
problem.
say like, oh, we're not practicing astrology. Make up your own calendar. Make up your own calendar. Don't steal someone else's. Oh, whatever.
Oh, he's left in a huff. But perhaps George will join us.
Yes, perhaps George will. You know, he's just an idiot. He knows, but he knows he's skirting the issue. He knows he's not supposed to be involved in astrology.
Yeah. I mean, because it would be fortune telling, which is forbidden under Islam.
Yes, you're not allowed to do it, and he's making a big deal out of nothing, and he doesn't want to admit that he's not supposed to be into astrology. He probably is into astrology, and probably doesn't want people to know it.
I mean, it's hidden idolatry, isn't it?
No,
really?
It's open idolatry. Not everything's hidden idolatry, Claire. It's open idolatry.
Well, I mean, I suppose an astrologer being accused of, practicing idolatry would be saying, I don't actually worship the planets, I'm just studying them.
Okay, you have to understand those 613 commands can be listed. Those 613 commands that Jews have, it's actually, they can be categorized by the Noahide laws. And so things like astrology are categorized under idolatry. Like, what did you break? What law did you break? You broke idolatry. These things are it's a form of idolatry. So is transvestism as a form of idolatry.
Oh.
Divination is a form of idolatry. Psychics are a form of idolatry. Necromancy.
Yes, that'll come under sorcery, I suppose.
Sorcery is a form of idolatry. Necromancy is a form of idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
The occult is part of idolatry. There's a whole, oh my God, there's a whole, hold on. Oh God, Claire, if anyone on earth needs to see this PDF, it is you. There is a whole Rambam book volume on idolatry. Let me just see if I can find it.
Post a link in the private chat.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, let's see if I can find it. No, where is it? Come on, tell me that I can find it.
What's it about?
It's Maimonides on idolatry. It's a whole volume just on idolatry.
Oh.
Give me 1 second. Let me just see if I can.
I'm so glad you're interested in that. That's actually something I want to be, that I'm quite interested in.
Hold on, let me just see if I can find it.
Sources of Maimonides' concept of idolatry. Is it a journal?
No, it's a volume of Maimonides.
Okay.
It's a
Well, I mean, the Muslims have quite a developed idea of hidden idolatry and kafir, as they call it. I mean, like, there's so many different kinds of obscuring the truth, which is what kafir means. A person who obscures the truth, which is their term for infidel.
They're coming up with this one. Hello? Hello?
Alexa, no. Amazon.
Somebody just rang the bell. I'm just on the show. Can I go down in a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. I'll talk to the chat.
No, I'm looking for. Oh, I see it. It's Lux. What is that? I'll let you.
What?
It's something called Lux.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, okay. What was I gonna say? What were we saying?
Maimonides
I'm
and his book on idolatry. You were saying.
Let me see if I can find it.
While you're looking for it, I'll just address Nourish in his comment. He says idolatry and blasphemy. Then I suppose it is okay to face the Kaaba 5 times a day and pray, to sacrifice animals or forcing them to face the Kaaba. Now, Nourish seems to think that means idolatry. I'm saying no. It's part of Muslim practice to face the Kaaba. That the Kaaba actually existed before Muhammad was born, because it was, this thing that pilgrims, the pagan pilgrims, came to visit. So that was what it was. I mean, there's supposed to be a stone. I guess it must have been a comet or something, but that was what it was, just a stone. And I guess, before Muhammad came along, there were all these idols of all these different pagan deities that Mecca was the center of. So I don't think that you will find any Muslim who will agree with you that that they pray. I mean, that they pray to the Kaaba and think it's God. It's just a one of the rituals of Islamic practice that they have to face Mecca. It doesn't mean that they worship Mecca or think there's anything particularly special about. I mean, or magical. I mean, they don't think Mecca is God. They don't think the Kaaba is God. It's only when you behave and think that, a certain thing has magical, supernatural qualities that you might be guilty of idolatry. Incorporating some sacred object into your religious practice does not mean you are guilty of idolatry. So that would be my response to Nourish.
This is the point where you and not okay. I need to find this for you, because idolatry is very specific offenses. You need to actually look. Maybe as a Muslim, it's easier for you to throw around the term idolatry more so than if you're a Noahide, because a Noahide, that would mean punishment. So a Noahide actually has to specifically say, I saw you doing this, and then you're punished. You actually have to, it's not like, oh, you weren't thinking right, and so therefore you're guilty of idolatry. That's idolatry are very specific. Here's the reason why Islam bowing to the Kaaba is not idolatry, because they are not saying the Kaaba is God. They're not saying that God is inside the Kaaba. They are not worshiping the Kaaba. They are just using it as a centerpiece of where they are directing their worship towards the one true God, they're putting it in a certain direction, but it's yes, they're putting it in a certain direction, and that necessarily is not, if it is not a material God and it is God, they're not saying that the Kaaba is God or even probably represents God, then they are not guilty of idolatry.
Indeed. And there's actually quite a good Wikipedia entry on hidden idolatry, which is actually quite important, I think, because hidden idolatry is something even a Jew apparently worshipping correctly can be guilty of. And it's basically thought crime.
Yes, but okay, that's okay. The Noahide laws focus less on that kind of shit, and that you and okay, I mean you and Khalid want to get into these pie in the sky discussions. You know, white what's it called? You know, cathedral discussions about idolatry inside the mind, and what I'm trying to tell you is that you need to come up, and when you go your way, everything becomes idolatry. And when everything is idolatry, nothing is idolatry.
Yes, can I please explain to you my position? I believe I already have several times, but maybe you don't understand. So I use the concept of hidden idolatry to tell Muslims that they're not supposed to destroy the places of worship of any pagan. Because I'm saying if Jews and Muslims apparently praying correctly can be guilty of hidden idolatry, then they are not in a position to be, closing down people's places of religious worship.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, then that's just stupid and giving people, that's just like a way to get yourself off the hook for having to do what you're supposed to be doing. And that just sounds like a moderation of the Noahide laws. And it sounds like Muslims just didn't want to keep stringency and decided to say, well, we're also guilty of idolatry, so we can't impose, people who are, we're guilty of idolatry in our minds, so we can't impose. Actually, that's weird. There's something Christian about Islam if it's trying to mitigate the law with this idea that, well, I committed the crime in my mind, so therefore I can't punish a person who committed it in act. That doesn't matter. What's going on in your mind doesn't really matter and doesn't negate you under the Noahide laws from imposing capital punishment on people who have visibly broken one of the Noahide laws. So that just sounds like an excuse. And I didn't know, is now that I'm thinking about it, Islam just wants to moderate the Noahide laws, and that sounds boring.
Boring? Boring? Did you say boring?
Yes.
Why is it boring to want to moderate the Noahide laws?
It's not as
draconian. Because secular Islam is too reasonable. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not as principled. Either you believe that it's a horrible crime or you don't, and that's it. Is it a horrible crime? Yes or no?
Well, there are no prescribed punishments for idolaters. And there is also this theological question of whether Christianity is idolatry.
And well, then.
But you see, Islam. I wish you would read the book, then you understand everything better. So basically, Muslims are supposed to treat Jews and Christians as people of the book, presumably because they have receipt of divine revelation, i.e., written scripture from God. So Islam is basically saying that we respect the people of the Abrahamic religions more than we respect, Hindus or Buddhists. So that is why, well, this is important to understand. So because it is an imperial religion, i.e., a religion that wants the Muslims to prosper and acquire empire, and obviously Islam is not the only religion that oh, what am I trying to say? Okay, I'm saying that Christians have a global empire because actually they were quite tolerant. They, well, after the Crusades and all the stuff that went on in Europe, they were quite tolerant about other faiths. So they're saying, yes, carry on practicing your Islam. We're not going to stop you. You know, Hindus and Buddhists can do their thing. We're not going to stop you because if you're an empire, you wouldn't want to waste your time and energy and men and blood and whatever, fighting to make people come, see things your way. You're going to say, all right, you lost the war. We're going to exact tribute from you now. Pay us, whatever amount of money you want them to pay you. And we'll come around next year to collect it. Make sure you have it ready for us. You can keep your religion as long as you pay your tribute. And this is how a tribute system worked. So Islam, being an imperial religion, would be quite tolerant. It doesn't want to, force you, it subject peoples to adopt their religion because it's just more trouble than it's worth. If you force things down people's throats, they're going to reject it and fight you over it, and then you're going to have to spend, time and money and men's lives into keeping order. So you just let them do what they want as long as they pay you your tribute. So that's always been the way of Islam. I know that in Saudi, they have they won't even allow the building of churches, but I think you'll find in Turkey and other Muslim countries that they allow other religions to exist in their Islamic empire.
Okay.
And this is for
You know what,
political and
Claire?
social reasons.
I'm actually thinking what's going on here is that look, the Jews in their own land, and then by creating the Noahide laws for outside of their land, created, well, they have a conviction that idolatry is wrong, and so it's impermissible inside and outside the land of Israel. And it just sounds like the Arabs were not principled enough in their fight against idolatry in order to go that far with it. And it just sounds like maybe because they're so much less extreme, Judaism is more extreme, and maybe that's why the Jews have done better and Muslims have not done as well, because they watered it down. And
Yes, but the Torah does say that idolatry and blasphemy attract the death penalty, but the Quran doesn't say these things.
I know. Well, maybe that's why the Jews still have control over Muslims even to this day, because Muslims they watered down the Noahide laws. They watered it down.
No, sorry, who watered the Noahide laws down? The Jews or the Muslims?
Islam.
Well, okay, but anyway, Muslims would say we we're not subject to the Noahide laws. It's the creation of Jews, and we don't respect them. We prefer our Quran.
Okay, you said you wanted Torah for Gentiles, and this is watered. This is like, well, okay, well, I'm just saying that it's better to say that God's chosen people who are commanded to create a standard for humans, and the standard is very high, and then you just say, well, that's too high for us, so we're going to say God invented a second revelation that's weaker than the first, and we'll just wallow in a moral cesspit of idolatry. Like, it's just love allowing. I don't. That doesn't now. Islam. I'm going to write about this. That this sounds.
Yes, please do. I welcome it. Okay, so here, this is how I see things. So basically, Jews know of their duty to teach Gentiles the Noahide laws, and that, okay, so if you think of the Noahide laws, the only problematic thing is the prohibition against idolatry and blasphemy. So if you ask any normal person, the average person, they'll say, fine, I don't feel I have to eat an animal while it's still alive. I obviously I agree with you that any country needs a court and legal system. You don't need to tell me, Jew, not that laws against murder, theft, and sexual immorality should be that there should be prohibitions against murder, theft, and sexual immorality. It's only the idolatry and blasphemy bit that is hard for Jews to explain. And they haven't done a good job of it because they haven't told the Christians off at all, ever.
Well, they're starting to do it now, but in their own good time. But what I'm saying is that you're just giving them this. They were charged with teaching people. They created a very high standard, and you just are saying we're not good enough for that. So since we're not good enough for that, we're just going to remove at least idolatry from that, and we'll keep the other 6. So, yeah, you're just
yes. I'm saying they have. Okay, I don't. I'm happy to acknowledge that Jews are supposed to maintain a higher standard than the Gentiles, because otherwise they would have no moral authority to tell Gentiles what to do. I mean, imagine if they. Yeah, I can give you my bedtime analogy. If you have children and you want bedtime to be 8, you can't be going to bed at 7 because you won't be around to enforce, bedtime at 8 if you go to bed at 7. So your bedtime as a parent must logically and necessarily be later than that of your children. And this analogy applies to Jews because they're saddled with their Torah, and obviously over the centuries people have been saying, okay, you Jews, you have your rules, what are ours? And they came up with the Noahide laws in the Babylonian Talmud.
And if the Gentiles follow the Noahide laws, the Jews who are keeping the 613 laws are still keeping a stricter law, and so they have the right. But I mean, they're supposed to follow.
So they're supposed to rank the 4 Gentile religions, but they won't do it because they're scared.
Heresy. Nobody's going to look. Well, and all they're going to say is like, well, it's cute, Islam. You made all 6 laws, but you didn't get the 7th law, so you don't graduate. Islam would get in the textbooks at the Noahide University the distinction that if it had installed the 7th or the 1st Noahide law, they would
the pass mark is 5. Okay, it doesn't have to be. No, the pass mark is 5 out of 7. That'll do. It's a pass mark.
Yeah, well, the Jews are holding up a higher standard.
Yes, they have to.
Well, yeah, well, the Jews have something.
That is their purpose.
They have
as God's chosen people.
They have something better in store for the Gentiles and don't want
No,
to.
they don't. I mean, you're going to say the Noahide laws, and then the Gentile will say, what's that? We'll just have to be executed for idolatry and blasphemy. And the Gentile will say, no thanks. But at least Islam won't be, executing idolaters and blasphemers. And that's what they're meant to think. But it's just been taking ages to get people to understand this. I'm saying basically that Islam is the just right porridge of Goldilocks. Liberalism is too loose. The Torah is too hard.
No, the Torah is not harsh when you remove all the ritual stuff. It's not.
No, the death penalties remain unless you want to redact it from the book of Deuteronomy.
Who cares? Like, why would somebody who's adopted the Noahide laws and say, I'm not an idolater, why would they care if they're so anti? This is for people who have strong convictions against idolatry. It's not for people like you. And so people who have strong convictions against idolatry would not care that it's the death penalty.
Well, why don't we ask a few of these no-hides then?
Well, they believe Claire, they're too smart to directly say.
Right. Okay. So they don't know. They haven't read
No,
their
they do know.
contract.
They set up courts and they say implement punishments for idolatry. That is what they say. Yes.
Okay. Well, there are no hides I can talk to because they're mostly ignorant and a bit stupid.
You don't
And
even,
if you ask a rabbi, they'll say, "Oh
you
no,
know
it
all their
doesn't really
groups.
mean
You
that."
never post in their groups. I've noticed that you never post any. You don't seek them out to get into a conversation with them, and whenever you do, you just say that they're dumb. So there's like a
Okay.
thousand.
Introduce me to a smart one, and I'll talk to him.
Go into their groups where there's hundreds of them. Go into their groups.
I have, but I
but
mean,
you obviously don't say anything that triggers anyone to want to talk to you. You obviously don't, if you say, you obviously don't say anything that's relevant, and maybe they don't want to talk about secular Quranism because you're in a Noahide group. I mean,
okay. Well, why don't you just add me to the group that you're in so I can do all that?
I'm in my group. I'm probably in about 2 or 3 other Noahide groups, but just type in Noahide and then go and click on all the groups and go in all the groups.
I am a member of many of them, but
Okay,
I mean, obviously, I haven't been that active. I prefer to be.
What are you posting in there? Are you posting?
I haven't posted much. I admit that.
And go post in there and go talk to people and ask people to come on your show and ask questions in there and talk. Email rabbis.
Yeah, I guess my heart's not in it because I think they're stupid.
Well,
and since you know so many of them
don't-
and have such a high regard for them,
not-
I mean, I think they're just
trying.
ex-Christian Islamophobes.
You're not trying.
Well, you can
You're
find
not
me.
trying to talk to them.
I've spoken to a few that they're all a bit crazy
Claire,
and stupid.
I don't try to talk to them either, and I've probably spoken to more of them than you have.
Okay, maybe introduce one to me.
I introduced one to you. I'm not.
Yeah, and then he went a bit crazy, and then he gave it up.
Okay, Claire, I don't keep in contact. I don't go into Noahide groups and make friends with Noahides.
Okay, well, if you talk to a smart one who isn't crazy or stupid, please introduce him to me.
I'm not going into Noahide groups and being like, "Hi everyone, I'm an anti-Noahide and I'm looking for people to introduce to my friend so she can trash you on her show." I'm not doing that.
Okay, I won't. I mean, obviously it helps if we're both in the same group, right? Okay, I'll pretend not to know you if you prefer. But if you add me to one of the groups you're active in,
Well,
then
how about this, Claire? Why don't we do a show directed to the Noahides, and we will do a show together, and we'll say, "Dear Noahides, have you considered secular Quranism?" And then I will post it in all the Noahide groups that I'm available in, which is only about 5 or 6. I don't join every Noahide group.
Okay, fine.
I will post it.
I'm happy to do that.
At the bottom, we can have your email and your blog and all this other kind of stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't contact you because they are like Jews in that they're a little bit not coward. Well, they're more open and honest and scary than the Jews are about all this. But doesn't mean that they don't have a sneaky side too. Doesn't mean that they are not smart enough to calculate that it's not in their best interest to go up against you, because honestly, you're going to discuss the Noahide laws with them in ways that there's a certain.
You dropped out. Vincent, I can't hear you. Okay, so I'm going to read Ulrich's posts. So, well, he says throwing the word idolatry around is like the pot calling the kettle black. So, are you calling me an idolater? I'm not quite sure. I know you keep quoting these things. Again, you're citing the same quotes more than once, and I actually don't know the significance of it. I mean, you obviously think I should react in some way, and but I just don't see the relevance. So it looks like Vincent had to pop out or something. I'm trying to work out why you're saying throwing the word idolatry around is like the pot calling the kettle black. Are you accusing me of idolatry? Hi, Vincent.
Hi.
Okay, what were you talking about? Oh, yes, and no hides. Well,
No, well, we were just talking about they might not want to talk to you because they might not want to talk to you because
there you go. They don't usually like talking to me.
well, they don't like talking to me either. They're too smart to talk to Claire. See, like, they're look, most people are cowardly and like cowardly people,
Mm-hmm.
and to talk to us would be kind of brave, and
Yes.
they would not really is not something they're going to do. So accusing this of being nothing because because they all refuse to talk to you is a little bit obviously you're a nemesis. Obviously you're supposed to treat you are worse than an idolatress. You are a missionary, right? You are a missionary who is trying to purposely keep Gentiles from being absorbed into the Noahide cult by providing a watered down alternative where idolatry and blasphemy are permitted.
Yeah, I quite like the First Amendment, and so should most Americans, particularly these days. I mean, it would be sad if it were abolished, the First Amendment, and it would be good to have it in Europe. I mean, people used to be saying, "Oh, the Americans, they're so lucky with their First Amendment," and it's like, well, it's not worth the paper it's written on if you don't defend it.
Shit, I can't believe I lost one of my most important um
Documents.
yes.
The document you wanted to show me about Maimonides on idolatry. That one?
Yes.
Hmm.
Hold on. I wanted to now I can't find it anywhere. The thing is that it lists what does it mean idolatry. Okay. Idolatry. Okay, actually I forgot. I was thinking about this. Okay. The word let's see what the word is. Noahide law, no avoda zara. Is the word no avoda zara? Hold on. Noahide avoda zara. Hold on.
Look, I know that Jews have a particular way of referring to idolatry, and they call it bowing before idols.
Well, it's okay. It's a specific prohibition, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm also saying that the Muslims have a more developed idea of idolatry than the Jews because they have this thing called hidden idolatry. And the Wikipedia entry, I think I might as well read it to you while you try and find um, uh, this document that you say you've lost.
Okay. Okay. The point is okay. Are you listening, Khalid? Or
I
not Khalid?
am, I'm all ears.
Ulrich. Ulrich, listen. The word I'm 99% sure is used, as I'm looking it up now and I'm seeing it, that the Noahide laws prohibit is avodah zara, which means foreign worship. Avodah zara is in the Torah for Jews explained in actions that you cannot do this. You cannot light incense to a statue. You cannot read stars for information. You cannot do these things that the foreign nations do in their worship to idols. It is not thought crime or immorality charges. Um, that is when you start getting into everything being idolatry, then you're not really any longer, you're mutating that word. Okay, let's stop using the word idolatry and let's trap you by using that word avodah zara, foreign worship, incorrect worship. So, you know, incorrect worship, foreign worship, avodah zara. You That's different. You cannot say, well, it said no avodah zara, and I'm going to take that to mean what Claire says, hidden idolatry. Get rid of that word idolatry. That word that they are using is a very specific word for idolatry, and it doesn't mean, oh my God, I love my sports team so much that I spend thousands of dollars betting on them. Or, oh, I pray to God, but I'm pompous about it and I'm boastful about it in my own bedroom when I'm praying to God to myself. That's not anything that anyone is witnessing as a crime against you. And it's not a vodah zara. But they're not the same thing. So there needs to be a distinction. So I think that you need to start calling it avodah zara, Claire, and distinguishing it from
what?
Distinguishing it from thought crime, as you would call it.
No, okay. The whole point of this idea of hidden idolatry is Muslims saying that God will know when your thoughts wander off when you're supposed to be praying.
Yeah,
And I define
it's a loophole to get out of enforcing no idolatry, no
no,
blasphemy.
but it's also true. It's also true. I mean, for a practical reason, you don't want to be killing pagans. You just want them to, eventually see the error of their ways and convert to Islam. And actually, you shouldn't force them because then it wouldn't be a sincere conversion and there'll be trouble later. So if you want them to convert, when they finally see, I mean, the only way to let them do it is to wait for them to see reason.
Okay, you don't think it's an abominable crime, then I don't know what to tell you. You don't think it's an abominable.
Okay, because I want to make the point that Muslims have themselves been guilty of hidden idolatry.
That's
And
nonsense. That's to allow open idolatry because some people are praying incorrectly is just so totally like a write-off.
I can tell you the harm of hidden idolatry if you listen.
No, because it's all just an excuse. It's an excuse to not fulfill the Noahide laws. It's just an excuse to get it.
Yeah, but Muslims wouldn't feel that they need to obey the Noahide laws because they don't accept the authority of the Talmud.
Then the whole world should just convert to Judaism because it's obviously, if you're saying that then you can, number one, you can convert to Judaism. Number two, obviously Judaism is the much higher standard where
but the Gentiles don't want to convert to the higher standard. It's they're not.
That's why
they're dragging their feet with Islam anyway, and also it's getting the Torah is too hard for Jews these days.
Besides the temple, what aren't Orthodox Jews doing? They're doing everything they're supposed to be doing.
No, they're not teaching the no hide laws,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
neither
they're
are the
yes, they
Muslims.
are, and they're neither are the Muslims, but the point.
And the Muslims have rather less excuse because there's actually chapter 18, verse 4, in black and white, requiring them to do it, and they haven't done it. So
They
I'm saying,
on their own time, and now it's going. You know what, Claire? I think I'm putting more into their planning and their timing than yours.
I don't think they have any plan at all.
Okay, yes they do. And Claire, you know what? You always make fun of new religions like they're nothing and they're garbage and no one would ever take them seriously. And you're starting a new, not exactly religion, but a new sect, and you act like, oh my God, everyone's going to take me so seriously. Why should they take some newfangled ideology that's half-assed Islam created by some woman in 2012? Why should they accept that authority?
Because it's the only solution around. Do you know of any other solution other than secular Quranism? No, you don't. I mean, it's not like there are even any rival ideas for people who want nationalism or conservatism. There's literally nothing. And my thesis is that Christianity and liberalism have failed. And because they have failed, they need to be replaced. But I'm also taking into account the fact that most people don't like Muslims in the West and won't be ready for this conversion. But if you adopted and implemented and protect people's First Amendment rights, eventually they will come round. If not people in their lifetimes, their children when they grow up. And this is how gradualist I am. I'm prepared to wait. I'm not going to, convert. Anyway, I'm not even Muslim. But the point is that if you try to convert them, right here, right now, then they're going to drag their feet, and in fact, they'll just spit it out. So there's no point in forcing people. They'll have to come, or they might all not do it, but maybe their children will, or their
I
grandchildren.
told you if I agreed with your values, yes, I would promote secular Quranism. But I don't agree with your values, so I'm not going to.
Okay, why don't you agree with my values? What's wrong with them?
Well, I mean, I don't like everything the Quran has to say about women.
Which do you hate the most?
The stuff that it says about polytheists and women and gays and stuff like that. It's just not necessary. And you know what I mean? Like, if you just said, why didn't you just say, like, I'm leaving out all that shit? And
I
just,
can't, because then people will say, "Oh, it's because you're friends with Vincent, and that's why you left out that verse. You play favorites. You're prepared to sacrifice your principles just to you know
well,
to get Vincent
I'll say,
to support secular Quranism. I can't have people saying that about me.
I'll just say, I'll just say, just, I'll just say gay people steal this stuff. I'll be like, gay people should act more like Muslims and steal this stuff and treat each other like this, but treat the pagans or the Muslims and the non-gay people like absolute shit. Like,
Well, there are not enough of you, so you can't do it.
yeah,
Your numbers are
yeah,
significantly
you
fewer than
can
heterosexual people.
empower just a way to insulate yourself from outsiders and to gain some degree of power. Then
Well, okay, okay. Assuming you
I
get
think
into
that.
power, you're not going to be much. You're not going to be breeders very much.
Well, if we
You know,
have
you,
yeah,
you'll just have difficulty
if we have money.
remaining in
Okay,
existence as
if
couples.
Claire, if we got into power and we were the wealthy ones, then we would just pay women to have our children, and that would be there would be no
Yeah,
problem.
but you're not.
Well, I know, but that's the plan to try for that, Claire. And just because you're not gonna like stop me from trying just because it's never happened before. Like, secular Quranism never happened before, but you're not letting them stop you. So I don't really, I don't swear. If you notice, I don't often like just come at you and say, well, nobody's going to accept secular Quranism unless you make a big deal of like nobody accepting someone else's thing. You're just like so sure of yourself that people are going to just naturally want what you're offering. And and when other people offer something just as radically, like, well, nobody's going to want that. Well, obviously nobody wants secular Quranism either.
Well, no, because they're mostly Islamophobes and they haven't been given the green light to support it. There is no publicity for it because it's been deliberately suppressed, not just by mainstream media, but people in the dissident right who hate it. I mean, well, Stephen James is at least principled enough to, not do what the others do, which is just not discuss it, not even mock it, because even mocking it is propagating it. I mean, they just want to deprive it of the oxygen of publicity. And whatever publicity I manage to get, well, they'll try to spoil it and say, oh, but Claire's streaming with Vincent and he's gay, But if we stick together, then, we'll come through. At least we're sticking together fairly consistently. And that's because we know what we want. I mean, even if you don't agree with secular Quranism, you sort of see me as being useful for the propagation of your ideas because I am a foil to you as you are a foil to me. We're a kind of Punch and Judy show, if you've heard of that.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Anyway, Punch and Judy are two puppets that entertain children in seaside resorts, and that they were a quarrelsome couple who were always hitting each other and being rude to each other. And the children loved to watch this. But you see, Punch on his own would not be much of a show, and Judy on her own wouldn't be much of a show either. And so at least we know that we're doing the right thing by, well, having it out again and again and again. And Mr. Palou said, quite nice things, that we were entertaining. And he's a Muslim and a Mason, or was a Mason. So we never had a chance to ask him what happened, because he was a Mason and he was always talking about it, and to the extent that he would always annoy people because he was boasting about being a Mason so much. But he's a bit of a strange one. He doesn't get on with everybody. And I can't even remember why he was offended with you now. Why was he offended with you?
I don't know. I can't remember. Something about some kind of ideological difference about God or something.
Right. But, okay, so before he arrived, I was trying to explain to you that this narrative and attributes, and the attributes of God are actually very, very solid and strong, in the sense that it retains its integrity even when people try to undermine the concept. So I'm saying that the Abrahamic God is the most powerful being conceivable, and it has been for a long, long time, back to the time of Abraham. And before Abraham, there were attempts at monotheism, and maybe one of these days we can do something about Artanism by Akhenaten, the Egyptian pharaoh who wanted to change the religion of the ancient Egyptians. Maybe we can talk about that. But anyway, he tried to change the religion of the ancient Egyptians, and he failed. And after he died, people just went back to their old ways. And then they really hated on him. And actually, it gave me an idea of why Joseph and why Joseph's descendants became Moses, because you know the story of Joseph, and he prevented the famine, or he managed the famine so well, and the Pharaoh was so pleased with him, he promoted him. But over time, he decided he didn't like the Hebrews anymore, and reduced them to the status of slaves.
This didn't really happen, though.
I mean, you can't prove it didn't happen, but we might as well go with the story because it's useful. Because I wanted to make a point about Akhenaten, who wanted to impose monotheism on the ancient Egyptians. So he was basically saying, forget Isis and Osiris and all that lot. You worship me as the intercessor of Ra. I think that was the name of or Aten, I forget now. Anyway, the new only god of the Egyptians. So that was what he wanted to do, because I guess he was tired of the priesthood, saying that having so much power over him and and his subjects. So I assume that's a reason why he wanted to change the religion and created a new one, and he had to move them, the whole lot to wherever it was. He had to move. Well, he had to find a city and put his new religion there. But when he died, everything went back to what it was before. But obviously, this was a kind of power grab by the king, and the priests who didn't particularly like it, and they might have blamed Joseph and his monotheism. Right? He might have, blamed Joseph, because it's like, oh, we have this terrible disruption to our ancient Egyptian religion because of Joseph and his lot with their pesky monotheism. So we're going to, get our revenge on him by reducing his descendants to the status of slaves, until Moses had enough and decided to take his people out of Egypt. So I think that's a pretty good narrative. And maybe we could, do a bit of, maybe just read the Wikipedia entry of Akhenaten and Artenism.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you want me to do that now? I'm very happy to do it. Artenism. In the 14th century BC, wait. Okay, let's start again. Artenism, also known as the Artan religion and the Amarna religion and the Amarna heresy, was a religion in ancient Egypt. It was founded by Akhenaten, a pharaoh who ruled the New Kingdom under the 18th dynasty. The religion is described as monotheistic or monolatristic. Let me just look up what it means. Monolatry is a belief in the existence of many gods, but with the consistent worship of one deity. Okay, so it just means one god more powerful than the others.
No, it doesn't. It means that they're all different kinds of gods, but you only worship one of them. It doesn't mean that god's all powerful and more than the others.
Well, by implication.
No, excuse me, you don't understand. That's not true. The worship of one god when there's many doesn't mean you're not automatically meaning your god is the most powerful god. Not everyone thinks like you, Claire.
Okay, we're not going to argue about it. Let me see. Okay, there's also Okay, let me just carry on reading about Artanism. Although some of the Egyptologists argue that it was actually henotheistic. Do you know what that means?
Yes, it's where henotheistic is where you admit there's other gods, but you only worship one of them.
Right, sounds very similar. But anyway, we're not going to argue about it. Artanism was centered on the cult of Aten, a god depicted as the disk of the sun. Aten was originally an aspect of Ra, Egypt's traditional solar deity, though he was later asserted by Akhenaten as being the superior of all deities. In the 14th century BC, Artanism was Egypt's state religion for around 20 years. Not that long. And Artanism met the worship of other gods with persecution. He closed many traditional temples, instead commissioning the construction of Artemis temples and also suppressed religious traditionalists. However, subsequent pharaohs toppled the government in the aftermath of Akhenaten's death, thereby restoring Egyptian civilization's traditional polytheistic religion. Large-scale efforts were then undertaken to remove Egypt and Egyptian records any presence or mention of Akhenaten, Artemis temples, and Artemis assertions of a uniquely supreme god. Okay, is that enough, or you want me to read some more?
No.
Because the next heading is History of Aten before Akhenaten.
No, I mean, I think we understand what was going on, that, this was an attempt to bring about monotheism, but it's not pure monotheism. It didn't deny other gods existed, right?
Well, yes, I mean, so the difference between the Aten god that Akhenaten created was that, my God is compassionate, because the story of Abraham was that, he heard this voice and telling him to sacrifice his son, and he obediently did it. And then God said, "Oh, I was only kidding. I would never ask you to do such a terrible thing." And then, obviously this idea took on, because it was a compassionate God that basically ended human sacrifice with this story, the story of Abraham and Isaac. Until the Christians decided to bring it back again, right?
Yes. Ulrich says Jews or Muslim definition of idolatry has no relevance to Hindus and other non-Abrahamic religions. That's actually not true. They actually use your practices to define, and let's not forget, Avodah. So maybe you should stop using that word idolatry and start saying Avodah, because your astrology in Hinduism, whether or not you believe the planets are God or not, is still Avodah. The Torah and Quran have relevance to other people other than Jews and Muslims. He said that they don't, and that's just not true, because their definitions of what is prohibited or what is to be shunned is relative to non-Jews and non-Muslims, and the Talmud is relevant to non-Jews because in it provides the laws for the non-Jews to follow the Noahide laws. But Ulrich, okay, you do practice Avodah, whether you practice idolatry or not. You cannot deny that you practice foreign worship. Let's look up. I know one definition for Avodah is foreign worship, because there's actually Avodah means more than just worshiping. Yes, foreign worship. Foreign worship meaning idolatry or strange service. Strange service. Foreign worship. They are talking about something, particularly something that you have done. Okay, actually, so if you look up Avodah Zarah, on Wikipedia, you will see that these are about actions. Affluent says here's a good story to tell about Pharaoh and the Hebrews. So let's look at this. In the Mishnah, the tractate consists of 5 chapters. So there's who wrote this? Oh, this is the Talmud. Deals with prohibitions of trade with idolaters around their festivals. Precautions against the violence and immorality of idolaters. And items that are forbidden and permitted to be brought from idolaters. Details with the law of various images and idols and the Ashereth idolatry. Thus, it is details the distinction between forbidden and permitted use of various aspects and states of idolatrous items. Deals with benefit from the auxiliary items of Mercurius, Mercury, a Roman deity consistent of a heap of okay. Continue.
Evident for you says he has a very good story to tell about the pharaohs and Hebrews. Maybe he'd like to come on. I don't know.
Well, I'm just
Sorry,
saying,
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, I didn't mean to
He
interrupt.
can say it. He can let us know about it. But I'm saying go to Avodah Zarah, AVODAH ZARAH, Avodah Zarah, 2 words. Look it up, and you will see that these are actions you're not supposed to be taking about libations. Also, go to HasidicUniversity.org. Go to HasidicUniversity.org. Click on the top, Studies in Theocratic Law. You'll see there are 620 Noahide laws. This is the 613 laws listed by under which of the Noahide laws they go with, and look up commands against idolatry. And in here, you will see these are not thought crimes. These are physical actions that you must do and profess and be engaged in order to be put on trial for idolatry.
Okay, I think Gentiles would prefer not to be put on trial for idolatry. And I don't think I'm saying anything particularly outrageous. And I want to address what Ulrich was saying.
Here, how did David get here?
Because I invited him because he was talking about Freemasonry. Hello, David.
Hi, David.
Hey, Shalom, God bless.
Yeah, we should talk about Freemasonry. Actually, I'm glad that you're here because we're having our discussion with Ulrich, who is a Hindu, who is against idolatry, and at first was into the Noahide laws and into secular Quranism for a while, but then he expressed his not disdain, but that he is no longer interested in either of them. Now, the discussion that we had with him is that he believes that Hinduism is not idolatry because God does not take material shape, nor is God many. God is one. However, there things like prohibition against astrology and things like that they break. But the point that we were just getting into, which you can clarify on, is that Claire and Ulrich call absolutely everything idolatry. And the thing is that the word used in at least for the Noahides is avodah zarah, which means foreign worship. And this is actual physical or pronounced actions that you would take to be considered really an idolater, and to equate spending too much money on sports betting as idolatry is not equivalent to what the Noahide laws are really talking about when it talks about avodah zarah, because that's actually a very specific thing. And I've been telling Claire, she says, oh, okay, well, because Muslims are engaged in hidden idolatry, not praying correctly, they don't have the right to push any kind of enforceable anti-idolatry law on Gentiles. That's another thing. But what is your thought on the difference between avodah zarah and what Claire and Ulrich keep calling idolatry, which is like cheering too much for your favorite uh, uh, whatever musician, or spending too much time at the office because you want to get a new car or things like that. I mean, don't you think that that's not what's specifically mentioned in those laws?
Well, first, who is this other person? Ulrich?
Ulrich, he's in the chat right now. He's a Hindu, a conservative Hindu in England.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, one thing about the Freemasonry is like there is way more uncertainty than just kind of the absurdity, preposterousness to like I figured this out. Like these things are supposed to be mysteries and hidden wisdom. So I mean, you could have theories or ideas or some form of scholarship, but there's always going to be ambiguity and mystery. And I mean, certainly for the idolatry, you have to separate the second and third commandment. There's two separate commandments. One is to not have any other God before me, and the other is graven images. So a lot of the words get thrown around differently. So if you're talking about idolatry as a word that combines both the second and third commandment as having a foreign God before you, and um and even in the Hebrew or the Aramaic, like none of these words are exactly clear in their meaning. But generally, a lot of times the words combine the two, where you have two gods. I mean, where you have another God before you, as opposed to actually worshiping a God in idol form. And I mean, it's remotely possible. Generally, if you worship a God in the idol form, you're it's a double whammy. Although some of the scholars would debate whether it's possible to worship a God in the idol form without actually putting an idol, without actually the first aspect of having another God before me. If just saying like, well, what if you don't actually believe it? Is the first one a sin of the heart, and the second one's a sin of the limbs? So when you talk like anger, jealousy, money, any of these various things, you're talking about a sin of the heart as opposed to a sin of the limbs, where you're actually worshiping an idols. I mean, that's one important thing to put forward. And the same words are often applied to both.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is that Hindus get away with it because the thing is that
Get away with what?
Well, they're getting away at bowing before idols because the idol that they're bowing before is God, is not material inside.
What do you mean getting away with?
Well, the thing is that okay, you're not
getting away with the Abrahamic God that prohibits it, or getting away with fooling people like Muslims and Jews that believe that it's forbidden. So we say getting away with it, meaning that it's absolutely that there is a God who forbade it, and it's a forbidden practice from a.
Well, actually,
or you're talking about fooling Jews. You're saying, well, the God of Abraham's not true anyways. God doesn't care whether you do this. Only Jews and Muslims care whether you do it. So they're just fooling Jews and Muslims.
Well, what I mean by that is actually it's probably not even really right to say that they're fooling people. It's or not fooling people, that they're getting away with it, because it actually might not necessarily be idolatry at all to bow before an idol that is not claimed to be God, and that one. And
you mean according to the Jews?
No,
if the Hindus say like they believe this stuff, like they believe that God commanded them to worship idols, they like idols, they don't care what the Jews and Muslims think. So only getting away with it only matters to what? To the Bible, to Jews?
No, well,
I don't think Hindus need to worry about getting away with it.
They're concerned enough to go to Israel to be proclaimed Noahides and monotheistic.
Well, I mean, some of them are. Some of them are.
But most of them want to be monotheists, and they want to be known as monotheists, and most of them don't like that term being applied to them. Idolatry.
Look, that's not my understanding. I mean, I would say maybe an element are. Maybe Ulrich does, but I would guess that the majority of Hindus could give a crap about
It
conforming
wasn't
to
nobody. You know the
Judeo-Islamic
American
standards.
Foundation. The Hindu American Foundation is the largest Hindu organization, really.
Okay, in America.
Yeah, in America, but
Yeah, I mean, in India, generally, they could give a crap about conforming to.
well, there were a lot of Indian gurus that weren't nobodies that went and got that certificate.
Yeah,
I
because they just want to be appeal to Western norms, but do they actually care? Besides just and even do they actually believe it? They'll just say that for the benefit of appeasing Jews or Muslim American Western critics. But my guess in India, with Hindu nationalism rising, is that, and especially the persecution against Muslims, is they don't give a crap what we think. They're not changing their
they're
a
very
belief system in order to get away with something. They
they're
just
not.
think that
No,
we're,
they're not.
they just
That's
think
the
that we're
point.
wrong.
That's the
They
point.
think that
That's
we're
why I
wrong.
left Hinduism. You're not understanding. I left Hinduism because the point is they're not breaking the Noahide laws. They are immaterialist.
Yeah, but you're talking
monotheist.
about American Hindus that are trying to.
No. In general, most Hindus like Ulrich that I have spoken to across the board believe that God is one and is immaterial and is not this. It is not an animist religion.
Oh, okay. Even if I accept that, but saying you're only speaking to Hindus that speak English, and if you say, well, okay, of the Hindus that speak English, maybe the majority.
I talk to lots of Indians and Hindus in India, not America.
You're claiming that the majority of non-English speaking Hindus give a crap about whether they're accepted as monotheistic or not.
Okay.
And I'm just making that first before we argue that, because you're making this huge claim that because generally as a Jew, and like I've had a lot of pushback from Hindus that just say, I don't give a crap what your Bible says. And here you're saying like, no, they're trying to get away with, so like this level where they're.
No. Okay.
I mean, most Hindus have the balls to just say the book is false. I don't give a crap what it says.
I take back
saying that Hindus are changing their religion.
I take back that they're getting away with it. They're not getting away with shit unless it's astrology. Right now they said they're not getting. That's why I'm no longer a Hindu, because they believe in one immaterial God, and that's why they got that certificate. That's why they got that certificate. Whether they wanted it or not, they have the certificate. So they don't have any conflict with the Noahide laws, and that's why they just don't care about them. They're not in conflict. They're not in conflict. There's no conflict there.
You're saying that they care whether they're in conflict with the Noahide laws.
Enough of them do, yes, that I've met. Enough of them. They.
And what do you think that you think that represents? A majority of Western Hindus, a majority of Hindus overall. What percent of Hindus do you think
Indian and Western Hindus? Look, most Indian Western Hindus, if you went to them and said, you know what, I'm a idolater in the real sense. I believe God is many and takes material shape. And you know what, the U.S. government, even though it's not official law, they did make this really big official statement that these laws are the foundation of America. And I really think that that's wrong. And, we should have that repealed. They would say, who cares? Go away. I don't want to hear about that. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? They're just not going to react and be like, oh God, I understand you. I understand why I'm an idolater and blasphemer too. No, they're not going to come out and say that. They're going to say they're going to say I'm not an idolater. I don't practice idolatry. I don't believe God is many or takes material shape. This is what Ulrich said. That's why he didn't care about the Noahide laws and he thought they were a good idea. And that's why lots of Hindus do think that it just doesn't matter.
Okay, I mean that's just your
experience.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say because I've done interfaith with Hindus for a long time.
Not about the Noahide laws.
And I've been to a lot of different Hindu temples, and I would say there's a substantial difference between Westernized Hindus.
These are Hindus and Westernized Hindus.
But I mean, there's Hindu temples where basically. They speak English as a second language. They bring in priests from India. The priests from India hardly speak English. There's almost no white body people that ever go there. They're not trying to appeal to gain like Western converts. They're not necessarily and there you have much less desire even to appeal to Western standards.
Yeah,
and the people blatantly disregard the Bible. The people would care less about the Noahide laws. And if you talk to them about
they don't care.
They would just tell you this stuff is 100% false.
Conversions going on over there. in India. They don't care about just stopping the conversions. They don't look. The point is they're just going to.
Are you even acknowledging what I'm saying?
You're
That,
no.
like,
You're
I
saying
say,
that.
like, I
You're
would guess like
saying that
50%
I,
of
who
the
ran
Hindus
Hindus for
I've met
Trump, who
could care
supposedly
less
was a
about
Hindu for 10
whether
years,
it
traveled
corresponds
to
to the
India.
Bible or
I
not, and
supposedly
they
know
have the
nothing
balls
from
to
the
just say it's
thousands of
false.
Hindus that I've interacted with on this message who don't give a shit and tell me to shut up and stop talking about it. You're saying that like just counts for nothing. All my experience and why I actually
You're
left
saying something
Hinduism
different.
and why I was thrown out of Hinduism. I wasn't thrown out. I was hounded out of Hinduism for being an anti-Semite because I discuss these things. And don't tell me that they don't care. They care to silence discussion about it because they don't think it's a problem. And their only message is, well, we're not.
Experience.
Okay,
You know,
well,
like I've
we
had
have different
experience also with
experiences, but my
thousands of
experience
Hindus.
was deep enough and with enough Hindus that I decided to leave. And I said, fine, you're monotheists who believe God is immaterial.
Okay,
and I
fine.
want nothing
So
to do
that's
with
what
you.
happened with you. But you're making some sort of broad statement that doesn't correspond
Okay.
with wider reality.
Yes, I'm sorry. The wider reality is that Hindus want to be monotheists and believe that. Oh, look, Ulrich was accepting the Noahide laws because he's so learned in Hinduism. He knows that God is immaterial and monotheistic, and that's what most Hindus want to believe in. And then I want nothing to do with it. So that's why I left.
Well, I'm saying Ulrich is trying to appeal to Western standards and
No, he's not.
portray
He's not
Hinduism.
Western.
But
He wants to go.
are you rejecting my claim that half of the Hindus, even in America, and I would guess in India, it's probably like 80, 90%, just think the Bible is 100% false, and they have no interest in trying to correspond their beliefs to
They
fit
have no
into the
interest in their children being
laws.
converted in the hundreds and thousands over there. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, so what are you saying? That they're trying,
that
they're
they're neutral, that they're Noahide neutral because they don't feel it affects them. They're Noahide neutral because it doesn't believe it affects them. And the big leaders went over and said, okay, fine, we're monotheists. That's what we want to be known as. And they got their little certificate, and away you go. And the rabbis actually studied Hinduism before they gave them the certificate. It wasn't like just some kind of like, oh, let's give this little group here their certificate. No, they studied it and they went through it and they said you're monotheistic and immaterialistic enough to get this certification, and they gave it to them.
So this is just a group of people that met, and like whatever Hindu apologist were willing to say that to a Jewish body is not representative.
Okay, you think most Hindus are polytheists, really?
Well, these are all Greek terms. But if you're talking
about,
is
God one? Is God one in Hinduism, or is God many?
I mean, there's no
necessarily
universal theology of Hinduism.
I'm not talking about. Okay,
if you want to do it like break it down to scholarship
standard of polytheism.
Vince, you're just talking. You're just talking. We're not even in conversation here.
The point is that it is not polytheism, and so therefore I want nothing.
You're just repeating yourself. You're just saying the way I see it is the reality.
No, most Hindus are not polytheists. Most Hindus, okay, let's not say monotheists, are not polytheists. Most Hindus are not polytheists, and that's a problem.
Well, I mean, if you want to say it's a problem or not, that's a value.
Yeah, okay, well, it makes them susceptible to the Noahide laws and not giving a shit that it's spreading in their country or anywhere else in the world.
I mean, Hinduism has sectarians. You could look at polling that is polled the various sects of Hinduism and their general belief pattern. If you're going to put like, okay, well, how many Hindus actually believe in idols and have idols or have a polytheistic? It may only be 40% of Hindus, and you'd have to get into.
They're allowed to have idols.
You'd have to look theologically. Well, how many Hindus even have idols? And then of the Hindus that actually worship idols, have idols, go to temples with idols, how many of them?
Yeah, but that might not be illegal under the Noahide laws. That might not be illegal, so they don't give a shit. Who cares? They're not going to feel like, oh, I have an idol in my house, so therefore I should worry about the Noahide laws. They're going to be like, no, the rabbis say I don't need to worry, so what do I care?
Yeah, but if you're talking about belief on a person's heart versus action, so if in order to comply with like the Hare Krishna temple or something, if some guru is going to speak to somebody and saying like, this is what we have on our heart, and therefore can you still worship the idols because of what's on their heart? Or any idol in that sense, like the vast majority of Muslims and Jews or Noahide type people are going to say, absolutely not. You cannot have an idol just by claiming like what you think is on your heart. And that's why I divided up the second and third commandment, that there's having a graven image. And then there's the sin of the limbs and the sin of the heart. And so
you cannot, if you believe that that God is one, there are possible interpretations that having an idol, if you proclaim it as one God, that you are not breaking the Noahide laws.
No,
So
there's
they're go
no there's no exception to the third commandment of a graven image.
you know it's
So
a
even if you're a monotheist, like if Christians think that Jesus is the one God and there's only one God and they worship that one God Jesus, but they have an idol form, that's a graven image and it's a violation of the third commandment. You said, well, maybe they didn't
well
violate the second commandment, maybe they didn't violate the sin of the heart, but they violated the sin of the limb by making a graven image.
well they're going to let them get away with it until they've
Well, who's they?
uh,
It's just like some board of like rabbis trying to make money or
it's
do
the chief
interfaith.
rabbi of Israel. It's not some board of rabbis. It's the chief rabbi of Israel. So I mean,
What,
it's
the elected chief rabbi? You're talking the Ashkenazic, the Sephardi elected chief rabbi?
Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi.
Yeah, and saying there are politics behind that and saying most Jews don't necessarily accept his decision. That could be related to politics and like the greater war in Islam,
But
in the
they
sense
could
that
look.
they need to make good with the
Oh no.
Hindus because of the greater war on Islamic extremism. So it's political, and really that's not what Jews believe. They just need to make some sort of political alliance.
Oh well, no, well, I told them. They told them in the paperwork. They said, "Look, we're giving you this certificate of Noahidism, but it only applies to your theology. It doesn't apply to your everyday practices like astrology and like maybe bowing before idols or things like that. But they're not going to like they're it's a slow process to weed that out, and they just right now they have the theology certificate, and whoever accepts that, the chief rabbi, they are obviously speaking for the nation of Israel, and even if it is political, so what? It's a step in that direction, and the Hindus don't care about that step in that direction, and they're not going to stop the step in that direction. And anyone who points out the step in that direction is going to get hounded out of the community, and it's going to hear nothing but rah rah rah. We support Israel and the Jews, and shut up with your anti-Semitism. And that's what my experience was, and nobody's going to be able to rob that from me. And you're acting like I'm some nobody that wasn't a Hindu for 10 years and didn't run Hindus for Trump and I didn't have friends and ran Justice for Hindus, one, a big, not huge, but well known, Hindu rights organization, and traveled to India under its auspices and had everything paid for by Hindus. You're saying like, oh, well, your testimony is really means nothing, you
Well, it's
know.
just anecdotal.
Yeah, well, it's a big anecdotal test subject pool.
Well, I mean, even if that's the case, but okay, that's what you think. That's your story. Therefore, like what? Therefore, so what?
Therefore, I want nothing to do with them.
Okay, so it's just your antidote.
Yeah, well, that was my experience living amongst them and or being amongst them, and I just am done with it. And I think they're all a bunch of Zionist Noahides, and I'm really not interested in having any further. I don't want anything to do with monotheists who don't believe God is material. I just don't want anything to do with that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I understand that.
Yeah, but going
Is there
back.
like a therefore of wider implication? Maybe, maybe not.
Well, no. Well, I attack them now as like agents of the Noahide agenda, whether they're doing it willingly or not. Some of them are. I mean, there are. I've met Noahide Hindus, and they have Twitter accounts and stuff like that. Oh, well, I don't know if that one who has the Twitter account is his name is Noahidic Hindu, and he posts stuff, but he posts all different weird shit. So I don't know how serious he is, but I have met other Noahide Hindus, and they just generally don't want to hear about it, and they're anti Noahide. So therefore they work in that kind of agenda. But the thing with Ulrich and Claire is that everything to them is idolatry, and I'm saying it's a vodazara. That the term that the Noahide laws make illegal is a vodazara, and you just and also you can't use the idea of hidden idolatry as an excuse not to fulfill the Noahide laws. It's just Islam, I'm coming to realize, is just a watering down of the Noahide laws to allow idolatry and perhaps even blasphemy to take place without having to actually, go forward and actually eliminate it from society.
Once I'm cooking something in the kitchen, so I'm listening.
Okay. Claire.
Yes.
So it seems, well, at least he knows what I'm talking about. You can't equate your version of idolatry to a Vodazara, because, and a Vodazara is actually a physical offense that you're doing, practicing necromancy, inquiring of an ove, witchcraft, omen reading, tearing out one's hair in mourning, not allowing a witch to live, those different kinds of things. So, you have this, and Ulrich just call everything idolatry, and it really wipes away the meaning, and it really wipes away.
Well, I'm not going to prosecute it, so I'm not really that bothered. You're the one who wants to make it a hanging offense.
You're bothered enough to make it the reason why idolatry is permissible under secular Quranism.
Yeah, because I'm emphatic on wanting to keep the First Amendment, and you seem to be emphatic on wanting to abolish it. Well, I'm surprised at you, considering you're American and I'm not. So, I mean, I don't know how popular you think your proposal is going to be with your fellow Americans about abolishing the First Amendment.
Well, the point is for the Jews to take a little while to do this, and then
we can hurry them along. I mean, it's quite easy to hurry them along.
Yeah, I think even just for productive conversation, if you're trying to speak on behalf of other people, it becomes difficult because, okay, other people, well, that's not accurate. Like, this is what Hindus believe, and someone else will be like, that's not actually what Hindus believe.
You're very defensive and upset by the fact that, obviously, like you, I've interacted with thousands of Hindus, and I was so disgusted by them that I was just universally disgusted by thousands of Hindus that I wanted nothing to do with them anymore. I mean,
I'm not upset at all. I just said that my experience, in fact, and like I just pushing back that that's my experience, and you're trying to speak on behalf of hundreds of millions of people. I'd be like, yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think,
and I'm not disgusted by anybody. I don't care what you're disgusted by. I'm not disgusted. I'm not even disgusted by you.
I don't think you're obsessed with polytheism and want to make sure that you're in a polytheistic religion. So I don't think you sit there and talk about the Noahide laws and monotheism all day with Hindus to the point that you become absolutely convinced that they're going to do absolutely nothing about their children being converted and about, our government getting in bed with these laws, and are just going to tell you that you're an anti-Semite if you care. If you spoke like that all day with them, then maybe you would have a different experience. I mean, you only get what you ask for.
Well, I mean, God forbid, I heard, sat around, probably maybe even hundreds of hours, because I spent so much time going to Hindu temples, of Christian bashing. And I would say West bashing and Christian, the English bashing and Christian bashing was probably some of the most popular conversation of just general, even at the Hare Krishna temples, just people sitting around having a conversation. The most popular topic was bashing the British and bashing Christianity.
Well, they don't bash the Talmud, and when I take it in that direction, they don't get bashy of the Noahide laws or anything like that. They don't bash the Noahide laws when they don't want to talk about it because they don't really. It's an uncomfortable situation for them, and it's not something you're going to bring up unless it's brought up to them in thousands of emails to them and stuff like that, until they just tell you to shut up and go away en masse.
Yeah, I mean, so you're tying that because say, okay, like I found that Hindus generally, I mean, although there's a wide swath of variety, but generally are philo-Semitic and pro-Israel.
Yeah.
But they consider Judaism. If a lot of them know nothing about Judaism, some of them don't even know what a Jew is. People who know about Judaism, very few have actually studied formally Judaism, and generally look at Judaism as an ancient religion, ethno group that even if they think Judaism is clearly false, so even the Hindus that are philo-Semitic tend to just think that Judaism's false. That's just like, okay, that's your culture, that's your way, even though it's false, that's okay.
Okay.
Christianity is more problematic to them. So if it's just a Jew who would like, okay, like I've argued, definitely about like beef eating or something like that, to say like, no, you can't eat beef. Just because you're a Jew doesn't allow you to eat beef, or even the question of various things. But yeah, most of them just don't care because they look the Jews as a small people and they have their ways. And even if it's false, it's not
They
dangerous
care.
to.
They care if you're against the Noahide laws. They care about that. But also, look, if they're this streak of anti-polytheism, pro-Noahidism is coming from somewhere within the root of the religion. There's a poison root that is bringing in poison, and it just can't be tolerated. At least not in my book. I don't care if it's only one poison root or only the fruit is poison or whatever is poison on that plant, or it's in some kind of, in my idea, it's going to be an infectious species, and I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want even the possibility of this happening.
Well, you got to separate out, like, okay, if you're like a preacher and activist versus just like why you're making your own personal decisions. And so, okay, that's even maybe your Christian nature. Because if you look like, okay, a Jew, it's just, okay, well, I'm going to make my personal decisions. But it's okay. It's not just, is it just like, okay, here's why you made your decisions versus like, no, but you're an activist. You're trying to change the world. You're trying to change people's minds.
Yeah, I do, but that has nothing to do with being Christian. And you and Jen do that same thing. You take these ex-Christians and you throw it on their face every time. Well, you're an ex-Christian and you only think that because you're still a Christian. Like, I don't like that. That's like, that's just, what do you mean? What is that even supposed to mean? That because what are you saying that I'm saying that makes me an ex-Christian?
Because you care about changing what people believe, which is an inherent Christian trait.
Everybody.
I was saying, even like a lot of Jews or atheists or different people, they don't give a crap about what people think or changing what they think.
Care.
So like, why are you so obsessed with changing what people
I don't
think?
want the world
And saying, well, I'm saying that's a Christian attribute that you've kept from your Christianity, that you want to change what people think or believe.
Okay, you obviously don't understand that the way people think informs their actions, and that changes the world. Like, if I can't explain that to you and why I care about the way people think, because it actually converts into actions and like laws and social movements and children being trapped in cults like Christian cults or whatever cult they're being raised in, and allowing these different ideas to just percolate and take over society. Obviously, maybe if Jews think like you, then you deserve what you got. You should be thinking. You just told me that Jews don't care what other people think. Then don't try to affect the way other people think. And when everyone hates you, get genocided. I don't want to be like a Jew.
Yeah, I mean, you have to separate like why you're doing what you're doing yourself versus why you're an activist, or if you put it together. So just like, okay, like your activism is annoying, and versus just saying, okay, like you could have some sort of belief system that I disagree with, and that's fine, but your activism is annoying.
Well, then don't watch it.
Yeah, well, I don't watch it.
Well, then what are you doing here? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you're just coming to tell me, why is my activism?
Well, this is Claire's channel, and she invited me.
No, excuse me, this is my channel. And
or you're dual streaming?
Yes.
I see it on Claire's channel, but I don't have to be, or like, I guess if you don't want to talk, so maybe Claire did a disservice by inviting me to your channel. Like, I apologize in that case. Like, I didn't come to have issue or debate with you. Like, I thought if Claire did a disservice by pumping me on your channel, like I didn't mean to be an uninvited guest.
No, I mean it's fine, but the thing is that I think you're just triggered. I think you're triggered because I found something wrong in the Hindu community, and whether whether it's just a streak, I think that it's foundational in its theology, and so does the chief rabbi. I mean, if anyone, look, I'm the one who has the evidence that these people are more friendly with Noahide than hostile towards it. There's more philo Noahidism than there is hostility towards it, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think I'm triggered. I mean, you could think I'm triggered. I'm happy to just agree to disagree. So it's like, okay, that's what you think. That's what I think. I don't think I'm triggered by that. I'm happy.
Well,
to
I have my
disagree.
evidence. I have my evidence in the fact that they did trip over themselves to get this, that it wasn't small time gurus, and also they just don't give a shit about it spreading in their country, and they don't give a shit about public laws being passed that pronounce these laws as the basis of civilization, or that the UN Diplomat Corps promotes them, or that the Vatican promotes them, or that Freemasonry promotes them, and they just don't feel threatened, and they just want their they just want either they don't care or they want their certificate. They say, yes, please give me the certificate of Noahide compliance, and show me on your Noah wiki how you're infiltrating my religion and trying to change it, and I'm going to sit there and listen to you and still bargain with you on this.
I'm still not triggered by your activism. It's like, okay, we agree, and even if we're activists in opposite directions, like, okay, fine. Like, obviously, it's an issue. There's going to be people on different sides of, and we're on different sides of it, and you're an activist on the other side. I mean, I don't know why you're insisting that I'm triggered. Honestly, I'm not triggered. I don't get disgusted by people. Like, we first came on, we shared our disagreement, but no, I don't have any insistence to keep on pointing out our disagreement. Anyone was watching, they could say, oh, this is what Vincent thinks, this is what Duvid thinks. There's no reason to keep on going in circles on it.
Okay,
Vince is doing his activism, Duvid's doing his activism. Maybe we'll see each other at the picket line, or at the protest, or at City Hall, or on a stream. Generally, I try to be friendly, and I don't get disgusted by people. Generally, I don't judge people in the sense, whatever reason you're on the opposite side of this issue from me, I still haven't necessarily judged you. Like, God is your judge. And I mean, that's really all I had to say about it, I guess.
Okay, well, it sounds like you don't really want to stay, but okay.
I was hoping Duvid would say something more about Freemasonry.
Well, I mean, Claire's making this point that she understands the secrets of Freemasonry, and she's insistent that Freemasonry is not universal, but I mean, I think from most Freemasonic literature itself, it portrays Freemasonry as a mystery, and the origins of Freemasonry, even according to Freemasonic texts, is a mystery, and it claims to be universal. I mean, these days there's probably more Freemasons in India and the East than in the West. And I covered my essay about Freemasonry in India with Vivekananda. So I mean, you could claim, a lot of Western Freemasons would be insistent that Hindus aren't Freemasons, but I think globally now that Freemasons is probably actually more popular in the East, and the origins are disputed. That even the Western initiation rites, the Westerners who popularized the various rites of Freemasonry, self-proclaimed that the origins of Freemasonry are a mystery.
Well, I'm also somebody who claims to have solved the mystery of the Trinity and has the answer to the Jewish question. So I wondered, Duvid, would you agree that Masons are supposed to be Noahides?
Not necessarily. I mean, the Scottish Rite, you have a degree of the Noahide, but I mean, there's certain strands of Freemasonry that you could claim require monotheism, but probably more like henotheism, or even to say that Freemasonry necessitates not worshiping idols is not even clear either. But I mean, as a conspiracy theory, because you have to, as I said, the origins of Freemasonry are a mystery. There's one explanation that comes from King Solomon, some explanations that comes from Noah. but you could be like an evolutionary Freemason. You don't have. You could just say that all of these are myths, and even the Noah story is mythological. So I would say no, not necessarily does Freemasonry require you to be a Noahide. Obviously, there was a strong contingent of Jews in the West, especially America, that became powerful in Freemasonry, changed some of the rites, changed some of the theology behind it to push in that direction. But I'm not sure that they were successful.
They were, because first of all, it was in one of their charters that they were to follow the Noahide laws, and also throughout Freemasonry, there were sprinkled lots
But
of
there's no
Freemasonry.
universal Freemasonry. I mean, if you're talking
Well,
Scottish Rite,
it was in the Lodge Charter of England is where the Noahide laws were in the
but
Constitution.
there's no universal Freemasonry. So even if Jews were successful in changing a few of the rites, there's still no universal rite for Freemasonry, and not all of the rites are Noahide compliant.
Well, Grand Lodge England was or still wants to be Noahide compliant, and gave the Parsis Noahide blessing or Noahide status, and allowed them inside the what's it called, the lodges. But they did specifically say that they were Noahides in regards to being able to get in as monotheists, as opposed to Hindus at the time, who were sometimes considered polytheists, and though they corrected that later. But the idea that Freemasonry is totally free from any Noahide accusation is, I mean, it's all over in their writings, and then the 7 Noahide laws and
Yeah,
Anders.
but you're using unspecified pronouns because you're saying in some rites of Freemasonry.
Not in,
But you're making the category error because there's no universally accepted Freemasonry. So
anything
even if
coming
you're
out of the
100% right that a certain percent of Freemasonry has been co-opted and became Noahide compliant, there's still no universal Freemasonry.
Okay,
And
Grand
there's
Lodge.
global Freemasonry, and there's other rites of Freemasonry, and then there's theoretical Freemasonry.
Okay, yeah, like I'm not talking about co-masonry or anything. I'm talking about Grand Lodge of England Freemasonry, which is the largest organized Freemasonry. So I'm
I thought
talking
the
about,
Scottish Rite was the largest. I mean, but I mean, even if you're talking about the British national form of Freemasonry.
well, I mean, their constitution was the constitution for a lot of Freemasonry.
Okay, so even granting that,
I would say most Freemasons came under that constitution of the Grand Lodge of England.
based on evidence, I'm saying what I just said, that there's more Freemasonries in India among Hindus than in the West.
Yeah, but their constitution, the Grand Lodge of England is not just another lodge. I mean,
these days Freemasonry is less popular among the West than the East.
but Freemasonry surrounds the Grand Lodge of England. The Grand Lodge of England, their constitution is the constitution of Freemasonry.
No, it isn't.
You're
making a false claim that there's some universal Freemasonry or that there's a superior Freemasonry, and if the Grand Lodge of England Freemasonry says that all other Freemasons are obligated by it.
No. Grand Lodge of England is the governing Masonic lodge for the majority of Freemasons in England, Wales, and the Commonwealth of the nation. So at the time that India was in Freemasonry, yes, because it was the Grand Lodge of England that declared the Parsis to be Freemasons. It is considered the oldest. Okay. Well, at least it spoke for the Commonwealth when it existed at the time that the Parsis were declared Freemasons. So it at least works for them. So it's still was of Canada, of Australia, of India when it was. I don't know if India. Was India under their control? I'm not sure. Well, they declared the Parsis like Noahides in the 1770s, so yeah, they were in control.
Yeah, but what is it? How does that prove your point?
It's proving my point that laced inside there was a Noahide conspiracy inside parts of Freemasonry, and in the most important parts of Freemasonry.
Well, that may be true. So if you say like, okay, well, Jews or Noahide biblical people tried to do what you're saying, but they failed. It didn't work out like that.
Well, I don't think they totally failed. I mean, I think it was more of the fact of Freemasons trying to cuddle up with Jews. That's
I mean,
what
they
happened.
had some success, just like you're saying in Hinduism or India today. They had some level of success, but they didn't like complete the project. And I would say, looking at the world right now, the project is reversing. So whatever the heyday of the conspiracy you're claiming is, it happened in the past, and the tide is reversing direction now.
Well, it's not reversing on Noahide. I think that Freemasons don't have as much power as they had, and maybe they're no longer trying to promote Noahide on the level that they were, and just like they stopped promoting British Israelism as individuals when it lost its esteem. But I think that the Noahide laws themselves are picking up, and I think that Freemasons will take advantage of that again, and I think they will use their old connections to it to kind of get an in on that power structure.
Yeah, but you could at least argue the opposite in that, okay, when the British first brought Freemasonry to India and there was dispute, but they allowed Hindus to become Freemasons. And then there was a decline in the West of Freemasonry, but Freemasonry still remains relatively popular in India and among Hindus, to the point that there's more Hindus joining Freemasonry today than Jews and Christians. So within actual Freemasons, it's pushing more towards Hinduism, more towards polytheism.
No, but Hinduism is not. Well, I don't know. Can you find me hundreds and hundreds of Hindus that are willing to say they're hard polytheists and God is definitely many and inhabits the material world? Because I don't know where these hundreds and hundreds of them are that will get on my side. I don't know. Why did I just have? I have probably about 4,000, more than 4,000 Hindus on my Facebook group, on my Facebook page. Like, why did they all turn against me? Why did they all stop talking to me? Like, how is it that I just had 4,000 random Hindus in the right wing who are monotheists and don't give a shit? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, God forbid. I mean, not to insult you, but it's saying, are you sure that that's because they disagreed with you on this point, or maybe there was something toxic about yourself, and that maybe a lot of them do actually agree with you on this point, and they didn't turn against you because they disagreed with you on this point. They turned against you because they consider you toxic for other reasons.
You know what? They talked to me all the way up until this point, and they specifically told me to stop talking about this. And when they told me to stop talking about this, they specifically told me they couldn't talk to me anymore. I mean, it was like this wave, because I was sending out emails and emails and emails, and then you're just trying to get insulting and say, oh, well, it wasn't, they sent you out emails and said they didn't want to talk to you anymore about this, but it was actually because you had a toxic personality. Like, no, that's not exactly what happened.
I mean, if you say that, okay, if you maybe over anti-Semitism. So, okay, if you connected your belief in what was considered an anti-Semitic way, but if you hadn't connected it to anti-Semitism, maybe they would have agreed with you.
No, they don't agree with the topic. No. They know. They're not dumb. They didn't tell me. They told me, they said there's no hate in it, and it's this wonderful thing, and blah, 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 blah. They knew exactly what they were talking about. They knew that I was talking about the Noahide laws. I had said other things about Judaism before, and it was this.
So if they're not hateful people and you were toxic because you were trying to turn them into hateful people, it wasn't because you were claiming that, it wasn't because they were anti-polytheist. It was because they were anti-hate, and they saw you as a hateful person.
Anti-Noahide is what they are. Go to them and say, oh, there's this polytheist, there's this gay polytheist, and he actually cares that the government, made these proclamations that are anti-gay polytheist. And, do you think he has a point? Most of them would say no. Most of them did say no. Most of them told me I had no point. Most of them are just going to tell you have no point. Who cares if you're a polytheist? That's not me. I don't associate with that word. I don't want to be associated with that word. And it really doesn't bother me. And why are you talking about this? Can you stop, you anti-Semite? That's their response.
Well, and I can't argue with your experience, but if you wanted to look at some source of polling, like a Pew survey or national polling in India, and I mean, obviously,
Noahide law?
I don't think
What?
enough people know about Noahide laws that there'd be
Enough.
such a survey.
Okay, the ones that I know, the 4,000 people and the hundreds of people in my email list all know about it. Okay, and I can like get a sample from talking to hundreds of Hindus about this, and like actually having a whole campaign to wake people up to this, and I can tell you how people respond to it. Okay, like I actually have real world experience on this. I mean, no, I don't think any Pew Research started a campaign or is going to even question people about this. This is not something you're allowed to question people on at this time period, nor does anyone want to, because it would draw, the only people they want drawing attention to this are the rabbis who are explaining it in an approved and deceptive way in order to get people. They can spread it, but anyone else discussing it secularly on their own, like you need it. It's like the Jehovah's Witnesses. You need like critical thinking is not allowed. You need to read the organization's literature, and it's just like, well, you're not reading the Jewish rabbinically approved literature on this, so therefore you're wrong. You know what I mean? It's like that type of attitude. Like, well, this wasn't published by a rabbi, so it can't be true. It's and yeah, like you said, I mean, nobody's like sent out hundreds of emails to hundreds of people trying to get them to like wake up to these Noahide laws, and all the responses I got, and just everything, and people stopped being friends with me, and all this other kind of stuff over this. You know what I mean? Writing me back, being like, why are you spreading this? Not countering my arguments, only calling it anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? And then that Indian Illuminati people that you didn't want to hear about, and Jews infiltrating young Hindu right-wing groups and making them Noahide, and they didn't give a shit. And all the young Hindus were just calling me and giving me bullshit. And, I got sick of them. I didn't want to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, but maybe you're drawing the wrong conclusion and saying, I don't think I remember one time ever a Hindu or Indian ever bringing up or asking about the Noahide laws.
They don't. Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They just want you to shut up about it. They're anti-Noahide. No, they're not going to bring it up because that will bring attention to it. The only time that anyone is allowed to bring this up is if it's a rabbi, and then it's okay. But Hindus know if they bring this up, then people are going to be like, oh, well, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. It's not a topic that's kosher for temple. It's just not. It's not something to discuss. I mean, that's something for idolatrous, blasphemous homosexuals to discuss, and who wants to be one of them?
Yeah, I don't even think I knew like any Hindus that knew of rabbis. Like I was the closest thing to a rabbi.
Okay,
and most Hindus, they couldn't care about a rabbi. They're not looking for a person to be authoritative on Judaism. Like it's not even like as opposed to some of these things on YouTube, like Hindus never like want to an authoritative view of Judaism. Like they usually didn't care that much, or if they asked certain questions, that like I don't think they even cared like about a rabbi, or say, well, what's the authoritative position of the Jews?
But they don't know. The point is they don't want anyone.
You're claiming that all the Hindus you knew are like buddies with rabbis?
No, I'm saying they don't want anyone talking about this but the rabbis. No, the average Hindu, even if he knows about the Noahide laws, is not going to go into his temple and talk to his friends about it. It's something that's
I would say here in Michigan, there's probably like 3 to 5 Hindus who do interfaith with rabbis. And maybe occasionally they'll make an event where like tens of Hindus or Indians come to, and the rest don't care. So even if you have like 3 to 5 Hindus that are part of some like organizations, maybe some of them do outreach. Like, so one of these guys was actually like director of outreach at one of the Hindu temples, although that was a more liberal Hindu temple. Most Hindu temples don't even have a director of outreach. But the general congregant, they didn't care. Like that there's some director of outreach of the temple that was like meeting with rabbis. And even if they did sign some sort of proclamation, or most of them aren't even aware of it and could care less.
Okay. And obviously there's something different of where the Hindus where you are than on the East Coast. Because
it wasn't the priest these are like special Hindus that specialize. I just make this point. These These
They
aren't
love
Hindu
Jews.
priests. These
Jews
are
run all
special.
the organizations. They want rabbis to come in and give speeches. I mean, like they're total like whores for Jews, and like nothing can like
You're
stop
talking
them.
about Hindu temples that they're inviting
No,
rabbis to
I
give
would know.
speeches.
I was involved more in political Hinduism. I didn't know the temple Hindus. I knew the political overseas friends of the BJP Hindus and the BJP Hindus. I didn't know religious. I didn't talk
That's
to.
what that's so you just weren't listening to what I said. That's what I said. There's like a handful of people that do interfaith and relations and politics,
Well, it's growing, and also I don't.
but no one even really within the Hindu community. Most people don't even know who those people are and don't respect them.
Well, no,
And,
there's
and,
there's
and
a
you're
lot
talking
of
like the priest. I don't know any Hindu priests that are involved in that stuff. They're
there's
like
a lot of
special
Jews.
people that focus in interfaith
Okay,
and
yeah, you're right.
political relations.
The word Hindu doesn't work for a reason. This exists for no reason because there's not like this like mass love affair between Hindus and Jews that nobody's noticed, especially online. I mean, everyone's posting memes to kill Hindus because of how close they are with Israel, and I'm supposed to believe that I just imagine this Hindu Jew bye bye, which is a actual political term, Hindu Jew bye bye. I didn't even make that up, nor did I Hindu. So like I'm supposed to believe that I'm not the only one having this psychotic delusion that there's a conspiracy between Hindus and Jews. Like we're all psychotic.
Well, not because you're mixing things up. Like, yes, Hindus and Israel are aligned. There's an alliance, not just okay. So one thing, like almost half of the Western people that convert to Hinduism are Jews. For whatever reason, why Hinduism is so uninteresting for your average European, it's very interesting to Jews. So much so that almost half of all of the white people that convert to Hinduism are Jews. And then you have a separate thing of the allyship between Israel and India. And that involves things like weapon trading, the common enemy of Islam, and economic things. But I don't know if it's necessarily a conspiracy if you say two countries are aligned around a common enemy.
It's more than a common. It's more than a common enemy. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of things. It's more than a common enemy. There's this worship there. There's this level of worship, Jew worship, and it's and that they can do no wrong, and they're perfect, and anyone who says anything negative about them is just an anti-Semite, and they're just they're and they're blind to the Noahide laws and want to be blind. Okay, they want to be blind to that shit. They don't want to know about it.
Well, that may be. I mean, just like they don't want to know about Christianity. Like
Well,
I said, I
it's
heard
not
every
Christianity.
time I went to temple, I heard constant Christian bashing,
Yeah,
and I
well,
heard a lot of British bashing.
helmet bashing and never will. There's never going to be any such thing, no matter how big the Noahide laws get. Hinges are not going to sit there and be like, "Oh my God, have you heard of those Noahide laws? Oh really? I don't think they're such a good idea." Like that's not going to be happening. It's not going to be happening. Even no matter how big it gets, they're not going to sit there and like murmur about that. They're just going to be like, listen to all these anti-Semites who are talking about the Noahide laws, blah 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 blah. Like they do now. And so, they used to call me marked man because I spoke out against the Jews. I was a marked man. Like he's not going to get anywhere because he's a marked man. What do you mean marked man? What are you, like fucking assassins?
Well, yeah, I mean, common enemy. They're saying like, God forbid, Israel and India are allies in that sense that they like conceptually and say like, yeah, Indians are probably overall the most philo-Semitic,
Yeah,
at least in terms of like the extreme Zionist agenda. That Hindus and Indians are probably the most philo-Semitic of any nation in the world right now.
Yeah, they are, and that's a big problem. And I'm saying there's more than just. In the end, there's going to be
You're
more.
making a value judgment.
There's going to be more than just a political reason for them to do this. As the Noahide agenda, increases, there's going to be it's going to be a non-confrontation, and anyone who's going to have a non-confrontation with that is not my friend.
Yeah, I mean, but you keep on mixing up your own personal beliefs and political
No, but it's
activism.
just a non-confrontation. Like you said, they don't want to talk about it, and It's not that because I haven't made them aware of it. It's just that it's non-confrontation. That's what it is. It's just, oh, okay, next. You know what I mean? Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, because it's like group strategy, and at this particular time, Hindu and Zionist group strategy are aligned, and even to some extent, Hinduism and secular Jewish American group strategy are aligned.
Well, you know what? Then,
You
well,
can even look like Claire's perspective. You're like,
well,
I've had this argument with Claire and Zobita. You're saying like, well, how come the Jews are so against Islam, even though the Islam is basically 100% Noahide compliant? But because of group strategy, there's huge beef and conflict between Jews and Islam, and Jews are making overtures to even be like, okay, no, like Hindus are Noahide compliant, but the Muslims were at war with them.
yeah, well, yes, but this is not reversing. This is only going in one direction. Nothing's going to save the Hindus. I already know that. They're not going to wake up one day while things are being Noahidized. Like, let's say that.
That's why I said you're focusing too much on belief.
Okay, let's say I know it's belief.
You're focusing too much on what people believe. You're saying like, okay, it's not consistent if you look at what people believe, but if you say it doesn't matter that much what people believe, it's more consistent based on self-interest.
Yeah, it's consistent. I'm saying it is and is going to be more so consistent on the idea that they are compatible and that they can get along with this Noahide peace movement and join with Muslims and join with Christians and join with Jews hand in hand to usher in the legal system that is going to solve all of the world's problems from this kind of perspective for a short period of time. And they're not going to en masse say, no, we don't want anything to do with this isn't us. No, they're going to go right along with the rest of the nations and get right along board with that, and that's why I'm against them.
Yeah, but I mean, it could be, in a certain extent, you're talking about a new world order, and Hindus and Jews are aligned to some extent on this new world order, not necessarily in belief. So,
belief.
No, because there's huge inconsistencies between the beliefs in Hindus and Jews. It's more political alignment temporarily that caused Jews and Hindus to be aligned.
Yeah,
and it's mostly around promoting liberal policies in the West and the common enemy of Islam. It's not based on what actually Jews believe or even necessarily what Hindus believed. It's based on the current state of the world and political strategy.
Well, they're trying to make it about belief, and the thing is that they even state on their website that their idea is they want to examine the Hindu belief and weed out what is not perfect. But
that's just how people frame it. So it's just like Claire and hers, like, why don't we just label, like, clearly any ordering of the Noahide laws would have Muslims at the top based on just pure belief. But like practicality right now, the Islam would probably be at the bottom. And that's not necessarily because it matters what people believe. It's just like practically, like, we're Jews, we need our allies. And right now the Hindus are good allies and the Muslims are our enemy. So we're going to make it look like, just for a practical purpose, we're going to raise the status of Hindus and lower the status of Muslims. But that's political.
They're cooperating to the point that I want nothing to do with them and they're my enemy. And fuck them. And, that's it. I don't care to what degree you want to cooperate them. And I don't care if my interaction with thousands of Hindus, in your opinion, doesn't match up with reality. And somehow I was on a magic carpet ride and every Hindu I met, was mystically somehow.
I said. I don't know.
I know, but you're acting like you've had more interactions with Hindus than I did because you were focused on the temples and I was focused on politics. Maybe that's why I know more about the Zionism and the Jewish connections, because I was so connected to the political angle of this that's all I saw.
I wasn't connected to the politics at all. Like, I was exclusively involved in the belief and practice and going to the temple. I served food. I was on the welcoming committee. I mean, I talked like business, but I avoided politics. And I think most Hindus generally avoided politics. And so if you're just dealing with the handful of Hindus that are involved in politics.
Handful. There were thousands upon thousands at those conventions.
You don't think generally that Hindus are apathetic to politics?
No, not the ones that I was interested in. And there was a
Yeah, but
lot.
you're talking about political activists. I'm not talking about the anecdotal ones. I'm talking about generally
Not
of
anecdotal, they're
comparison to
very political
peoples that
people.
Hindus are generally apathetic to politics.
No, I don't think so. I think that's totally not true. That was not my experience. I don't think thousands of Hindus from, just appeared out of nowhere for these conventions. I just don't, if thousands of people in one state, in a single state, and not even
If you're
old.
talking New York, New Jersey, that has the biggest population. So I mean, like, so
Yeah,
like
I know. So,
here in Michigan, like, 10, 20 people show up, like it's nothing. And like the directors of these things are basically nobodies. I remember like, when these people walked into temple, they weren't even like honored guests.
well,
And but, maybe New York City, you're talking there, you have hundreds of thousands in like the area, the biggest populations. I mean, there's some like different areas, but you're talking New Jersey, New York, where there might be as many, Pennsylvania, as many as like 500,000 Hindus. So if 1,000 people are involved politically, it still could be like just a few percent.
well, that's true for everyone, but I would say that India is a very political place, even probably more so than America, though that's changing. But no, I mean, I had lots of people and organizations that I could get involved in that each had thousands of people. And I mean, the idea that you're not going to convince me that there's no such thing, even if it is 1% that are doing it, they're upholding it a lot. Okay, they're like upholding a lot of stuff and are really involved and are doing a lot. And if you have thousands of people that will show up, for your conventions, then I mean, you got something going on.
You saying there's still, I mean, there was the one Republican thing under Trump where Trump actually came and they, like tens of thousands of people showed. But you're saying still today, thousands of Hindus show up for stuff. I mean, even like Vivek Ramaswamy, even like thousands of Hindus. I don't even think 1,000 Hindus would show up for Vivek Ramaswamy, but you're saying thousands of Hindus show up at political stuff. What type of events are you talking about?
It was BJP. I mean, they probably don't have overseas friends of BJP where you are. There's not, like you said.
Well, they do like small, but you're saying that, but they're talking about Indian politics.
Yeah, they're talking. Yes, they're talking about Indian.
They're not gathering for like American politics. They're gathering about
politics.
Indian politics.
No, they're talking about Indian and American politics, both. They talk about both. But
Yeah, because they want America to support India, because historically America supported Pakistan over India, and Israel becomes the wedge lever that Indians get used to gain support for Indian foreign policy. Just like the false assertion that Israel represents American values, that Hindus are trying to do the same thing. But I mean, it's more practical about money and power than religious belief.
well, it is religious. It started out as money and power, but it is turning into religious belief. And the fruit is, the seeds are there. Okay, they've already planted the seeds, and I said, here are the seeds planted, and you're just trying to say, well, these are never going to bloom. And I'm just saying, okay, well, the seeds should never have been planted in the first place.
I know here in like Metro Detroit, most of those people are meat eaters, and meat eating is so disgusting, at least in ISKCON or among some Hindus, that they just have no respect for those people. And I don't know, like the BJP, maybe those guys aren't meat eating, but like, certainly in Michigan, the Hindu, the people involved in Hindu politics, they're all meat eaters. And among the Hindu temples, most people think they're fakes because they're meat eaters.
Well, I mean, meat eating in India, yeah, it's a lot. Okay, first of all, to say that, like,
is that the case with these BJP things? Are there like, do they serve meat? Do they serve meat at their conventions?
Anywhere you go, there's a lot of vegetarian and a lot of meat eating Hindus. I've been to Bengali events where they serve lots of fish and stuff like that. So
I'm saying it's like Judaism and kosher, that if they're having events that have
there was no meat.
If they're having events that aren't 100% vegetarian, they're not getting respect when they come into the temple.
They were 100% vegetarian. There was never meat, and I've never been to a Hindu event outside of a Hindu restaurant where there was anything but vegetarian food
But
there.
what
And
about the leaders of these? I'm just saying in Michigan, I mean, because they don't even have enough people to show up to events to but
okay,
I'm saying
well,
the leaders who are involved in this stuff here in Michigan are mostly meat eaters, and that causes them to have no respect, at least in ISKCON when they came to the temple. Like these guys aren't really,
on.
these guys are fakes and fraud because they're meat eaters.
Well, the thing is that maybe in the political realms of Hinduism, people don't care as much. But number two, I mean, I was never when I was involved in it. No one ever made a comment about these people, eating meat. I mean, it wasn't like, oh my God, and it wasn't, some kind of widespread conspiracy or secret or open secret that people were eating meat, and so therefore, we can't trust them. I don't think that that's, and if you did, that would be too debilitating to the Hindu community because there's too many Hindus who do eat meat, and I know that they have problems, the meat eating Hindus, but I mean, the thing is that there's always been eating in Hinduism.
Okay, but I mean, okay, the ISKCON and the Hare Krishnas are extremely strict in the vegetarianism and preaching vegetarianism. But and maybe a few other temples, like, yeah, you had a few meat, but like that would be enough that to just be like, I have no respect for this person. I remember like temple, like this person's a meat eater. I have no respect for them. They're a fraud and a fake. And here okay, so these people who are eating meat are teaming up with the Noahide or the political stuff. And
Oh, but now you're making speculation that it's only the meat eaters that are getting involved in it. That's absurd.
Well, I'm saying you said your anecdotal experiences, and I'm telling you my anecdotal experiences.
You have so you said that first you said Hindus don't ever talk about the Noahide laws, and now you're saying you have so much anecdotal experience of meat-eating Hindus joining Noahidism that you've just
No, I mean, I never heard these guys talk about Noah. I'm talking about the ones who do interfaith in politics. So I've never heard the word Noahide come out of their mouth.
Yeah. So,
but if someone was going to be Noahide, it would be these guys who do interfaith in politics. And I've been at the Hare Krishna temple when these guys came in, and they were afforded no respect. And I heard from the people specifically, like, this man's a meat eater. I will not afford him respect.
Okay, well, you're trying.
That's my anecdotal experience. Whether this person has even heard about the Noahide laws, I'm not sure. But if there was some sort of Noahide thing in this area, like, it would be them that would be involved with it.
Look, all of the people that are anti-Noahide laws are not meat eaters. Okay, not all these like non-reaction to the Noahide laws Hindus are eating meat. Okay, like, because none of them are reacting to it. I know, like, out of all the...
Well, it's the point that if a Hindu starts becoming Noahide, they start rejecting Hinduism. So they become like secular Hindus that are just involved culturally in politics and power brokerage.
No,
but the priests and the people actually believe...
That's not what that's not the plan. The plan is for them to keep their culture and everything so that they have a deep expression. They have a deep connection to their religion. You just weed out what doesn't work, like astrology, like psychic mediums, like things like that.
Yeah, so I'm saying that I don't think it works because my experience is these people get no respect when they come to temple.
No, I don't know if I don't think the Hindu American Foundation eats meat or, at least there was...
Yeah, I'm saying that even if the president of the Hindu American Foundation came to temple, he would not get any special respect or recognition.
ISKCON, but there are temples that host them, and
maybe even a few other temples that like ISKCON I went to every week for years, but I've been to another handful of times. I don't think a lot of them they get any respect at.
When it comes to lawsuits, they definitely win the most, and they definitely are legally, when it comes to legal prowess, are the big fish in Hinduism. And they went no.
But most Hindus don't. Most Hindus don't need to come on to their services. Like okay, they have like a Michigan Hindu coalition, but they don't. And there's one woman who is in the elected official who's Hindu, but she's a meat eater, and maybe it makes the people a little bit proud that there's a Hindu woman wearing a sari in the state, but she doesn't actually do anything for Hindus. Like, there's nothing that they could look and be like, oh, this woman's done so much for Hindus. And even the council here, and I don't even know in New York if maybe like immigration or visas or something, but like do they actually do anything? So in my area, like these organizations, all they do is interfaith and like endorse Democratic candidates, and they get no respect. Like they don't actually do anything for the Hindu community. That's why they lean Republican. Because one thing
You're
I
saying
would guess that all of these people are Democratic activists.
you're trying to say that this mass movement of anti-Noahidism is just like, oh, they're all meat eating
Well, I
drug.
mean, you're purposely using false words. Like I say, most people that never heard of the Noahide to be anti, they just don't care. And the few people that are pushing for Noahide, generally, they don't have an audience in the temples among the Hindus, and they're not respected.
Okay, you're saying that they're not respected. There are respectable Hindus who are involved in the Noahide movement, but most Hindus, when you talk to if I went to a group of 10,000 Hindus and I gave the whole stuff about the Noahide laws and I educated them,
I don't think so. I mean, you're claiming that there's respected Hindus that are involved in the Noahide movement, and I would put it on the meat eating aspect. I mean, maybe you're saying that not all Hindus are so strict on meat eating, but like most respected Hindus would not be part of an organization with Jews or Muslims or Christians that condone meat eating.
That's not true. I mean, they have Jewish Christian interfaith meetings. All I'm saying is that most Hindus, when they do hear, all you're saying, okay, if you're saying, let's say there's 1,000 people, and I've spoken to 100 of them about a certain topic, and they've all rejected me for it, I can say, well, okay, obviously the other 900 that I'm going to speak to are going to behave the same way. And,
But you have sample bias because you're going to political events that are aligned with these people as opposed to temples. So my experience is in temples.
But you don't bring it there.
I know the Jews who do this in my area, but it's saying like the Jews in my area who do this, like no one shows up to their events. So I'm talking like, so if you have a sample bias, maybe in New York, more people show up to their events. And therefore you have a sample bias because you're talking about at political events as opposed to temples.
Okay, well, it's still thousands of people, and also like all my friends.
But it's a sample bias because you're talking about Hindus that are politically active as opposed to your average Hindu that's not politically active.
No, I don't think that the average Hindu is not politically active. First, even if they're not right-wing Hindus, still a lot of them are very political in the Democratic Party. A lot of them are very political leftists. Just because you're not a right-wing Hindu doesn't mean you're not political.
I mean, you have like Vivek Ramaswamy, but I mean, my general sentiment was that Hindus are less politically leaning than, I mean, Chinese are probably even less political than Hindus, but you're generally like Hindus, they don't even know the name of their local congressperson or like mayor. They're not. They're like Jews are like the most politically active of all people. And I would say like Hindus may not be the least politically active of all people, but they're on the spectrum from the less politically active of peoples.
Okay, well, there must be a difference between, I don't know, I guess all the Hindus that go to your temple. I mean, when I went to temple here, I would meet Hindus I knew politically there. I mean, I would see them. And I mean, every time I went to temple. So obviously, they're a percentage of the population. And maybe you weren't talking to them about politics, or maybe they didn't see you at political events, so they didn't bring it up. But I just fail to believe that, I knew thousands of Hindus, literally thousands of them, and
but through an organization, not through temples. So I'm saying when at the temple.
Well, I knew it. Yeah, I knew it through my personal organization, and I knew it through different political organizations. But I would see those people at temple. They were at temple. It's not like,
But were they like on the board of directors? Were they like
some of them? Yeah, when I did the holiday thing, I went to all the different temples and I met all the boards of directors and I got all their emails and they were all on my email list, and it's just, yeah. I mean, there were people in the temples. I mean, it's not like when I would go to temples it was like vacuous and there was nobody there that I had ever seen politically. There was always somebody there that I knew politically. I mean, just because you're a temple Hindu doesn't mean that, you're not a Zionist or that you're not involved in the Democratic Party.
I got to say, like, a lot of times, I mean, 'cause I went over 10 years to ISKCON every week, and for like 5 years, I was going to 2 different temples every week. And most of the time, when like an interfaith or political person showed up, I was the one that went over and talked to them, and like not even other people were even that interested in speaking to them.
Well, you also spent a lot of time in ISKCON.
Yeah, I mean, so my most of my experience, but the ISKCON temples I went to were like 90% Indian. I mean, one of them was even like 99% Indian.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, and ISKCON might be more fundamentalist, like in that respect. Like they don't. ISKCON generally doesn't do interfaith. So you have like certain like white body people, but like of the Indian people, there might be a few, but generally they don't do interfaith. They have strict principles, like they wouldn't let a meat eater speak from their stand or honor them in a certain way. They have strict principles, like you have to keep the rules, and so even like these political people, and then the other temples that were Brahmanic, where you had Brahmins brought in from India that did the rituals. Those people were generally apolitical. Like you said, a board of directors and a outreach director, and maybe even someone politically connected. In fact, the woman who ran for Congress and won was on the board of directors of one of these Hindu temples. But the priests weren't really involved with that. And like, yeah, people want to do well. They like to see, their own kind in positions of power. But I think they appreciate that, like those people are going to like say and do anything and compromise in order to do that. And the priests are more straightforward. Like this is absolutely forbidden. And that's why I meant like the Noahide. Like I argued with a lot of Hindus, and most of them completely rejected that the Bible has any authority at all. That it doesn't matter what it says in the Bible. There's absolutely no reason that they would change their behavior at all to be more in line with anything in the Bible. Although they might have looked at an ally like Israel or Jews in general, but that was like as a people, not because of what we believed or our scripture, but more through like track record of common interest of being a dependable ally.
Coming that the thing is that look, they've opened the way. The seeds are planted. You cannot take out the fact that the seeds are in the ground. You're just telling me it's not enough seeds, and the seeds aren't being watered enough, and it doesn't have enough sunshine. The seeds should not have been planted.
But you're talking about like something messianic in a
No,
global order. So everything, the seeds are
fertile.
planted between an allyship between Zionist and India, but you're talking like a seeds be planted for a new world order of Noahidism, and say like, no, it's actually the opposite, because the Jews have went against their own principles by basically turning on Islam, even though Islam is largely Noahide compliant, and accepting Hindus as our ally because they were more useful.
There's nothing.
That's constantly what Claire is. That's constantly what Claire is complaining about. It's like, no, people don't trust Claire. Jews don't trust Claire because she's a Muslim. And you say, well, aren't I more Noahide compliant than Hindus? And well, we don't care. Hindus are allies, and you're our enemy.
Well, the thing is that none of these people are truly Noahide compliant, because nobody's supposed to have a religion or holidays or anything like that. So just because they're politically maneuvering a bunch of, it's all political maneuvering. Giving even Islam a Noahide status is political maneuvering. I mean, it's all political maneuvering, but it's going in the wrong way. But Hindus are
generally also, I think all those Noahide rabbis are scams, anyways. And like generally within the Orthodox community, like I never heard any of that stuff. Like most of those rabbis that are involved in that, at most they're political or they're unaffiliated people that are doing that of their own accord. They're not really respected leaders within the religious community. So I'm not.
I don't think that
you're all caught up with.
You just throw everyone under the bus
No, I don't throw everyone under the bus. I mean, if you're talking Chabad, but are you talking like these Noahide organizations? They're not usually Chabad. They're usually independent rabbis that have created their own organizations.
They're spreading it, the seeds, but you're not understanding that the ground of Hinduism is soft for the Noahide laws, and it's fertile. And where I'm saying you're sowing seeds in fertile.
Well, maybe, but I think that's just in the West, because Hindus are feigning acceptance, and so they're easily willing to ally or brought into Jewish organizations, because Jews are overly willing to accept Hindus or use them for our political purposes. But really, the Hindus, they're not they just don't like being rejected, not like having friends, and they want to be accepted. So they fall into this Noahide stuff because they want acceptance in the West.
Yeah, well, it's working, and it's working for a reason.
I don't think it's working in that sense. I mean, look at like Vivek Ramaswamy, and he'd be like, "Oh, the Jews love me," but like the Christians completely reject him. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy, like compare Vivek Ramaswamy to Nikki Haley, and like we'll see if Vivek Ramaswamy even gets like 2% of the Republican vote, and like so like his Noahide stuff hasn't helped him. Christians still completely reject him.
Yeah, well, it's just,
I mean, it's only the Jews might.
You'll never understand as a Jewish person what it's like to be an idolater and say, okay, there's at least some version, some level of a conspiracy against me. If it was a conspiracy against Jews, you would say any little drop of it is a problem. But when these things are reversed, someone cannot get upset about a drop. Okay, you're trying to say, oh, it's just a drop. You wouldn't accept it. You would not accept one drop of poison.
No, I mean, you're claiming that it's because of your idolatry as opposed to your anti-Semitism. Like the reason you're being rejected is because people reject your anti-Semitism, not because of your idolatry.
You rejected me first because of my idolatry. I'm against the Noahide laws because I'm an idolater and a blasphemer and a homosexual. And so you would never understand what it is like. You only understand what it is like as a Jew to feel that one drop of poison and say, I'm not tolerating.
God forbid, you're not the only idolatrous homosexual that I know.
Yes,
and
but
most idolatrous homosexuals are actually like part of the larger coalition of minorities with the Jews. I mean, that's like the anti-Semitism on the left or something like that.
Yeah, because
I said like, no, I mean, if you look at like until like the huge pro-Palestinian anti-Israel protest that really just started in the last few years, and even its biggest point right now, that generally the idolatrous anti-Semite, I mean, the idolatrous homosexuals are part of the coalition of minorities with Jews. That's like Jews, like, I want to be in favor of LGBT. They won't let me be part of the pro-LGBT stuff because I'm a Zionist. And even like Israel is one of the, relatively, Israel is extremely comforting or fitting, allowing to homosexuals and idolatry. That you have strong elements of people that hate it in a right wing, but Jews do a ton of idolatry and homosexuality in Israel, and that's part of the whole thing. Like, oh, Israel's like a Western thing because we don't persecute homosexuals, and also that Hinduism is very popular in idol worship in various forms, like even the whole music festival that October 7th was somewhat an idolatrous homosexual music festival. So, I mean, there's the different elements. You might be persecuted by some elements of Jewish belief, but in general, Jewish political strategy, like, no, I mean, like even like, okay, God forbid, we said that Western Jews make up the largest element of converts to Hinduism in the West, but like homosexuality, it's like that even more so. Like Jews almost dominate homosexual activism in the United States. President Biden himself said that the Jews were almost exclusively responsible for getting gay marriage approved. And like almost all the major like political donors, activists in the homosexual class, I don't know all of them, but like over half of them are probably Jewish.
David, do you think that's a good thing?
Well, I'm not making a value judgment. I mean,
you
like,
should. You should make a value judgment, David. You should do it.
It's like personally, I would recommend against it, but I say that my personal morals.
So you disavow like Harvey Milk and all these kind of Jewish activists?
It doesn't matter whether I disavow them. I'm not there.
Of course it does, David. The people want David's opinion.
No, they don't.
Well, yeah, they do. I mean, I am the people I'm asking.
Well, I say like I don't have opinions. I'm smart enough to not waste my time forming opinions because my opinion, especially when my opinion doesn't matter. So say like, okay, if Vince is going to be punished by God, if Vince is a wrong person for being a homosexual and idolater, I'm not his judge. God will be his judge. I could judge whether, okay, I want to have Vince in my house. I want to do business with him. I want to stream with him. And, you know, I can say like, okay, like if he asked me for my advice, which he hasn't, and he probably never will, I might tell him like, yeah, like Vince, I probably wouldn't do that. But like, you know, Vince never asked me, so I never, you know, pushed it on him. And that's stupid. That's how I approach it. And so
Yeah, I
I'm just
guess, but
I'm just talking about
even
the
in
facts
that
on the
very
ground.
matter of fact, non-judgmental answer, you are making a judgment. There's a judgment implied in there. Like, for
Well,
example,
yeah, that's
Vincent
my
didn't.
personal opinion.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's good. It's good to know that you have a personal opinion and you're not just hiding behind the facts.
And saying
Because, like,
what's the benefit of promoting my personal opinion that doesn't match to the facts of the ground? Then you say like, no, Judaism stands for this, and that's the point I always make. Judaism's what Jews do, and so even if I'm like Judaism is against homosexuality,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
is Judaism what I say it is? What some rabbis of the book say it is? Or what Jews do, what the state of Israel does, what the majority of American Jews do.
Real.
I mean, it's saying you're a part Jew too, but in that respect, you know, we've had these arguments a bunch of times, and it's like, yeah, I mean, just if you're just giving analysis, like, is Judaism what Jews do? And even Vince saying, like, some Jews are doing this. I'm not disagreeing with Vince that, like, he's right. Some Jews are doing this, but is it?
Yeah, no, Vincent thinks that all Jews are like Noahide, and they're basically the opposite. Like, in terms of most secular Jews are very liberal, very progressive, don't give a fuck about
Yeah, and you can say,
pushing.
well, Israel is contradictory. The state of Israel is officially funding Noahide organizations, and the state of Israel is one of the most friendly countries to homosexuality at the same time. So,
Mhm.
like, well, both are clearly true. So, like, but you know, because it's politics, or you know, however that's possible. But clearly, both are true at the same time. That Israel is promoting Noahidism and it's promoting homosexuality at the same time.
But Vincent's worldview is very much like there's a big scary religious bad guy, and it's Abrahamic religion, and it's coming for gay people, and like he needs all those dominoes to line up to have a coherent world. So there is a little bit of sort of mental gymnastics going on, I think, for
Well,
Vincent.
I mean, I'm willing to give Vince the benefit of the doubt and just say Vince is worried about Noahidism. He's an anti-Noahide activist, and you know, some of his understanding or breakdown of statistics is probably incorrect. But I mean, you still say that, yeah, like he has a right, so to say, as a pagan homosexual or polytheistic homosexual, to be worried about Noahidism and to be worried about what's
He
going to
has a
happen.
right to be worried about it, but you would admit it's like doomsday prepper level ridiculous in terms of how he's
I'm not
like,
sure. I'm not sure. I mean, saying like,
bruh, yeah. In what fucking
No, I'm not
conceivable universe
doomsday,
is a
George. I'm not
Noahide
doomsday.
gonna take over the
George,
world?
I'm
Like,
not do. I always say it's not taking over tomorrow. Don't put that on me. I've never said
okay,
that.
where in the timeline do we
it
get
just George,
Noahide
I'll
world
mute
order?
and let you go at this. But I'll just add in
I don't
that
even want to. I don't even want to
there's a
argue about
lot
this.
of
It's
Jews.
futile. I'm just
There's a lot
saying,
of
like,
Jews
when do we
that
get
feel the same
Noahide?
way. There's a lot of Israelis that are the same worried about Chabad or Haredim or Orthodox Jews and have the exact same complaint that
Yeah, but
Vince
there's
does.
liberals in the West that are worried about Christian nationalists taking over. It's all bollocks. Like,
Yeah, I mean, they're more worried about Christians than Noahidism. So I mean, Vince, I like Vince because it's interesting research. Like Vince is just thorough in his research, and he put together more than I knew. Like I've been following Chabad my whole life, and Vince had more research on the topic than even the top Chabadsters. So I could appreciate his research.
yeah, is that the organization that like fucking runs Russia? Like, is that they like the? Is that? Am I thinking
They
the
don't run
Orthodox?
Russia, but they're the official Jewish representation. They've
Yeah, they run Russia for sure. Hey, so like, all right, so like, fascinating. I don't want to interrupt. You can go back to what you were talking about. I just think I'm just saying, Vincent. I don't think the Noahides are coming for you, buddy. I think it's okay. That's all I was saying. Someone in the chat says Masons are Noahides. That's interesting. Didn't know that. Don't think I believe it either.
The point is that something is going on and nobody else. See, you're just expecting me not to care because if there was some anti-straight white man like law that was growing, it wasn't big, but it was on its way, you'd be like, oh my God, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But like, you know, since it's idolatrous and blasphemous and homosexuals who would be affected by this, it's like, stop talk. See, you think that any talk of it is too much talk of it and is over talk of it.
I just don't think it's something that if I was you, I'd be worth worried about. Like, for example, I think in the West specifically, people are moving away from religion. There is an increase in like Islam and stuff, but overall, like as you look at like the trend across the last century, definitely becoming a lot more secular,
Yeah,
definitely
but
becoming a lot more
so is the
progressive,
Weimar
a lot more
Republic.
liberal.
So is the Weimar Republic. I mean, things can. Islam took over Egypt in like 15 years.
Yeah, look, if you think that like radical Noahide Islam is going to take over Europe, then I would get on the bus of like supporting white people.
Yeah, I mean, most people are worried about the opposite. I mean, generally saying like the gay mafia, to some extent, like they're having much more success than any Noahide or Jewish organization right now.
I don't know
Look,
too much about the gay
I mean,
mafia,
some
but
people might claim the gay mafia is uh, overrepresentative of Jews, but I was saying like in America, people are worried about the trans and the push further the drag queen story hour and stuff like that. And you're saying like it doesn't look like Noahidism's taking over. It looks like the opposite.
that's going there's going to be a backlash to that, and that's what's going to lead to Noahidism. This people are going to fight back against.
You're saying
Yeah.
the proof that we're losing is that we're winning. You're saying no, like we're going to lose because we're winning right now, and because we're winning, there's going to be backlash, and we're going to lose. So I mean,
Well,
there's really no way to
really
contend with that argument. I mean, you do agree that right now your side is winning.
No, it's still
Here in
very
Michigan, even they just had
vulnerable.
like a satanic, like okay, the menorah thing, but like Michigan, the first time this year, they had like a satanic idol placed on the Capitol, in front of the Capitol this year.
We're still weak. We're not all powerful like.
But okay, you think that you're losing because now that like a satanic idol for the first time was placed in front of the Michigan Capitol, and that's a sign that you're losing.
Well,
or like all like
look,
the drag time story hour and stuff like this. That's a sign that
weak,
you're losing.
when you're a weak minority, that's not enough. That's like we're still surrounded by seas of enemies that would like to.
okay, listen, Vincent, gay people are not a weak minority. They're
Yes,
no longer okay. Well, let me give you an example of why I think they're not. Okay, they're no longer persecuted in the legal system or culturally. They represent some of the highest net worth individuals in society. Often in gay couples and gay households, they have the highest degree of disposable income. There's actually something called the pink dollar or the pink pound, which is like profound. The gay people have an enormous voice proportionally to the actual numbers of them in politics and in media. I really do not believe gay people to be an oppressed victim class in any fucking sense whatsoever. So I'd love to hear how they are.
Even if we're oppressed, we're a minority and we're not organized society this way, and so that's why we're unhappy. So if look,
No, you're unhappy because anal sex is deeply unfulfilling and you don't have any families. So that's why you're unhappy. It's not because of like you're oppressed by the system. You sound like a woman right now.
No, it's because we didn't create this world, so it's not built for us. It's built for everything that was built.
Well, no, yeah, if you want to get super Freudian about it, the world, if you like, civilization is built and maintained because people want pussy at the end of the day. Like, the idea of a man trying to find and provide for a woman and like and building a family, that is a basic core structure. It used to be clans, then it became nuclear families, but basically the impulse is the same. Homosexual men don't build and maintain society because they don't have the same drives and impulses. I don't want to get too fucking Sigmund Freud about it, but like that's basically what it is at its core. It's sociosexual. So the reason society is not made in your image is because you guys have never made a fucking society. And every time society does get too decadent and too gay, it kind of collapses, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm the prophet of saying the problem is that we're not.
Here we go again with you being the prophet. Fucking hell.
The prophet. If they look, I'm not. All I'm saying is if you do it my way, you'll win. That's all I'm saying.
Who's you at the end of the day? Because most men, right, still have that same desire to, they have that desire for that family or that plot of land or that autonomy, that self-governance, and they'll follow whatever system basically allows them to do that and puts as much freedom in their hands and money in their pocket as possible. I don't see how eradicating all the women and promoting a society of like everyone being gay. I don't see how that helps the average man. Most people aren't interested in that.
Oh no,
Most
you
people.
have to do it slowly. You have to take over these things slowly, and you have to infiltrate, and you have to invent the artificial wombs, and you have to get surrogate mothers. I mean, it's not like I'm not
Yeah,
saying.
no, obviously, but like you just need a lot of people and a lot of support and a lot of will, and I just don't feel like that's ever gonna be a thing. But I don't want to black pill you. I think it's cool that you have your goals.
Well, John Vance is on my side now, so at least I've been doing it, what, 6 weeks now.
John Vance had sex with a tranny and lost his mind. That's not the same thing as being whatever you are.
God forbid.
Yep, that happened.
God forbid.
Well, okay. Well, at least I have a follower, so I'm happy.
I think you can judge a man by his follower, don't
Yeah, I
you
mean,
think?
the same way that he was clarifying, because, like, well, I mean, like when John Vance, I first met him, he was like a nationalist in Canada with some like party I'd never even
Then
heard
he
of.
gravitated towards Islam, subjugate the women. Then he realized that there's no women to subjugate. If you can't have the girlfriend, become the girlfriend. Now he's adopted the whole transsexual thing.
Yeah, God forbid. I mean,
Look,
I mean, I'm not his judge, but I mean, we'll
look, I
see how
think what
long
it
that
proves
lasts.
is many of these political ideologies. I don't think it's the same for the whole thing, but many of these political ideologies, at the core, it's socio-sexual. No one wants to admit it. No one wants to talk about the dark psychology that underlies much of human nature. But the truth is, especially when it comes to any right-wing group, like the last three groups that John Vance has been part of, nationalism, Islam, and Vincent Brunoism, all three stem from like weird socio-sexual things of like there's just a whole generation of young men who aren't getting any pussy. It's where the incel phenomenon comes from. It's where this reactionary LARPing comes from. And it's the corruption in the sexual marketplace and the difficulty of like one man to provide for a woman that has created all of this downstream political nonsense, in my opinion.
Even
So
Vince has changed his belief system like every few years.
Right. I mean, Vincent is a special case because he's motivated by a slightly different set of parameters, right? Like he's different from like the incel who wants to stop demographic replacement because he wants to as like a sexual mating strategy is different from the family man who wants to stop demographic replacement because he wants to protect his children. Is different from Vincent Bruno wanting to stop demographic replacement so he can have the young white boys to himself. It's all different motivations, right? But all the motivations are socio-sexual. That's the thing no one wants to say. Don't get me started on Claire Core's underlying motivations for why she does what she does. We could be here for a day, you know what I mean? I'll have a fucking field day with it. But my point is, it
What
goes
about
deeper,
yours?
right? Well, mine's different. I mean, like I'm on some weird fucking. I got given too much in life, right? I'm too privileged, so I'm always on this weird thing of like I've got to give back to people and help them, which is kind of cringe. I'm working on that right now.
Self-hating quarter Jew?
Yeah, kind of a little bit of that, even though I'm not even really Jewish at all. Like I've never set foot in a synagogue, but I've definitely LARPed as Jewish
Enough
to
to
kind
be
of as an
self-hating.
ethnic
You're enough
shield.
Jewish to be self-hating.
Exactly. I'm enough Jewish to be self-hating. And I'm also enough Jewish to kind of recognize that a lot of the animosity towards Jews is unfounded, like Jews in general, as opposed to the clique of very powerful Jews that run things like banking and stuff like that, which is, obviously those are two different groups, or rather one is a subset of the other. But no, yeah, I have a bunch of conflicting opinions. People assume I'm in this for like clout or money or whatever. They couldn't be more wrong. But that doesn't matter. My point is, I am very aware of why I do what I do. I'm just
But you're not.
wondering if
I mean, as
I'm just
opposed
wondering.
to Claire and Vincent, you're not an activist. You're just a personality who likes being public and getting in the middle of
You
things.
got
But
it. You got it. Yes.
You're not actually an activist for any cause.
There's no agenda here. I'm not pushing an agenda. No. If I want to make noise about one issue, it'll be
Well,
like
self-promotion.
because I think it's
I
important.
mean, your agenda is basically just self-promotion,
and fun. Don't forget fun and comedy and having a laugh. Super important. Super.
Well,
super
but
important.
that all is a form of. It's all about you. You're not here for a cause. I mean, you could argue that Vince and Claire are also. It's all about them, but at least they portray it like they're here for a cause.
Absolutely, yes. There's the veneer at least of giving a fuck about the broader social issues. And like, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, there are broad issues socially that I care about. Demographics is a great example, but much deeper. I think most of the issues can be solved at an individual level, at a psychological level, not some big social political bullshit level. So I'm much more interested in that. And I think if people can help themselves, that's the way they're going to do it, like individually. Like Vincent would do really well to just change his lifestyle in certain ways, and then I think you would find.
I mean, Do you just disagree with Vincent, or do you dislike him?
I think,
Or you say-
yo, David, here's a real
You're
black
saying
pill. I think
he's
Vincent.
likable and commendable in certain ways.
I
You
don't
just
know. I
disagree with
think
him.
Vincent disagrees with Vincent. I think it's changes to Vincent's lifestyle would make him care a lot less about this weird Noah Hyde shit.
But I mean, you do see Vincent's positive qualities.
I do see Vincent's positive qualities. He has many. He has many redeeming qualities.
But you think if he wasn't an activist, he wouldn't. He would just disappear for streaming. He wouldn't.
Yeah, look, there are some people who are activists, and it not only is it good for them, but it's good for the world. Claire and Vincent seem to be using their various activisms as copes, to use an internet colloquialism, as like defense mechanisms, as coping mechanisms. And again,
maybe
the
you're just an
underlying.
extrovert. And saying maybe you're just extrovert, or that's just their comfortability in social interaction. You're just an extrovert, or you like people or talking or having fun, as opposed to them like they like social interaction around a cause.
I think it's deeper than that, and I think you know it, but it's okay. I mean, like, yeah, maybe.
I'm saying
top
deeper
one.
than that. That's like some exception to normal human nature. That Claire or Vince is it is not like it's just normal human nature. It's not exemplification of some sort of a psychological disease. Or
I think we've
you're
deviated a
saying like, no,
long
these guys have a
way.
psychological problem, or even if you're saying that you don't like the way society's going, and people like Vince and Claire are symptomatic of the problems with society, but not the other way around, where Vince and Claire are not necessarily fundamentally problematic. They're just symptomatic of the problems of society.
Yeah. And I find them amusing as well. Don't get me wrong, there's some value to be attained from both of them in terms of comedy factor. They haven't realized that yet, but they are sort of a comedic duo in waiting. They would both benefit greatly from taking themselves less seriously and realizing that this is just the fucking internet, mate.
But that's the personality different. That's a personality difference in saying like that's your personality type, not their personality type. They always take themselves seriously.
How finite do you believe personalities to be? Because we could talk about this ad nauseum, I guess.
Well,
But yeah,
they're largely stable over a lifetime.
especially once you get to sort of our age. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, once you become an adult, young adult, your personality is largely stabilized over your lifetime.
Yeah, can't teach an old dog new tricks. So, you know, I don't know. I'm just, in the meantime, I'll just play devil's advocate. I'll just ask them questions about militant homosexuality and secular Quranism, and just kind of stir the pot a little bit. Obviously, actively encourage them to partake in the Cube, which you should also partake in, David, because the Cube is very up your street, I think. You'd benefit
I don't
from
even
that
think I've heard of the
greatly.
Cube. I mean, I know there's that horror movie, The Cube, or there's some
Amazing.
new slang Cube.
Okay, so basically what the Cube is the Cube is a social experiment that started maybe like 3 or
Is
4
it based
months
off
ago.
that horror movie where these people like put in the cube and like have to go room by room or die a horrible death?
That sounds
It's kinda like-
absolutely. I actually think I know exactly what you're talking about. No, it's not. There's also a game show called The Cube. I think
Well,
it's just the
it's
name.
like blue pill, black pill, and saying like, okay, like the cube, like this horror movie where you're like mysteriously put into the cube by the system and you have to navigate through, like, or if it was that, because
Yeah, I
saw
actually
it.
think I've seen that movie.
That's why I was thinking when you said the cube and sometimes like social.
Well, it's kind of like that, right? It started 3 months ago.
in the
It's
same way, like
essentially
using the term red pill, blue pill that comes from the Matrix. If you're saying the cube comes from those cube movies, or is like no, it has nothing to do with those movies.
I don't think it doesn't have anything. There's a lot of weird synchronicities around the cube, right? For example, the esoteric meaning of like Saturn and the cube. I don't know how familiar you are with
Have you
that
seen
kind of
those
thing.
cube movies, Vince? I don't know if Claire watches movies, but Vince, you know those cube movies?
I didn't know there was
I
more than
don't.
one.
What do you say, Vince? You seen it or not?
No, I haven't.
You hadn't even heard of them?
No.
I think there's at least 3 of them, and they're pretty decent horror movies. I mean, they're not like popular like Saw, but they were relatively popular. And you know, like where there's a whole bunch of rooms in a cube, and they move around, and you have to get out, and it's like a
puzzle in every different room, kind of like
it's
Squid
a metaphor
Games.
to how messed up society is, and like the system just puts you in this horrible situation that is like a like a puzzle to get out of. And it's like the cube would be another word for the Matrix, and the same thing. Look, you're part of the Matrix, and that's why I meant if you meant the cube.
But David, I don't think you even
the
understand how
Matrix.
deep what you're saying is in terms of symbolism. Maybe you do. I don't know how much you've looked into Kabbalah or
Yeah,
Western.
I'm a Kabbalah dude. Symbolism. That's my
Oh,
thing.
okay. So the whole thing of the cube being like
Freemasonry.
the cube is
Freemasonry, the science of
okay,
symbolism.
okay, all right. In symbolism, the cube is obviously like breadth and depth, space and time. It's Saturn because it represents like being trapped in matter, like the cube of matter. It's very much like a there is a whole thing around esoteric kind of religions and Freemasonry and the use of the cube and how a cube like unfolded makes a cross and how the people wear it's not a menorah. What's the cube that Jewish people wear on their head or they put on the door of their houses, like the actual black cube? The Muslims pray to a black cube
The Kaaba's
in
a cube,
Mecca.
the tefillin's a cube.
Yeah, so there's all this esoteric cube. That's kind of where the cube comes from. I'm sure the writers and makers of those movies were suggesting or hinting at that also maybe. But the point being, David, the cube is a group chat full of people, all of whom have either extremely eccentric, interesting opinions about politics, philosophy, or whatever, or actual diagnosed mental disorders, schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, etc., etc. These people have been allowed to coexist in a space for a couple of months, and the weirdest dynamic / hierarchy / content factory has emerged. I really feel like you would do well to be a part of it. That's what the cube is, just to clarify.
Just to mention, like, because I don't watch many movies, but like I did see those cube movies, and they're actually pretty brilliant. And they came up with a series, and even the first one's like, oh, it's this like failed government experiment to like get people to change their behavior or to punish criminals. And then in the later cube movies, like everybody's put in the cube, and it's like it started out as a government experiment to get people to change their behaviors, maybe criminals, and then eventually just random people are thrown into the cube. And so it's kind of like the Matrix in that. And where it's this like a device to correct behavior in some sort of it's a dystopian conception. So I think the cube movies are quite powerful in that symbolism, where the cube could basically just mean the Matrix. Like I'm like the system, I'm being tortured by the system, and I helped I helped build the system. So like in the later movies, like the guy's like, no, I built this. Or it's like, I just built a part of it. That whole thing, I was just a cog in the system who was designing part of the cube, but then maybe he could use
I need to watch this second and third movies.
I mean, they're kind of just silly horror movies like The Saw, but it does have that deep symbolism where it's like, no, I I got put in the cube, even though I was just working for the government building the cube, and I didn't even know what I was doing and just some part of it, but now I'm in it. And like, can I use that knowledge to escape it? Similar to the Matrix. But I mean, if you're saying that the cube now has like symbolism for like the gay mafia or like trans drag time story hour, or it could be symbolic to any form of like 1984 dystopianism.
Yo, Michelle, if you're listening, could you please tell Lewis to clip the last 1 minute of David speaking, because it will be super useful for like reels in the future.
God forbid, like but the analysis of the cube movie. But yeah, I think that like
I think it would be funnier without the context, just you talking about the cube, because it will sound like you're talking about the group chat, and it'll be fun. Like, don't worry, it's just David, I need you to join this group chat. Okay? I need you to help build the cube.
Was it on Discord?
It's on Telegram, David.
Oh, I'm not on Telegram, but
yeah, Telegram. Listen, Discord.
Too toxic. Discord's already almost too toxic for me.
No, Discord is way worse than this Telegram. I agree with you. The majority of Telegrams are just like weird Nazi LARP shit. This is different. Like, I do need to download Telegram. Cooler
if it was like the Matrix based on the Cube movie than wherever you're thinking the Cube.
It's the same thing, dude. Don't worry about it. Claire, you've been in the Cube. I'm sure you're a big proponent of the Cube. Claire, I think, is the Cube's biggest fan.
Yeah, I mean, God, Claire's like the exact like type person who would build the Cube to toss people in, but would then get tossed in herself.
You won't enjoy the Cube. It's just full of crazy, stupid people sparking their disgusting filth.
But George, were you part of the
clipping all of this? This is so good.
What worse than the radical? What was the David Perry group, or were the radicals, or the Claire? What was that group you were part of with Jay and David Irving and that guy William David Perry or something like that? The radicals.
Oh, I think it's called the Extremists.
The Extremists. I mean,
Yes.
were you too young, or you never heard of the Extremist Club in London, George?
I have to be honest with you, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds fun.
I mean, it was like a bar, or like a lounge where extremists used to gather and have like talks. And David Irvin was there, and that woman who used to make the anti-Semitic songs. But it had all types of people. Like the head of it was a gay Christian.
David Parry, whose ancestor composed Jerusalem, something like that.
But it was actual
I don't
IRL.
think David Irving ever spoke there.
It was actual IRL, like gathering at like a coffee house or something.
Yes, in a Soho pub in London. But I went to a few of them. They were actually very tedious in that you know they weren't explicitly political, so you had to sit through people's movies and
They let you speak.
recitation.
They had to sit through Claire.
Anglo-Saxon.
They let you speak, right?
Yeah, they let me speak.
So how's the cube in comparison to the Extremist Club?
Well, the Extremist Club is more literate because it was led by David William Parry, I think his name is, who's gay, and a bit of a thespian. And I think he used to be a priest, a Gnostic priest. But I think he dabbles in all kinds of things.
Yeah,
Why have homosexuals just sort of ruined Gnosticism? It's so sad. Anyway,
he's a Gnostic also. I'm friends with him on Facebook. He calls himself a Gnostic priest.
But I don't think David Irving has ever spoken. But I have seen Alison Chabot at the Extremist Club.
But it's not still it. When did it disband, or is it still around?
I don't think it's going anymore. In fact, I remember David Parry complaining to me that I was a catalyst for having it shut down.
Or so, George, you're not an IRL kind of guy, or you would have showed up to the Extremist Club if it was still around.
Yeah, I mean, look, back in the day, people seemed a lot more. See, that sounds fun, right? That sounds kind of quaint and charming. You got this Holocaust denier and this secular Quranist and all these people kind of meeting for a pint. I think that's weird and eccentric and very British and very cool. What I don't do is like the IRL LARPy shit of like we're all going to go and meet up in a pub or a park and pretend we're going to change the world. That is a massive waste of time, and that does more for the intelligence services and for aggregation, gathering, and stuff like that than it does for actually helping any political cause, no matter what your agenda is. Climate change, racism,
I mean, it's interesting that Claire got her start IRL, not online. I mean, we're of a different generation, but I mean, Claire was originally IRL.
Yeah, I'm kind of the bridge between you. Like, there is a whole generation of Zoomers now who would not understand you guys at all, but I do get it that there was a world before the internet. I was very young. I barely remember it.
I mean, Vincent also got his start as an IRL activist.
What are you guys, Generation X? Is that what the?
Yeah, I'm borderline X and
millennial.
Millennial.
Yeah, top end of millennial. What are you, Vincent? Same.
I think he's saying millennial, borderline X. But he got. I was on internet from when it started, but when the internet first started, like most activism was still IRL, and I was in New York City. Vince is in New York City. Like his Hindus for Trump was probably bolstered by online, but it was mostly IRL. And then he's old school IRL, like Jehovah's Witness. I mean, he really got his training in activism from the Jehovah's Witness, and that's completely IRL.
That's super interesting, yeah.
I mean, that's even Vincent credits his, studious, disciplined nature to these causes from being a witness.
Aleister Crowley was raised Jehovah's Witness. He really fucked him up.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Oh my God! Yes, he was, girlfriend.
No,
yes, he was.
Out.
Google it right now. Google it right now, Vincent.
He was raised something.
The Plymouth Brethren.
Yeah, the Plymouth Brethren. He wasn't raised Jehovah's Witness.
Same shit.
One last thing.
Same shit, different apocalypse.
One last thing about the Cube. So in the Cube movies, everybody's just kind of like randomly thrown in there together trying to escape. And like part of the reason most of the people die similar to Saw, is because they turn against each other, and most people die because like another person turned against them, and their failure to work together. So that element is like the same with the Saw. And then in one of the movies, the only guy who escapes the cube is this like autistic guy, like cerebral palsy. And like I thought the deep symbolism in that one, where it's like the only normal guy was the guy with autistic guy, because he was the only one who didn't turn against the other people trying to escape. And so if I don't know if that's
I literally wish I'd seen it.
like
Yeah,
everybody's turning against each other trying to escape. And that's really like the current state of society, that everyone wants to escape the disaster we're in, and we're constantly turning against each other in order to try to escape. But at the same time, like our turning against each other is what's accelerating our own demise.
deep.
John, are we ready or no?
Anything else, Vince? Your stream got hijacked by the cube.
So many good clips in here.
What happened to Ralph? Like MIA. I get Vince. He's popped off his own stream. I guess Claire's still going.
I guess some people can only LARP for so long, David. I guess so. It's really how it goes. I think.
So I mean, Mike, I take it you're still around. I'm not in the, like Zobita's no longer on YouTube and Ralph's no longer on YouTube, and I hardly talk with Claire, so we don't bump into each other that much. Well, I saw you made it into the American realm. I even saw the clip of you with another infamous half Jew or part Jew, Hormaxer. I think somehow I saw that clip in like the Grace Thorpe. You got
yeah,
the Grace Thorpe crowd.
amazing.
I mean, so I guess you have a little internationalism. You cross over into some American streaming, but yeah, the British streamers that I had interacted with aren't active anymore. Zobita and Ralph.
Yeah, tough times for the Britnat internet scene.
You think that their channels were deleted?
Well, I don't know if Zobita's was deleted, but I'm saying Ralph isn't deleted. He just stopped doing it, whatever reason. He did like 2 streams in the last 3 months. Zobita, she might have been deleted. She moved to TikTok. Like I had Zobita on my channel, and she said she's like very active on TikTok, but it's just like Telegram. I don't want to keep on migrating platforms. I'm too old to keep on migrating platforms.
Do you like TikTok, or have you not looked?
I don't have any opinion. I'm just too old to keep on migrating platforms.
Yeah, I think I'm the youngest here, and I'm still too old for TikTok. I don't think you could be on TikTok, man.
I mean, you used to be on Zobita's regularly, so she's
on TikTok, I guess, but I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't psychologically be on TikTok. I think it would fight. It's just something about like even the YouTube Shorts and the Instagram Reels and all that shit. They're already bad enough. Like there's something really, really dark about TikTok. I don't know what it is. It's just faster. It's like more disposable, more soda for your brain. It's just more bad. It's real bad. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, you make it. I mean, I haven't seen like the value judgment, but it could just be a different demographic, different international.
Oh yeah, it's iPad kids, dude. Like they are like superior because they'll adapt to the technology. I think we're going through like a real bottleneck right now, and the autistic iPad kids may come out on top in the end.
Do you watch Rick Beato?
No idea what you just said.
Rick Beato, he's a guitar coach. He's the most popular, like classic rock guitar coach screamer. He has a series like "What Makes This Song Great," and he reviews songs like top 20 greatest guitar riffs, various things. But he's a multi-million sub guitar coach. And I'll play the guitar, but I like classical music a little bit. I watch his "What Makes This Song Great" music theory, but he talks a lot about why music has changed. And like you'd never have like a Stairway to Heaven anymore because the attention span is too low. That like what made classic rock or even rock. I mean, maybe you're old enough like that, George. You like a guitar solo. are you young enough that you
Yeah, no, yeah. I can
like, you don't
appreciate. I
even
can
like,
appreciate a good guitar solo.
but he's saying like there's no new like guitar solos aren't a thing anymore, and like the song level, like there was a certain period in the 50s 60s where songs were like 3 minutes long, and then all of a sudden like in the 70s, uh I think like Light My Fire in the Doors, that was like one of the first songs that was like longer than the play limit, and they made a shortened version so it could be on the radio, and but then you start having longer songs, and but in the last decade, like it's back to the same thing. Like songs are all like 3 minutes long. There's no guitar solos. There's something called like autocorrect, where they're like computerized, where everything is perfect and timed perfectly, and it's the scrolling. So it's just something Rick Beato is always talking about in the changes in music and why modern music sucks, and why kids don't appreciate.
But does it suck, or does it just suck to us because we're older and our ears are more attuned to something else, right?
He gives arguments that like no, I mean like objectively, modern music's just not that good, and that even the better music that like classic rock is still more popular than what's coming out today. You
I
think
mean,
like
my favorite, like, not even genre, but like time of music is definitely 70s, 80s music. But I don't know if that's because I'm just like nostalgic and it seems like a time I never lived in that was better, or if the music is genuinely declining in the way you're talking about. Like, I don't know.
well, I mean, you might still have like classical or but it's like popular music where it's all like computerized mixed genre of quick. But I mean, it's constantly scrolling. So I mean, Beato has young kids. He mentioned like they he makes the statement like if Stairway to Heaven came out today, it would not be popular, and we'd be like it would just be too boring. No one would sit through the guitar solo. They would scroll through it, and like any of the even like Van Halen. If Van Halen came out today, it wouldn't be popular. They would just scroll through it, and it's part the change in technology that's made music worse. In that the I mean I brought it up because you were talking about the autistic scroll or TikTok generation, but it's just this constant scroll. Watch something for a few seconds and scroll. So it's like I mean, when I was young, like the radio would come on and it was like, Stairway to Heaven, and like, oh my God, like now I'm going to be listening for the next 10 minutes, or, even longer songs like Pink Floyd, The Wall, and just like, no way anyone today, like Pink Floyd, like no one would sit through that. They would just scroll on to the next thing.
Joe in the chat continues to elude me. I find this guy so confusing. He says quite rightly that the Doors superior band and they urinate on all. I think he means like all contemporary pop music. The first and only thing he'll ever agree with you, David, on. But the Doors are named after. Didn't Jim Morrison name the Doors after Aldous Huxley's book, Doors of Perception, which is a book
That's right.
about LSD and how you should take mind altering substances to expand your worldview. Isn't
They've
Joe
gone through to the other side.
relentlessly anti-drugs? I'm confused how you could be. Well, I guess
He
you could
still likes
appreciate
the Doors.
you could appreciate the music without appreciating the drugs, obviously. But I would urge you to consider how much the music created by that band was a consequence of psychedelic drugs. But whatever. Yeah, it's weird.
And the charisma of Jim Morrison.
Oh, what a character, huh? Yeah, 100%. We do have showmen like that these days. We do have. I refuse to believe that like those kind of people don't exist. I just think they're marketed
Morrison
so
British?
badly, and they're owned in these like 360 deals where they're forced to make shit, where like the art isn't in the music anymore. But I think that might just be a boomer take. As Rock Muncher in the chat quite rightly says, I don't know about Zanny XXX Killer 69, who's probably sick and lit and stuff.
Yeah, but Morrison was English. I mean, he was American, so he wasn't part of the British invasion. And
Shut
although
up! It's all influences itself. You don't get
well,
to
I mean,
take credit
Aleister
for that.
Crowley and the Freemasonry, Adolf Huxley or whatever. I mean, the Freemasonry permeated the music scene, like the classic rock. I mean, it's still probably like okay, like is Taylor Swift a Freemason?
Bruh, what are you tripping? What are you tripping about these conspiracy theories? What do you mean is Taylor Swift a fucking Freemason? What are you talking about?
I'm saying it wasn't conspiracy theory like in the 70s. I'm saying like Aleister Crowley and the Freemasons and like
Aleister
Black
Crowley
Sabbath.
wasn't a Freemason. What are you talking about?
Of course, Aleister Crowley was a Freemason.
No, he wasn't. What do you mean?
I mean, he created his own thing, but like, of course, like he was a British secret intelligence. and saying he was intricately connected to.
He might have been a Freemason.
He
Actually,
was
yeah, but
intricately connected to like the British invasion of rock. Like he was buddies with like Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath, and
yeah, but he was also buddies with like L. Ron Hubbard, who made Scientology. You could do this all day. Just draw. I too have some red string to it. I kind of connect random shit to it. Like, yeah, they're influenced by Crowley, but so loads of musicians were.
yeah, but I'm
David
saying these
Bowie
guys were
was
the
like,
most famous people in the world. It's not like okay, like some small time streamer but it's saying like these guys were the most famous people in the world.
okay. I think I'm missing your broader point, but okay.
I just bringing up because you mentioned Huxley and the Doors, and so I'm saying like Huxley.
Well, look, Joe's telling me that Claire and I are wrong, and that the Doors are named after a William Blake poem, which is said, but I refuse to believe that William Blake didn't smoke his own weight in fucking laudanum. But okay, like let me see, William Blake of the Doors. That's fascinating. I've read maybe one William Blake poem in my life, unless you count Jerusalem's a poem, I guess, isn't it? Oh, so it's a quote. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern. That guy definitely smoked opium. 100%. And yeah, but come on, that's what Huxley was quoting with Doors of Perception, right?
Yeah, he's saying Huxley was quoting Blake. So whether the
right.
Doors were quoting Blake or
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to Google William Blake and see if William Blake did drugs. Just Blake's father would abuse him and his mother until his father was charged for having heroin on him. I don't think this is the same Blake. Biography offers glimpse into artists and poets' visionary mind. He had something called aphantasia, hallucinogen. Whoa, okay.
yeah, you're making me think. I mean, since Joe's mentioning it, this like crazy TV series called The Mentalist. Anyone heard of that?
Yeah, it's written by a guy called fucking something Bruno something. He also made Rome, the HBO TV Rome, TV show Rome, which
Bruno
is
Heller.
yeah, Bruno Heller, really talented screenwriter.
So the bad guy serial killer in The Mentalist is like their cult is based on a Blake poem. I don't know.
Cool,
I mean,
interesting.
I watched like some recap. I didn't watch the actual Mentalist, but I watched like a little thing of a recap. And this guy like Red John, who killed like the Mentalist family because he's the real Mentalist, and it goes through like 6 episodes, 6 whole years until he finally catches this Red John in his cult, and he turns out to be like a sheriff or something like that. But like the passcodes for this group of like crazy killers is from a William Blake poem.
Interesting.
So I don't know.
I'm just looking at a bunch of William Blake art right now, and I'm just refusing to believe that the guy is not high off his face. But Joe's telling me he had visions without psychedelics, and I'm inclined to believe him. I mean, I know nothing about William Blake. Fucking incredible art, though. I really do think Jerusalem should be the national anthem of Britain. Like, it's just a superior song.
Blake is just too old. Like, no one's heard of him. I mean, like,
what do you mean, David? I'd heard of him. I mean, I'm just not familiar with.
Well, I mean, people haven't even heard of what type person knows English poetry from like the 1800s.
Yeah, it's sad. The cultural
I mean, maybe
decline. Okay, I get the point. I get the point you're trying to make.
There's no way Jim Morrison was reading Blake. He might have heard of Huxley, but he wasn't reading like Blake.
That was the point. That was the point I was trying to make. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's also the Doors is a dope band. I'm sure. I'm like whatever. Rare Joe W.
I mean, that was really the degeneracy, like the Doors, and the beginning of the official acceptance on promiscuity. When they sang, when what was the famous show that like the Beatles, all the musicians used to come on this American talk show, and they were supposed to change the lyric to "Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, like let's get higher." And he had agreed that he wasn't going to say that line, but then when he was live, he said, he said the forbidden, the come on baby, let's get higher. And it was like one of the biggest controversies in America at the time. It was like the Dick Cavett show or something like that. I don't know if you know your rock pop history with that. Does that sound familiar to you?
No, actually, it doesn't.
I mean, like Elvis, when he first he did like those pelvic gyrations. So like when he was first on TV, they're like, you can't do those, those pelvic gyrations, and like he did it anyways. And then they like only showed Elvis from the face down because they thought his like pelvic gyrations were too lewd. And then like the Beatles came to America and they're on like the Dick Cavett show, and the Doors is very shortly after the Beatles, and it's when people still think like rock and roll music is satanic, and the Light My Fire is the most popular song in America, and they want to have the Doors on live TV to play the song, but they said you can't do it if you sing the long "Come On Baby, Let's Get Higher," and so Jim Morrison had agreed that he wasn't going to say that line, but while they were live, he did it anyways, and it was like the biggest story in the nation. Like all the newspapers, like Jim Morrison goes against and says the forbidden thing, come on baby, let's get higher. Because like at that point, like the Beatles were anti-drugs, or at least were openly claiming that they weren't drug addicts, as where Jim Morrison was kind of like openly pro-drugs. So that was like one of the very first instances of that breaking through the censors of radio, that like Americans loved the Doors and their pro-drug message so much that the censors couldn't censor it.
Sorry, I was listening to what you were saying. I just got sidetracked by reading about William Blake. Fascinating.
Yeah, I'm not a poetry guy. I mean, I listen to John McWhorter, the African American linguist from the Glenn Show, the conservative African Americans, and he's saying like, 50 years ago, like your average American could have quoted like lines and lines of like famous poetry, but like these days, no one knows any poetry, and he says like rap is like your modern day American.
It's not true that nobody knows any poetry, but yes, that stuff has been replaced.
Yeah, no, but it's like your average like
I agree.
Your average like poor, low birth person could have quoted like lines and lines of poetry.
David, who is your favorite poet? Tell us. Come on, it's your chance to show how cultured you are. Let's go.
I don't read poet. Like I like some Hebrew songs, but like I'm not a poetry guy. I don't read fiction at all.
Yeah, but you don't have a favorite poet or even a poem that you're just like, this is the shit. This is fucking slaps.
No, I have no like I don't like poetry.
So you are the problem that you're complaining about. What about you, Vincent? In fact, chat, let us know what your favorite poem is.
Was Edgar Allan Poe a poet?
Yes.
Have you heard of Shel Silverstein?
No.
Like the man in the attic, like "Hello, I'm Nobody." I remember when I was a kid, my parents had this "Hello, I'm Nobody, are you nobody too?"
Okay.
But that was just that. Like I haven't read poetry since I had to last like assigned in high school. Although I think when I like had to actually read stuff, I did actually kind of enjoy some of the Edgar Allan Poe stuff, as opposed to like Shakespeare. Like I hated that. I just did it because I had to in school. Where like the Edgar Allan Poe thing, I actually seem to enjoy reading, but I haven't even perused that since high school. Over 25 years.
Fucking hell, okay.
And like music, I like Alice in Chains. Like sometimes the like you like Down in a Hole. You like Alice in Chains Dirt.
I don't even know who Alice in Chains is.
Their album Dirt. Like when I was in high school, I listened to Dirt like over and over again, probably like 200 times. And like if you want to call that poetry, like The Rooster was the most popular song, but like a whole bunch of it was pretty dark, like suicidal stuff. Like Nirvana was pretty popular, but like I was an Alice in Chains guy, and I don't know if you'd consider that poetry, but like for like a modern day, like I listened to a lot of Led Zeppelin and type stuff, but their lyrics didn't mean anything to me. Like it was all like Paul McCartney. Like most of Led Zeppelin was kind of like silly love songs that didn't have like deep meaning. So I mean, maybe George's the kind of guy who likes silly love songs. You know,
I'm definitely I'm a romantic man. I love a silly love song. That's fascinating. That was a real insightful little window into David's mind. I feel like.
You know that
Thank you for
song?
that. Thank you for that, dude. I have no idea what song you're singing.
That's Paul McCartney's Silly Love Songs. You take the road with your silly love songs. Where he's making fun of the fact that like all the Beatles songs are like silly love songs. So when he broke off from the Beatles, one of his early popular songs was called Silly Love Songs, like I love you. But you know, if you think like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, like half of their songs are just silly love songs.
Slay. Okay.
And maybe that's like the type stuff you like.
I think there's certainly a place for it. I don't think everything has to be like a fucking like big, serious, deep ballad about like some story some hero's journey that we can all learn from. Or cause like I don't, you know, I think people are really way too harsh on pop music. I think there's a time and a place for pop music. And yeah, I guess that includes silly love songs. David, when was the last time you were in love?
God forbid Duva's never been in love.
No,
there's been girls that I've been attracted to, but you know, it's probably why I'm still single. I've never been in love. I've been attracted to women, but
well, let me just tell you, you're missing out on one of nature's great chemical imbalances, chemical and hormonal imbalances. Big flood rush of dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. You're missing out. Yeah, you should definitely try and fall in love with someone, David. I think it will change your whole life.
You can't. I mean, but it's an involuntary. Love is an involuntary reaction.
Yeah, maybe.
It's similar to laughter. Laughter's it's an involuntary reaction.
Do you feel like you're incapable of love?
I'm not sure. I mean, some people you say you can't love others if you don't love yourself, and so I don't love myself. Maybe that's why I don't love others.
Fucking deep, bro.
And that could be also like the rise of like homosexuality or type things, like you know, like the downfall of society, self-hatred. No one loves themselves, therefore they can't love others. So like, you know, Claire and Vince, we're all, you know, self-loathing people who can't love ourselves and therefore can't love others. Maybe Vince loves his birds, or he just has that, you know, maternal instinct to care for people, but he doesn't really love his birds. He's just fulfilling a, you know, little maternal instinct to care for others.
Brutal psychoanalysis of Vincent from David there.
It's not brutal. I mean, I saying it's like a symptom of our times. I'm saying like, David doesn't love myself, therefore I can't love others. The bachelor crisis, so many unmarried people not having kids, and saying, well, I hate myself. Like when I used to have that poster, you're talking like Nirvana, the Kurt Cobain, that hate myself and want to die. I don't know if you remember that Kurt Cobain, you know, quote, that I hate myself and want to die. But it started with like the 90s grunge music. It was like, you know, just like glorifying self-loathing. The hero's journey turned into the anti-hero. I covered that in Week in Review, where I said that like musically, you used to have the hero's journey. So like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, half of their songs are just silly love songs, like boy meets girl, falls in love, and makes a song. Or like hero's journey, overcoming. And then in the 80s, like Billy Joel, I mentioned Layla. Like Layla, you're familiar with the Layla?
David, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm still getting over the fact that you've never been in love. Joe in the chat is telling me that you've never laughed, and you were the one who drew the comparison between these two things being involuntary, autonomous responses. So I'm just fascinated. I'm questioning at the moment whether or not you even have a soul. I'm having a whole existential thing. I'm like looking at you and trying to see if there's any light behind your eyes, and then you're talking about fucking 70s pop music. I couldn't give less of a fuck. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be honest with you.
My rabbi in Israel actually told me, he's like, what's wrong with you? There's no light in your eyes. You're like dead on the inside. But I was talking about I was giving an example of the change in societies through the change in music, from like, you know, like classic rock, where you still had a bunch of love songs, to like
but
the
this
80s.
Is the thing. This is a symptom. I really do feel like this is a symptom of like many people who are smart have this problem in modern times. Like I'm a kind of a midwit, so I like avoid this problem. I dip into it sometimes. But I think people like you who are very, very high IQ and who live in their heads and who see their bodies as sort of meat wagons for their heads, like you, people like you think too broadly. Like you think too socially, globally. You're not thinking about as an individual. You're like, well, music has changed like this and culture has shifted like this. And I'm like, dude, bro, you've never been
like
in
Alice
love.
Miller, the drama.
Dude, you've never been in love, bro. How old are you?
I'm an old man already. Like, God forbid.
Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude?
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate. So, I was mentioned I grew up in the 90s, and
what the fuck? Stop blaming everything on culture and society. Take some responsibility and accountability.
It was indicative of the times I grew up in.
No, it was indicative of how many females have you physically, personally interacted with?
I interact with women all the time. Like, I mean, God forbid.
Yeah, but in a romantic way, dude.
Oh, very few. But,
that's why maybe get your numbers up, bro. I don't know what the fuck to say. This is insane. Like the fuck, but like, dude, but you've never been in love.
God forbid. That's why I fell into Orthodox Judaism.
So
this is heartbreaking. Unironically, this is fucking heartbreaking. Like we can all talk about like.
I think David doesn't want to fall in love because he anticipates it will be a painful experience.
No, but love is an involuntary reaction. Like that's the point. You fall in love. It's involuntary.
No, actually,
but
David,
like
you're quite a good
sneezing is an involuntary reaction. Like, you know what I mean?
I see
not
pictures
really.
of you. You can look the Chad. In fact, there was a picture of you.
I'm not disagreeing.
I mean,
I'm just saying that
sexual.
But like it's like saying, look,
dude,
sneezing is an involuntary reaction. If you put yourself to induce an involuntary reaction in yourself, like yeah, we could say Vincent's a fucking determinist. We could sit here all day talking about how free will doesn't exist. I think it's very sad that a man of your age has had such limited social interaction that he's never fallen in love with a woman. I think that's sad. I'm sorry, you won't change my opinion on
want
this.
The pain.
Okay,
give a fuck what he wants. Clearly, he doesn't know what's best for him. Fucking hell.
Okay, well, you think what you want. Like, okay, I'm glad you think it's sad. You know, like Duvid, I'm an analytical mind. I'm analyzing this analytically. So, like,
dude,
sexual attraction is
I'm sad for you. I'm not sad at you. I'm not like, oh, he's a sad guy. I'm not like,
no.
down on you.
I'm a sad guy. I lean towards depressive. That's why. That's
dude, fucking hell, cheer up, buddy. What the hell, man?
Okay, like no,
George, you know,
like,
Duvid was going to go on holiday with Jen.
Get more serious, like George.
Duvid, wait, Duvid, shush. Claire's talking about you. What do you say, Claire?
Well, Duvid was going to pay for Jen to come with him to Sicily, but she refused. And she got angry with Duvid.
That wasn't romantic. I wasn't
and he said,
you can't afford a conference.
Yeah, because you don't know if you would have fallen. You don't know if you would have fallen in love with Jen at the conference in Sicily because you didn't go because you fucked it up. Fucking Duvid.
No. And then I thought, Duvid just wants some female company, and I offered to come with him if he paid for my fare. And he was clearly not interested in me accompanying him to Sicily.
Yeah,
and he only wanted Jen.
Nothing about. I mean, like, at least that's her area of expertise. Like, we work together on the same topic. I would pay for you to a conference. You could care less about the subject matter, know nothing about.
I could have pretended.
Yeah, but it'd be way more money. Like, I wasn't inviting her to have female companionship. It was strictly business.
But I thought.
Be more Jewish, seriously. What the fuck? What do you mean?
But they do like a couple when they're on together.
If I wanted to, like, I would just invite Claire to like Detroit or something. If I wanted to like make a move on Claire, I would invite her to Detroit. Like I wouldn't invite her to some conference on consciousness.
Okay, dude, I don't want to discuss the specifics.
I
just find it very sad.
I would make a trip to London. I would just show up in London and meet up with Claire and decide if I wanted to make a move on her. Like I wouldn't waste money. Like Duvid is not in the habit of wasting money. I wouldn't waste money like flying Claire to Italy.
Oh my god, that's what money's for, to be wasted on women and children. I don't get it.
But he was going to fly Jen from New Zealand to Sicily.
You're not going to ask someone on a date to some sort of intellectual conference.
Yeah, and then Jen got angry with you because I remember she was complaining that people might attack her and you couldn't afford bodyguards for her or something. It was something weird like that.
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with like something romantic. It was talking business of a conference or conferences. You know, like one track mind. Like you get George here, like one track mind. Like George's a romantic. He can't be serious.
Whoa. I'm not incapable of it. Like, see, here you have to do is paint me out as a fucking, like, I just think people are
You're a
best.
romantic.
No, I think yes, I am a romantic, but I think
And,
people
and
function optimally when they use both hemispheres of their brain. Like I just feel like you can be super cold and analytical and like I've never fallen in love because it's an automatic response and it just hasn't happened to me. Or you can take some fucking accountability, like you do use some free will and just go out in the world and like I don't know. I just find it. Look, who am I to judge me? Like maybe Claire's right. Maybe you are happier that way, and maybe that's a good thing. But like it makes me sad that there aren't going to be little Duvids running around, or even that you just haven't felt that like biochemical fucking thing of like,
I have a strong
you know,
desire to reproduce and have children. I just haven't fell in love. I mean, you got Machine Gun Michelle. God forbid we got Machine Gun Michelle here.
yeah, I had to bring a woman in to talk to you because I feel like you won't hear it from a man.
She's gonna sing silly love songs. And then George, like simple, like just you're basically projecting, saying like, even though I don't have any expertise on the topic, let me just assume that you'd be better
Listen, dude,
off.
I do have a lot of I do feel like I have a fair amount of expertise on the topic.
What
I kind of feel like you could fall in love with anybody.
On the opposite
you really
sex,
have to you have to be careful about who you attach yourself to because it's easy to fall in love.
No, love is involuntary action. So if you fall in love easily, you will
to a point.
You will tend to
but
fall
it's also it's not involuntary. It requires effort.
Well, so it's saying like like the basic strategy. Like,
it needs to be cultivated. You can't just
so
like
there's
be in somebody's
we should probably
presence
define
and then
terms.
you're talking about infatuation.
We should probably define
my
terms,
parents
right?
might have a loveless relation. There's a lot of people I know that have had relatively happy, loveless marriages.
David, your parents probably don't have. That's what I mean. The ancient Greeks had like 6 different words for love, right? There's like agape, which is like universal love for God, and there's like philos, which is like loving you on an intellectual level, or eros, which is like a lust kind of love. And the idea is that you have as many of these types of loves as possible for one person. There's one called pragma, which is like what old couples have when they've just been together for so long that they're basically one person. It's kind of like a codependency thing. I don't know all about all the Greek different types of love, but I know that their understanding of love was much more nuanced than a kind of Western idea of like, I love you, Hollywood romantic bullshit. When you say you've never been in love, what I take you to mean by that is that you've never had the eros, like the primal lust attraction that has led you to fall deeply romantically in love with someone. And of course, from there, you've never had the long lasting love where you've tried to build something with someone and you've grown attached and bonded with someone. Now, I don't agree necessarily with Michelle. I think that the human being only has so much serotonin and dopamine and oxytocin in the head. I think you can only spunk those chemicals
that I'm
so
like
many times.
Exaggerating.
No,
of course, you can't just find some random bum on the street and fall in love with them. But if you have somebody that
you've
never
felt
with,
them before, you've probably got a bunch stored up in your pituitary gland or something. I don't know where they come from, but you know what I mean?
I don't know about that. I mean, it's not like he's going to fall in love like a teenager.
Who knows? If you've never felt it before, it might be like crack, right? It might be like crack cocaine. I literally don't know. How fascinating.
So I've never had crack before. Does that mean that I've spent my whole life like storing up the ability to flip out?
Well, what it means is that if you smoked crack tomorrow, you'd have a hell of a lot more of a good time than, I don't know, Daquan, who's been smoking rocks since 5th grade. Like, yeah, I mean, like.
Okay, that's you built up an immunity to it.
Yes, exactly. That's
people don't get an immunity to love.
Yeah, honestly, I believe they do. And if you look at women particularly, and you look at pair bonding, if you look at biochemical pair bonding, women tend to be much more. No, I think it's the same thing. You're spunking your love chemicals, basically. You're spunking them early. I don't want to be too.
You're not becoming immune to them. You're producing less of them.
That's true. Yeah, it's probably a quantity thing. I don't know how it works, honestly. Like on a biological
Which would go to say that if you could maybe like take a break and do some self-reflection and get in a better headspace, then when you could bond with somebody, because
probably
your brain
just like
is
drugs. Like if you stopped taking crack for a really long time, then you did crack again, you would feel it again. Yeah, it's probably like that. I don't know, but what I'm saying is for Duvid, a guy who's never smoked crack, to continue this analogy, him going out on a bender and smoking some crack probably wouldn't be a bad thing for him at this point. Given, by the way, just for YouTube, I do not endorse drug use. I'm saying you should fall in love, David. You should have that life experience.
He does endorse it. He does. YouTube. I just want YouTube to know he does. Like strongly. He has merch. No, but so what about Vincent and Claire? Have they been in love?
Yes, I'm married.
Great.
Yeah, Vince is
There you go.
married. I mean, I think Claire wasn't Claire like a widow. I mean, you could have had a loveless marriage. So I mean, even just Vince saying he's married doesn't necessarily mean he's been in love. It just means he's married.
I think Vincent has a loving relationship with his husband. We kind of hear it in
Yeah,
the
but I have
background.
a friend who's like a young, athletic, good-looking guy. He's a professional, semi-professional boxer. His name is George. And Vincent sent him a bunch of DMs like, "Can you be my boyfriend? Can me and my..."
Mm-hmm. That was awkward.
If you're doing all that, I don't think. Again, I don't look. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't believe that you can have this same feedback loop of biochemical love between a man and a man as you. I can believe you can become obsessed and infatuated. There are people out there who want to fuck automobiles, right? They want to put their literal penises in the exhaust
A
pipe
girl that married
of cars. Like it
like
does happen. You can
the
have
Eiffel
weird,
Tower.
but I don't think it's the same thing as a man and a woman
Yeah, but
falling
there's
in love with each
platonic
other.
love. It's like actually love among the male bond love friendship is stronger
Yeah, and that gets a
than the
little
bond
corrupted
between man
and
and woman.
I think
you
you
mix
can have
in
the
like sexual
friendship love. I think
degeneracy
you
with
can have the
that.
friendship love with a man, definitely, and I think you can have the
But that's
lust love
actually
with a man.
stronger
But that's
than the
not
love you'd
romantic
have.
love like between a man and a woman. It's
Yeah,
not
I'm
the
saying
same
it's
thing.
actually stronger than the love you'd have even for your wife.
It's not stronger, it's
Well,
just
David,
different.
the
Does it
idea
even
with your wife. No,
do you
hold
think
on.
it
The
still
idea with
has
your
like the
wife.
same productiveness that you would have
Dude,
for a woman, like that kind of
no,
love?
but hold on. The idea with your wife is that you have all three. The optimum romantic and life partner for you would be someone you are sexually attracted to, at least initially, then have romantic attachment to, then develop friendship, platonic feelings for. That's
Yeah,
the
you got
whole.
protectiveness. If you're saying loyalty, you say, well, actually, okay, you could be more protective towards your wife, your female friends, but you actually be more loyal to your man love friends.
Well, why? Why would that be the case if the bond is as strong over time? Like, you just some sort of metaphysical, like bros before
Yeah,
hoes. What are
because
you
your
saying then?
man bro friendship is over love is over common ideals. So your love of your wife for protection of your children, you don't necessarily have the same ideals of your wife. You protect your wife even though you don't share ideals, but the loyalty that your friends that you have the same ideology. Like so
No, I disagree. I
you're not
disagree.
necessarily
I
have the
disagree.
same
I think
ideology.
a good
You don't
woman will
necessarily
adopt
have
your
the
ideals.
same ideology of the woman you love as
No.
where your man friend
What is this
has
ideal? Why are you saying
ideology.
women don't have ideology, bro? That's just retarded. A good
And
woman will
even the
adopt your
point of
ideal.
like
I take
loyalty,
offense to that.
even the loyalty point to say
Facts.
that it could be more important to be loyal to your male friends than
Where did
even
Claire get her ideology from? She's a
A
widow.
man,
So who's
a man,
influencing?
a man. At some
Is
point, she
that
read a
true,
book by a
Claire?
I
man, or
get it
she heard
from
a
the
man talk.
Quran.
Yeah, written by a man. There you go. Go on.
are you a
And where did
loyal
Vincent
person?
get his
What do you even
from?
mean by
A
loyalty?
man who had sex with him, probably.
Well, shit. You might have a
Dude,
point.
Well, I mean, it's a combination of my opinion and a higher authority. So there is
Well,
some
see,
feminine
then now you're
input.
just backing up George. That's
yeah, well, I mean, look,
receipt.
it's fine. We all get it. But all I'm saying is, David saying, I don't know about my wife if she'll have the same ideology as me. I'm like, just stop being Jewish. If a good woman will
Yeah, if
adopt
you're
your
the higher
values,
authiory, then
yeah,
I
if you're
guess
the
you would.
authority and
I
you're a
just
good
said that.
woman,
I said that shared ideology is not as important for your female companion.
no, you're missing the point.
No,
You
no,
said
Shared
that
no.
the
Yeah,
bond
ideology
that
is
you
you
more
don't have
have
to
with a
important.
have
male
them shared
friend.
initially.
That's why I
Exactly.
said
You
the
said,
shared ideology is more important for man love, and that's why the certain man love could be higher than even your spousal.
okay, well, you sound gay when you say that, all right? And I think the
Well,
pure
from
love
a
between
girl's
a man and a
You're
perspective,
talking non-sexual love.
it's very important to
Mm.
know, like, if I'm going to pair bond to a guy, that his ideology and mine line up, because I'm going to bend to his will, like whether or not I like it. That's just going to happen. So I would
Yeah.
be really cautious about that. But for a guy, it doesn't really matter as much to you. I mean, either way, she's going to follow
Yeah,
you.
it's quite feminine to care about that, is what I'm saying. It's a good point. But anyway, you do, but that's not the point. The point is, do you even care? Like, do you even want to fall in love? You don't seem to have any desire for. If your rabbi has already told this to you, you're not going to listen to me, are you? Like, your rabbi literally said you're soulless or some shit. Base rabbi, by the way.
I think
That's
love
fair.
is,
How would he know what he wants if he's never
love
had it
is an
before? That's
involuntary reaction. I would like
grieving
to
crap.
meet the woman that's right for me and raise up a family, and whether I would say like the word "I love you," but love is an involuntary reaction. So I don't know if I'm not capable of love, I'm not going to fall in love. But it doesn't.
Okay, but
mean
again, it's like I don't know
doesn't
how you
mean
can I don't know how you can say you're not capable of it when you haven't allowed for the conditions to be present for it to occur.
You got to give love a chance.
Yeah, I mean, love is
Wasn't that a song?
Yeah. Was it a Beatles song? One of the silly love songs?
I don't know. I'm not caught up on my boomer music. But to be fair, I'm not caught up on any music.
But no, I'm saying a lot of people have loveless relationships. If you're looking as a personality type, okay, Duvid's an INTP, a highly intellectual, analytical person. Love is not something natural to me. My parents, I don't know if I use the word found love. Like, I mean, they got married, they had a stable relationship, they stay together, they're loyal to each other, but they're not necessarily the type to tell each other they love each other often. They're not very emotive people. So like,
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that love is like screaming it from the rooftops or proclaiming it every 5 minutes. Love is definitely a lot more about what you do than what you say, right? So I don't even disagree with you there. But
It just
I
sounds
think
like you're
that's I
saying
think
your
the
parents
situ
aren't romantic. Not that they
yeah,
don't
so
love
and
each
I
other.
think
There's
that's
a
quite
million ways
beautiful actually.
that they tell each other they love each other. You know,
Yeah,
like
That
maybe
generation, your
your
parents are
dad
boomers,
knows
right?
that your mom like wants her coffee at 10 o'clock, not right when she wakes up at 10 o'clock, you know, and he makes that for her.
Mm.
And
love
you would
is
never notice that, but that's like the way that he's like perceived that. Or when they're out and about and he'll look at her and he just knows like, oh, you know what? She's tired. We need to go home. Like it's
Yeah,
been too much
older
of a day.
generations are less
And they leave a
emotive
party.
anyway.
yeah,
They're
love
less
is
in
an
their
Yeah.
feelings anyway.
ill-defined term. You're saying if love is an emotion, and you're saying if a person's not very emotional, then they're not going to be a loving person. It doesn't necessarily mean that
No,
they're going to
he's
be
saying that they're
mean
not
or they're not
emotive.
going to
They
be
don't
caring. They're not going to be
express it in a
protective.
way that you would see it. But to them, it's an unspoken language between them that they do have.
Yeah, but you're just defining love according to your own way.
Well, duh. Obviously, like it's like, literally just two people subjective. That's all you
Well, I
got, right?
mean,
Yeah, I mean, but it's like
we've been
that's
in
why
love before,
Duvid's
so
an
you might want
analytical.
to just
That's why you
give us a
Duvid's an
little.
analytical person.
David, why would you try and like bring something like objective truth into like two people's role play fantasy fun time? Like it
That's my
just doesn't.
personality type. That's why I haven't fallen in love.
Okay, but then you just go for like a super analytical, nerdy girl who's gonna find that really quirky and charming,
Yeah, if I
you know?
found that one, I'd be married and build up a
But you're not
family.
looking for that one, are
Of
you?
course,
You're not
I'm
making.
looking.
Okay,
Oh
where are
my
you
gosh,
looking?
you're so likely
Talk
to
me through
find
your
that
strat.
girl now more than
Talk,
ever.
yeah, exactly. Talk me through your strategy. You have like internet clout. People know who you are. You could definitely pull some riz. Claire's right. You're pushing women away. You're like those chicks who wear like their hair up and wear glasses, and they're like, "Don't talk to me." Like that's what you're like. You're like, you know, the one. Like, yeah.
I saw this girl today that was wearing a hoodie with the hood up, like inside, and you could barely see her face. I was like, what the hell's happening here? And that is him. He's like, just
Yeah.
stay away from
God
me.
forbid
Don't
you get a
interact with
number to
me.
set her up with Duvid.
Dude, so Joe says in chat, the first step towards finding love is not referring to yourself in the third person. And I think he has a point. You may have to come down a little bit off the whole ego ledge and just kind of make yourself available to people more, a little bit, tiny bit.
Dating coach Jord.
No, I'm just, it's advice, friendly advice,
Okay,
friendly
like
platonic man love advice,
unsolicited
bro. What the
advice.
fuck?
Like in case you didn't know, like George's this famous dating coach, so he's just gonna
Bruh,
give you
I'm not even offering you. I'm
unsolicited,
literally, bro. This isn't even
unsolicited
dating
advice.
advice. It's like life advice, is what it is. It's kind of just like you.
Okay,
I think you're very.
unsolicited life and dating coach advice from George, famous dating coach.
You
Life
said
coach.
you were looking for it. A girl is texting me right now that I don't want to be
Okay,
texting
this
me.
is
You know, I have different
completely
problems.
unfair just because Jord is successful at this and you're like looking at him like you just like you're lashing out. It's not right. He's trying to help you.
That's
He's
just
being genuine.
unsolicited advice. And so, okay, maybe George is this great dating coach, but like you might have a lot of
So
customers.
there's this thing
I'm
called
not
the internet where
listing
people
George,
interact, and
like
unsolicited advice is basically like
God
everything.
forbid. I mean, like like God forbid, like George, like give your dating coach advice to someone else.
Dude, I'm not even giving you advice. I'm not even giving you dating coach. I'm not telling you how to rizz up women. I'm simply saying that I think you would be happier if you opened up that possibility to yourself. That's all. I'm not even. What the fuck? Like, I'm not trying to sell you a course. Why does everyone think I'm a fucking snake oil
God
salesman
forbid,
just
like
because I'm
Alex
charismatic? Fuck
playing with
me.
fire. Like,
Look,
are
David,
you in
you
his
even
chat
agree
too?
with me. You even agree with me. You even said that you are looking for it. So I'm not even saying anything that's contrary to
Yeah,
what
I'm
you're
always
saying.
looking. I'm always keeping my eyes out. Like, yeah, like I
Whoa.
believe there's a right woman out there, and eventually I'll find her, and I'll build up a family.
Okay. Well, I think the belief is important, but also taking
But like,
action
no,
is
I'm not. I'm
equally
not a
important.
romantic. I'm probably not going to like read poetry.
Nobody said you have to read poetry. The fuck? And yeah, I'm sorry for bringing this up. I'm not trying to give you like unsolicited advice. I just find it curious. And Claire is right. You're not. There's nothing physically wrong with you that should preclude you from attracting women. I think even in the right circumstances, you would be attractive to certain women. So I think you are cock blocking yourself, but that's okay. You clearly don't want to have that discussion. All good.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I try to keep these things away from being too personal online, anyways. But
That I can
thanks for the
understand.
concern, Jord. In Machine Gun Michelle, God bless.
Bruh.
I feel personally attacked. I'm gonna change my picture. It's awful. That's what I get for hanging out with people who've never been in love.
Claire, does your avatar say Shiksa on it?
Yes, it does.
Was this the first time? This isn't the first time Michelle and Jord have had this conversation. This is like a conversation you've
No,
had.
David, you're right. We talk about you all the time, Michelle
I
and I.
didn't
We
say
actually
about
have
me,
a
but about the issue.
the
Oh,
issue
so
of
we have a
what?
YouTube channel that's just about you, and I'm gonna link it in the chat.
Oh, great.
It's called David's Love Journey.
We're up to like 5 subscribers. I'm pretty impressed.
Well, after this, maybe 7, maybe 6 or 7. Anyway, you never know.
Okay, we got the machine gun dating coach here. I mean, there's a certain
Look, you can cope all you like, but you know you would be happier with a Mrs. David
the
in your
grandma
life.
grandma
Look.
machine gun.
George's the dating coach. I'm the matchmaker. Let's not
So
mix up
true.
these roles.
Well, fear the matchmaker.
So how did you come to be in these circles, Michelle?
Oh, I blacked that out.
Oh, you're a cubist. Michelle's a cubist.
Yes. What was she sounds?
Is that was George? Is Michelle a cubist?
Look, I wouldn't want to talk about anybody's I don't know.
Wait, is she part of your
Michelle,
cube? Is she part
she's
of your
her own
cube?
woman. She's her own woman. Jesus,
I didn't mean
I
David.
she's
think I
not
just like
your own,
wandered into a chat and I haven't been able to escape yet.
but it's not the cube. You were talking about this group of cubists, so I thought maybe she's a cubist.
I think Michelle is in the queue, but I actually know Michelle from a long time ago. Almost as long as I've known Claire.
Okay, well, God bless. Nice to meet you, Michelle. Thanks for
far-
joining our circles.
Far longer than I've known
Like
Vincent.
if you're friends with George, that's got to say something good about you. George's a relatively reasonable guy. Just like in David and Claire's like analytical circles, his romanticism does not get far.
So George, do you want to tell us about what happened with your ex? While we're on the subject.
I mean, I like David. Don't really do the public relationship drama thing. And plus, it's not that interesting. I don't want to bore you with my.
Oh no, you don't have to give us gaudy detail. I suppose it's sort of sometimes.
No, we
helps
just
if you can sum it in a sentence.
Yeah, of course, 2-year relationship, broke up. It was my sort of failings, I think, like emotionally, but it was also me who initiated it, like as in the breakup. So I walked away from it not feeling too bad about it. I hope she's okay. I wish her the best. Lovely girl. And out of all the girls I've ever dated, the girl I have the least bad things to say about. It's like genuinely good person. Lovely. Sad that it didn't work out. Like from my perspective, that's it. That's all I have to say about it.
You want to sing a song, George?
None are coming to mind, but we can do karaoke if you want.
All the young dudes.
All the young dudes.
That's in honor of Vince, isn't that like the gay anthem?
You're referencing tunes I just don't know from a time from a bygone time.
David Bowie.
I thought David sang quite well. Stairway to Heaven, Once Upon a Time.
Yeah, I do feel like David has some lungs on him. Yeah.
Carry the news. You don't know all the young dudes carry the news? David Bowie, Mata Happel. No one's heard the song. Like I know Joe knows the song.
Like, I know the song. Oh yeah.
Isn't that like the gay anthem? All the young dudes carry the news.
I never heard of it as a gay anthem, but I've heard of it.
But Claire, I kind of get what you're trying to imply, right? The idea being that, like, who am I to give relationship advice? And I would kind of agree with you on that. I just feel like in terms of falling in love, it's such a foundational aspect to being like a man. It's kind of like you have to have the shit kicked out of you. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're like a loser who's like whatever, or if you're like an MMA fighter or whatever. You have to go through that as a man. You have to go through the experience of having the shit kicked out of you. You have to get mugged or bullied in the playground, or someone has to fucking sucker punch you in the street. Like you have to go through some humiliating experience so that you can pick yourself up and dust yourself off and realize no one gives a fuck about you. And you have to just go through that.
And
right?
you
And
have to survive the pain of the aftermath.
fucking not only survive it, but channel it into something productive and
And do it
integrate it
again.
into your yes. And next time be able to deal with the rejection better as a consequence, right? Whatever form that takes. So the love thing is very similar, and it just makes me sad that someone as smart as Duvid, and I thought it was in Duvid's culture, the smart people are the ones who are supposed to pass on their genes. So I'm very confused how Duvid isn't. I don't know, whatever. But yeah,
Actually, a lot of smart people are not
Is he
passing
that
on their
so
genes.
black-pilled?
I'm not trying to be. That's the thing. I'm thinking there's a white pill in this, which is that it's not too late, and that Duvid could still meet a nice Jewish woman that his mother would approve of, and at least have a relationship, and if not, even kids and a family and stuff like that.
Well, man, I appreciate that. In the days of my
David, are you like?
I was told what it means to be a man. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Now I've reached that age. I try to do all those things the best I can. Do-do-do-do. You don't like Duvid singing?
No,
I thought we might all
I love
sing
it.
a crystal ship
Led
together.
Zeppelin for you. Good times, bad times. I've had my share. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. You know that one?
I don't, but I got to go. Keep singing, Duvid. More singing.
I don't know.
Singing.
I mean, maybe I'd do classic rock. I don't know what George, you got to do a song. I don't know.
Maybe we can sing the crystal ship together, David, if you know it.
I don't know that one.
You don't know that one?
George dropped
It's
it.
a Doors song. He's gone.
I just know.
Let me try. I think it's just within my vocal range. And it goes, before you slip into unconsciousness, I'd like to have another kiss, another flashing chance at bliss, another kiss, another kiss. That one, you don't know that one. Anyway, it's not that good.
Was that a Doors song?
Yeah. Why you don't know it? And then it goes, the days are bright and filled with pain, enclose me in your gentle rain. The time you ran was too insane. Okay, I've got the wrong. We'll meet again. We'll meet again. Okay, so I know I forgot the tune, but I think you get the idea. But it's one of the better ones, I think.
Yeah, I'm very impressed, Claire. Bravo. God bless. Vince, you got a song? Michelle, you got a song?
I was singing Jehovah's Witness songs to Claire the other day. I had that one. I sang her the one. I'm trying to think if there's another one.
Like German marches. Those are. I went to my local Kingdom Hall a few times. They got the old like German marches. They were kind of interesting.
Yeah, they're very like. Yes, exactly.
They were German songs, right? Most of them were written in Germany, or they were. Some of them weren't German, but they were old like Protestant hymns of a different style that you'd hardly hear anymore.
Yeah,
in fact, I went my local Kingdom Hall. It was really because like it was like a few times it was 100% African American besides for me, but like almost it was like 95% African American, and them all singing like these old like German or like Protestant folk hymns was interesting. But what do you got, Vince? Let's hear it. Unless Michelle's got some.
Oh no, I'm not singing.
You're not going to sing? Claire didn't inspire you to want to sing? Who let the dogs
I'm
out?
not inspired. You can appreciate somebody else being a good singer without having to like get in there and do it yourself.
How much is that doggy in the window?
I mean, she does have a really great voice. We do, Claire.
I'm actually not known for it, but and I used to be so scared to sing it, but I did go to a few a drama summer summer school, a drama summer school, and they kind of gave me a few hints about how to control the voice and everything. But
Well,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
clearly
I'd go to
stuck.
karaoke and the people would tell me to shut up.
No, are you serious?
But you have a nice voice, Michelle, so I'm sure you can sing very well if you put your mind to it.
Yes. Well, I only sing to my kids, so.
Right. Do you have a particular lullaby?
Their demands change all the time. Right now, we're stuck on Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. So.
Yes, there's a
I,
Mozart version of it. You might know that.
no, but I'm gonna look it up.
Well, I think Mozart, played the, really complicated piano version of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, which
Give
is
variations on it.
Yeah.
You guys have all heard this. It's just me that hasn't heard about
It's
this.
a famous piece. I mean, Mozart did, because like Twinkle, I forget what key it's in, but he does like 10 different variations of the same tune or something like that. It's old song.
Cool.
ABCD is also the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star song. So Vince, what's your song?
I don't really have one. I'm trying to think if there's one. Well, I'll just hold
You go
on.
Hindu.
Yep.
Like Kali Ma, Kali Ma, Kali Ma, Kali Ma, Kali Ma.
Wait, hold on. Here, I'll sing the thing for. I'm really bad. Okay.
You don't have any Hindu chants you used to like to revive your anti-Hinduism with some of the old Hindu bhajans?
Here, I'll sing the Jehovah's Witness one for you. Hold on.
Let's see. You're going to do something Hindu. What, that Jehovah's Witness still more meaningful than your years in Hinduism?
No, they were both.
Any song is good, but
There's a really nice one that you sang to me that I remember. I mean, I remember liking it, but I can't remember what it was called now.
Yeah, the Jehovah's Witness one I sang to you.
Yes, I thought that was charming.
Hold on.
But I also like Invincible, Invincible. You know that hymn. Invincible. God, I can't remember it properly now.
Okay, let's see if I can do it here. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. I'm not a good singer. Okay, let's see if I can do this.
Wait, Vince. Let me sing out joyfully to Jehovah. David has the Jehovah's Witness songbook. Which song are you singing?
How did you come across that?
Forward, you
We
witness.
can sing it.
This feature allows hosts the ability to privately
Forward,
video
you
call guests in the green
witnesses.
room, where they can check.
Wait. Okay, why don't we play? Okay, this is like a nice dramatized version of it. We should play this. This actually sounds much pretty. Actually, this is one of this was my favorite song when I was Jehovah's Witness, and it really is one of my favorite songs ever. But here, tell me. Hold on, let's see.
Was it firm and determined in this time of the end? This one?
Yeah, yeah. So here, let's listen to it. Hold on, let's listen to it. Tell me if you can hear it.
What's coming through?
Lord,
servants of peace. Rulers, you do not care to please.
This is a dramatized version of it. I'd rather.
Okay, well, I preferred your version of it
Yeah.
when you did
Okay.
sing it.
Yeah. I'll sing. I'll sing my version of it. Hold on.
Firm and determined in this.
Wait. Hold on.
Your word, you witnesses, ever strong.
Hold on. Okay. Here. Okay. Here. I'll sing it. No, good day. Hold on.
1, 2, 3.
No, that's not it.
Forward.
Hold on. I gotta find it. I'll sing it to you in a second.
Would you have this same book still? Page 61?
Yeah, it's the same one, but I'm just looking for the. I thought I. Okay, I'll just have to sing it with this one. I'm a little. It's fine. I'll just use this one. Firm and determined in this time of the end, prepared are God's servants the good news to defend. The devil has fought and opposed them. With Jehovah they take their stand against him. Then, no, this isn't it. I can't. Here, let me just read the fucking thing to you because I don't know what happened to the fucking thing. But here, I'm just gonna read it. Here, I'll try to do it in the without the music, and I'll just try to do it the way I remember it. And
The
then
chorus part or the refrain?
the everything about that. I can't find the. Well, this might be it. This might be it. This is it. Okay.
Then forward, you witness.
Okay. Here we go. Firm and determined in this time of the end, prepared are God's servants the good news to defend. The devil has fought and opposed them. With Jehovah they take their stand against him. Then forward, you witnesses, ever strong of heart, rejoice that in God's work you too may have a part. Go tell far and wide that the paradise is near, and that soon all its blessings will be here. Servants of Jah, do not seek a life of ease. The world and its rulers do not try to please. Unspotted at all times remaining, our integrity we will keep maintaining. Then forward, you witnesses, ever strong of heart, Rejoice that in God's work you may have
a part.
Go tell far and wide that the paradise
Life is near,
and that
and
soon
that soon
all
all
its
this blessings will be
blessings.
here.
God and his kingdom
Kingdom
are mocked and pushed
just
aside.
like
His great name is slandered, his holiness
holiness
denied.
denied,
Let's share in its sanctification
sanctification,
and declare
where it
every
to every tribe and
nation.
nation.
Then forward
Forward witnesses,
ever
ever
strong
strong of heart,
rejoice that in God's work you too may
you
have.
have a part.
Go tell far and wide that the
Paradise is near,
and
and
that's
that soon
all its blessings
blessings
will
will
be
be.
here. That's
Bravo, bravo.
thank you. That was my favorite. Oh,
Well done. Do you know Immortal Invisible, Vincent?
no, I do not.
Is that a witness song?
Well, one stanza, it goes, immortal, invisible, God only wise, in light inaccessible, hid from our eyes, most blessed, most glorious, the ancient of days, almighty, victorious, thy great name we praise, unresting, unhasting, and I'm sorry, I messed it up. Anyway, you get the hang of it.
Yeah,
I see
Do you know
Walter,
that? I sort of feel most people would have heard of it.
Walter Chalmers Smith.
Yes, I mean it's actually okay to be sung by Muslims and Jews because it's about saying God that you can't see God because He's
Yeah,
invisible.
the witnesses, they only sing their own songs. They don't sing other people's songs. They just have their approved songs. If it's in this book, if it's not in this book, they don't sing it.
Mm-hmm.
no, yeah, we don't, and there's no rock bands in the churches or anything. No rock bands.
Well, I think that
and like you would that see, that's what I Claire would like about them, that I was thinking about Claire when I read that line, our integrity we are always maintaining, that like they like to be so, we don't shift with the times, and we don't accept what, we're not like the Catholic Church, we don't liberalize, and we don't change.
Okay, and the declare it to every nation, tribe, and nation. That wasn't because Claire's in this one in the third stanza, and declare it to every nation and to every tribe and nation.
No, where it said our integrity we are always maintaining.
Yeah, I'm saying the third stanza, and it's actually the same word under integrity, is declare it.
Oh, I don't know, but
well, you have to declare it so people know what you stand for, so they can hold you accountable for what you're supposed to do and believe. I mean that was the whole purpose of religion. It's like, well, you're in this religious group, you people are supposed to do this, and then people will say, do you do this thing you're supposed to do, or not do this thing you're not supposed to do? And then I guess from that you can judge the whether somebody's principled or not. I mean, I think that was the traditional way of kind of getting the measure of a man. Because I mean, I guess liars would say, "Oh, I believe," when they don't.
It's ironic because Vince got defensive when I was saying that, like, he still has this Christian influence on him, but then when asked to, sing a song, you see that it is the Christian influence on him, because like the most song closest to his heart is still a witness song.
Well, because it's about like not pleasing rulers and just going forward and doing like speaking out boldly and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad that witnesses had that much of an influence on you, but that was I mean, what about Hinduism? Like, you didn't. I mean, Hindus have really good music and chanting sometimes.
They do. They do. I really did like the music when I was involved in it.
Anyone I would know? Like, did you know
you know, I
bhajans?
have a proper understanding of Hinduism. I mean, the thing is, in the end, everyone told me, you don't understand Hinduism. You're not a Hindu. I was interpreting Hinduism in more of a European polytheistic way, and that's just not the way that most Hindus interpret it. And
That could be, but it doesn't mean that you didn't know the songs. I mean, like,
I knew the songs, but I didn't know. Yeah, fine. I mean, but the songs aren't enough for me to call myself a Hindu.
you know, Bolo Om Namah Shivaya, Bolo Bolo Sat Nila Bolo Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
Yeah, well, you know,
Do you know that one, or what type of songs did you sing?
I liked Kali songs. I never liked the bhajans. I didn't like the slow, like, bhajans and singing. I didn't like that.
Kali Durga Namo Nama, Kali Durga Namo Nama, Kali Durga Namo Nama. Like that one, or
I mean, like, you know, stuff. I used to listen to more like upbeat, like crazy Kali music. You
what's
know,
upbeat, crazy Kali music?
like really like drummy and like really drummy and
But I mean,
like
what were the tune? I mean, it was just Kali, or it was like Kali Ma, Kali Ma, Kali Durga Namo Nama, or it was like longer.
it wasn't exactly chants like that. It was more like musicals that were put into religious movies that I used to like listening to. Um, you know, it was always in a movie. It was a musical like a
Okay, you weren't a temple guy. Is that like temple music, like chanting temple music?
not as much. No, not so much. I wasn't so much into that. I was into the temples themselves. I liked the temples themselves, but
You never like participate in the temple band where you like sit next to the guy with the harmonium,
no,
pick up a murdenga or something or a
no,
kartal and sing along. Like, yeah, man, I like Hindu
no.
music. Like
That's
the
not why I'm
bhajan.
involved in Hinduism. You know, that's not what drew me in.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Yeah, that's not.
Krishna, Hare Hare. You aren't only drawn by the music, but I mean the philosophy. Or are you saying you were drawn in? You don't even know why you were drawn in. So you were drawn by the philosophy, what you thought was the philosophy.
Which I didn't understand, and which I just projected onto. And at this point, the Hindu Jen's right. I don't know a fucking thing about Hinduism.
Did you ever hear of John Morgan?
No.
Claire, you remember John Morgan?
No, I don't. Who is he?
He was the co-editor of Countercurrents for like 2 years. I met him. He was at University of Michigan when I was there. He used to come to the Hare Krishna temple. But I mean, he was like a white dude, a blue-eyed man from New York who got his master's degree in University of Michigan. But he became a Hare Krishna and he lived in India for a few years. And he was pretty intellectual. And then when he was in India, he figured out like he's not really Hindu. He's kind of just like this white body person that doesn't fit in, where either he pretends to be Indian or he's like an outsider who doesn't really get Hinduism. And then he became like a identitarian white nationalist. He was the co-editor. He was the co-founder of Arctos Media, and then he was the co-editor at Countercurrents with Greg Johnson. And he moved to Hungary. He's like a minorly renowned author, but most of what he does is like editing and publishing forbidden books. But he became he went from like the Hindu to white nationalist pipeline, kind of going through what Vince went through. But he actually lived in India and was like a full-fledged Hare Krishna for a few years, and then he realized like, what am I? Just like some
scientific Nordic
white guy pretending to be Indian, and it wasn't working out. But he pivoted from there to white nationalism, and he became semi. He lives in Hungary. He still writes occasionally. You'll see him on Countercurrents, but so I thought maybe you would have heard of him.
No, I did interview Tom Sunic though.
What's his name?
John
Tom Sunic.
Morgan.
Yeah, the Sunic Journal. You interviewed you interviewed.
I interviewed Tom Sunic. I'm sorry, I don't know this John Morgan person. I didn't mean to.
Okay, yeah, I just brought him up because he started as a Hare Krishna Hindu and then became pretty big in the white nationalist, and he mentioned the kind of what Vince was saying, where like he didn't like no one believed him that he understood Hinduism or that he was a Hindu, and he was either like a white guy pretending to be Indian or like a white guy that was like trying to be Hindu, and no one actually believed in him that he was Hindu. But then he came on to like European identitarianism and European pagan stuff. Although I don't think he became a pagan, but he became, then he became like an anti-immigration identitarian nationalist, and even left the United States to live in Hungary. But he was relatively big, that he was like the number 2 guy on Countercurrents for a few years.
Do you know of Tom? I mean, what do you think of Tom Sunic? He lived in California for a bit, didn't he?
I'm not sure I heard of him. I mean, you had him on Chronule?
No, I had him on before that. But I mean, he just seemed a bit confused to me about what he really wanted. I mean, he's another pagan, and I'm trying to explain to these pagan people, that if you're shopping for a religion, you should think of it as shopping for wine or cheese, because there's no advantage in being new or fresh.
No, but that's the
people want a religion with a track record.
That's the Duvidism, saying the pick and chooseism application. What I recommend, but like Duvid's already a product of miscegenation and mixed breeded, basically all in on multiculturalism. So I take the pick and choose approach. But the question: do people want a religion or they want an identity? And so
one gives the other.
Paganism offers both at the same time as a form of white European identity and a religion in one. So they don't want to be Christian. They don't necessarily want to be agnostic. They need rituals, a community that provides them identity. So the paganism, it's not just a matter of religion or belief system. It's also a matter of identity.
Well, we won't have a respectable identity if we don't have a religion, and
but
that I think is the problem of Western man.
The we is the point. The identity that the people, many people who become pagan, the purpose is to reject the we. That if you're a white identity type person and you become a pagan, the point is that there is no we, me and you, Claire. Like my religion, it's for people like me, and it's not for people like you. So that's part of the identity aspect of becoming a pagan, is to say that.
I don't think even Jews can say that, because there is a process for conversion. So you can't say, because I'll say, well, I'll just convert then.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying like, well, speak for yourself. Like when you say we, like, no, just speak for yourself. I'm a Jew. You don't speak for me. And however much you understand Judaism, you don't.
Okay, so if you say that to somebody and they don't like it, they can say, well, I'm going to convert to Judaism.
Yeah, you can say you can try, but you're like, converting to Judaism is near impossible, and it's like you're probably not going to do it. But I mean, we argue the point. I'm just saying that the paganism, it satisfies that identity aspect. It's a way of saying, like, I'm white, you're not.
Okay,
my religion. These are my customs.
They'll have a rubbish religion because their Christianity has crashed and burned, and it's been failing for hundreds of.
But at least it's there.
Yes, and they haven't even noticed.
It's like Judaism. Like, so okay, it might be rubbish, it might be nonsense, but at least it's mine. And so paganism could have that same aspect of identity. Like, however dumb it is, at least it's mine. It's what separates and differentiates me from you.
Yeah, but it won't protect these silly people who think they can just create a religion that they don't even believe in. I mean, Scientology hasn't got very far, has it?
That's what, like, Leon,
or Nation of Islam.
He's trying to do both at the same time, but by saying something, the return to European paganism has the identity aspect of you want something that's legitimately white,
Yeah, but it failed. I mean, it's like,
legitimately European that could be exclusionary of other people, because Christianity can't be exclusionary of other people. And you're saying
yeah,
like,
but Islam has that flexibility for.
yeah, but that's what they don't want about it. They want
I
something
know,
that's
but I mean,
exclusionary.
they
I don't know Tom Sunik if that, but
things can't be choosers.
if that's why Tom Sunik is interested in paganism, because he wants something exclusionary.
Yes, I know, but it won't work because there was a reason why
Well, will it work at excluding?
Christian paganism
Will it
was
work?
superseded by Christianity.
But will it work for the purpose of exclusionary identity?
Well, you can only exclude other people's
I mean,
not of
say,
your
like my
nation.
goal is to say, I'm part of something that you're not. You can't be part of this. I'm sorry. This is for me, not you. And so that's like the power of the identity of paganism is that, like, I'm sorry, Claire, you're excluded. There's nothing you can do to be
Yeah,
part
but
of
I
it.
don't want
It's
to
not
join
made
a
for
silly
you.
religion. And all the big
So
ones,
you're
the
saying,
important, powerful ones, you can
but
join.
are you saying it won't work because they won't get away with excluding you?
No, it won't protect them from anything.
Well, it won't even protect them from excluding you.
Well, but then I don't want to be. Nobody would want to be a member of a low status religion.
But if it worked in excluding you, then it worked for some purpose.
Yes, but excluding me is really not a good reason to have a religion, because it's like, yes, they want
It has some
their
reason then.
skin to be their religion, but
It
it
has some
didn't work.
reason then.
What?
But I'm saying that's why paganism is popular among European nationalists, because it has the
Yes, I
exclusionary
know they
value.
think they can sort of go back to their ancient
Well,
pagan
no, I mean,
pantheon.
even if it's not that, but it's just something that could be used to exclude non-Europeans. Like,
Yes,
it's for me,
fine,
not you.
but the thing is that
You
people
can't be
don't
part
want
of
to.
this. It's for them. It's not for me. It's not for
Yeah,
you.
but they
It's for
can't.
them.
Yes, I know, and the thing is, nobody wants it. So they feel safe in
Well, they
saying,
have a
"You
handful of
can't come
people.
here," but actually, nobody wants to go there.
Well, they could have their small, like, European group that has no non-Europeans in it.
Well, I mean, if they're
You
thinking
may
in
not
terms
be
of
winning over
kicking
the
everyone
Europeans in
out, they
masses, but
have
it's
to
got,
be in government in order to do that, and they're not even thinking of that. That they're just LARPing as pre-Christian pagans,
well, it may not be
which is
winning them.
a
It
sign of
may not be winning them
stupidity.
power, but it's at least creating for them all European spaces.
Okay, they can just retreat and into fantasy and all that. I mean, I'm just saying,
Now, are you
it
rejecting that?
only
Are you
encourages their
rejecting at least that it
enemies.
has the utility that I'm claiming it has?
Yes, I mean,
Or
yes, you can say,
you admit
"Oh,
that at
you
least it
can't
serves that
come into
you
my
admit
tree
that it at
house.
least
You
serves that
can't come
minimal
into my
utility.
dollhouse." Well, I don't want to come into your stupid tree house or dollhouse or your shed. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, so at least it has that utility for them.
Yes, but it won't help them do the thing. I mean, really, what they want is to be
Now
in
you're
office.
psychoanalyzing them.
Yes, I
You're
am
saying really what they want is
analyzing
power,
them.
but you're saying on a lower, really all they want is just to have their own place where it's just people like them.
Yeah, what they want to live on a reservation, like a Native American. It would appear so,
Yeah,
but
they might rather be in charge
that
and
is
have power,
ultimately
but
white flight,
well,
which
yes,
is unsustainable. The more you retreat, the more your invaders will advance.
yeah, but
So I'm offering a permanent solution that is viable and has the right elements of inclusivity and exclusivity, I think. I mean, basically, people want to be able to exclude non-citizens from their country. That is the least that they want to do. I mean, of course, they want to, exclude, people not in their club from their club. But the most effective thing that they probably want is to exclude non-citizens from their country. And
yeah,
they don't
if they
even
don't
know
have that,
that.
if they don't have that power, at least they could have their little club.
That's not even allowed. That's not even allowed because
Now we got
Trump is a
Liam has
civic
finally found his
nationalist.
way here.
What?
Liam has finally found his way here someone to represent the blue-eyed people.
Yes, I'll give him the link because I think he wants
The
to join
blue-eyed
us.
people deserve their representation.
No, but I'm glad he came along because
Who's Liam?
Liam. I've spoken to him. He's on Twitter, Liam Jarrett.
He's a former Catholic theologian. He has a master's degree in theology, and then he left Catholicism. He's a big Adam Green fan, and now he's kind of like anti-Catholic, and he's creating what he calls Aquarianism. I'm not sure if it's quite pagan, but yeah, he's a dissident Catholic fan of Adam Green, a little bit counter Abrahamic, and he's created what he's calling Aquarianism.
Come on, I'm supposed to go on his show sometime soon.
He actually mentioned you the other day because he is familiar with you from your he agrees with you on the anti-Noahide stuff, anti-Abrahamism. He usually refers to as anti-Abrahamism as opposed to Noahidism. And Adam Green has also taken he'll talk about the Noahide, but he thinks the danger is just Abrahamism in general, in that Noahidism, whatever, is just part of Abrahamism in general. That if you got rid of Abrahamism, you wouldn't have Noahidism. And I don't know if the opposite is true. If you got rid of Noahidism, you'd still have Abrahamism.
Liam, you're here?
No, I put the link.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes. We hear you.
Excellent. It's great to be on with you all, some of my new little community that I thank you for having me a part of it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Actually,
I was just explaining how even though Vince is like the foremost world expert in anti-Noahidism, that Liam would refer to himself as anti-Abrahamism, but I'm sure he's also anti-Noahidism in general.
If Noahidism didn't include somebody else pushing their belief systems onto people unwilling or even unsuspectingly, I wouldn't be so against that ideology that some of these laws are good for people to go by. But from the very first one, saying that you have to no idolatry or no blaspheming, this is anything that isn't worshiping the God of the Israelites, of the Jewish people of the Bible, is idolatry, or talking out against that is blaspheme. And then in order to get that, you even have to go to the leaders who will dictate it to you. So that whole thing is it loses right on that first very law to me, which is just my opinion.
Yeah, but Islam does, give Jews and there's a category of people that the Quran calls people of the book, meaning people with divine revelation, i.e., Jews and Christians. So and basically, there is no requirement to, close down people's places of worship, because Islam is an imperial religion and also supports the First Amendment, because there is a verse, chapter 2, verse 256, which says there is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error. So I would say that Islam would have to tolerate idolatry because of that verse alone, and also people who have imperial religions have to be inclusive, because otherwise they'll be spending all their time and energy and men fighting people to make them agree with their religion, and that's stupid, because as long as people pay your tribute, that should be good enough, and for most empires that is good enough.
That's a lot to break down, but I'll just start off with the idea.
I'm going to sign off too. God bless. Thanks for talking. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks,
David.
Bye.
Bye, David. Yeah, the idea of prophecy and revelation, and so Christians give that up to the Jewish people, pretty much, and so I would advocate really sovereignty in spiritual matters, and such ideas as having other people being the mouthpiece of God, and I think that is that makes little sense to me, nor is that desirable.
Well, you deny the prophets of God? Or you want
As what?
to?
As interpreted by who?
Well, there is a list of prophets that Jews are supposed to acknowledge, and Abraham, Moses, etc.,
What?
etc.
Those stories are foreign to me. They have there's first of all, they're totally fictional characters. Second of all, they're my people aren't from the Middle East or anywhere near there, so that's a totally foreign concept to me that we
But it
only
is a
adopted
universal
through Christianity.
God. The idea is that the Abrahamic God created the universe, and therefore everything in the universe belongs to him. So, you can say you don't, you think he's a Jewish God or something, but Islam would say, oh, Allah is Lord of the worlds.
You could go to Vedic scriptures and the East, and you will find similar things said about Brahma and other deities as being the all creator one. So this is nothing novel with the Judaism, and I would even argue it was probably hijacked from the East, or at least Egypt. Egypt had the idea of the God who spoke.
You've gone quiet.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Liam.
Yeah, he's cut out. The point is the simplicity and strength of this narrative structure. Because anything else is just pales in comparison. You can't, the scripture is the all important thing. It's a scripture that makes it organized.
You want to comment?
Yeah.
Because they say it's the word of God. It's a directly revealed word of God, and therefore it trumps everything else. So there's just only the Torah and Quran, in the contest. Sorry, Vincent, you were going to say something.
No. Well, I don't know if Liam is still listening. Liam, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, now I can hear him. Liam said the thing is that yes, Judaism really got its monotheism from the East, and when I'm on your channel, I really want to talk about a bunch of theological things, but one of them is that I say Europe is hard polytheism. That's what our religion is, whereas Asiatic, the Judeo-Asiatic Hindu model is monotheism, and immaterialism, the idea that God cannot take shape. So yes, I agree with you that Judaism actually took a lot from Hinduism.
I think I'm getting muted.
I didn't mute you. You're getting
Oh, I might be muting myself. So can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I see that. The idea of you could accuse Judaism of not being truly monotheistic because our definition of theos, deity of God, if you will, it differs, and it's such an ambiguous title that could really be morphed and explained in many different ways, such as the Kabbalistic truth.
We've gone quiet again. You've gone quiet again. Oh, wait. Hello?
Is this working?
Yeah, it's working.
I think I had a trouble with my Bluetooth headset, but hopefully that's fixed. The idea of God is so not well defined, and purposely so, that you could interpret it as polytheistic, monotheistic. Is God immanent? Is it held? Is it light that it takes up a vessel in the material world? These things are all mysterious, and to have
Oh, you cut out again. You cut out again. I don't know what happened. Liam, if you're listening, I sent you. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I? I don't know. I'm having some technological problems, I guess. I apologize.
It's okay. I sent you something on Twitter, and I know we're gonna do a show or a podcast or whatever on all of this, and these are the type of things that I'd like to talk about in regards to the Noahide laws, but also in regards to other things, paganism, and I sent you the stuff on Beyondism, which you said you were going to look through, but I sent you something else on. Have you ever heard of Mathilda Ludendorff?
Just in passing, I haven't gone into no. Refresh my memory, if you will.
I just learned about her. She you know Erich Ludendorff, the one that was a big supporter of Hitler and kind of helped get him into power. His wife started a religion, and it's actually still in existence today in Germany. But she basically, I have to read her book, the Triumph of the Immortal Will. But basically, she tries to blend Nordic paganism and science and philosophy into a single ideology. And I have to read through it, but I sent you the links on it.
And that's exactly how I came across was I was looking into just that, and I respect people kind of loosening the chains of Abrahamism and reaching into their own ancestral traditions, but without having this kind of retroactive attitude, but like looking forward. So not like recreating exactly how it was, but perhaps taking elements of that forward, which I think we could even do with the Abrahamic traditions. It's been so inexplicably tied into our.
You've cut out again. You've cut out.
I'm gonna leave and come back. I don't know what's happening. Sorry.
It's okay.
Turned out to be quite a long stream after all.
Yeah, it did. It's still going.
Some compliments about it on new TBR loyalists.
Oh, really? What are they saying?
Yeah, they said it was quite entertaining, and yeah, so that's nice.
Yeah.
And I'm glad Michelle came on, which is also nice. We don't get nice sounding women.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's not that many women who come on, or many women who are interested in these circles, and even right-wing women don't want to talk to these men, especially, I'm sorry, like, if you're a woman and you go on a stream and the men in there have all scruffy beards and are picking up 25 bottles of vodka off the floor because they have been partying for 2 days and have drinking about $300 or $400 worth of alcohol, maybe
Mhm.
you wouldn't want to stick around there either, because girls are looking for something. They're a little bit smarter. They're looking for, like, you know basically looking for someone who could provide or is worth their time. And I think it applies to everything. I don't think a woman just has higher standards for men when she's looking to get married. She has it all the time. And usually it's the women who have all the standards when it comes to sex. I mean, men will kind of go for anything, but it's the women who are picky and choosy, right? It's the women who get to.
Well, yeah, I mean, women have to be practical because I think they have to think of, well, this man I choose, will he have, desirable heritable traits? Will he stick around? Will he provide and protect me? And, they can't be, airy fairy and, think about metaphysics and shit like that.
Yeah, no.
They have to think of practical things like survival and the next generation.
Well, Liam, I mean, have you noticed that in amongst particularly amongst white men, particularly in the right, and even the ones there. I mean, they've become so infantile and like so stupid and so anti-intellectual. I mean, it's hard to find someone like you who can have like a decent conversation about something serious. And I mean, it's a really big problem, and me and Claire talk about it a lot. And I mean, she thinks it's because they don't have a proper religion in order to like focus them. I mean, what do you think about that?
I appreciate that, and these are things that I think about often. The necessity for religion. In school, we talked about something. As man as homo religioso, meaning innately geared towards religiosity. And so when that is taken out, the idea of the sacred and expressing that in community, then it's replaced with a consumerism, materialism, nihilistic. There's something that will fill that void. So that's an interesting question. And I think ultimately we do have this propensity towards community, but then having a transcendent kind of idea in it, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, so are you familiar with Claire's secular Quranism? Are you familiar with it?
I just from what I've talked to her briefly about when I talked to her last, it was mostly we didn't get a chance to really go into it that much, but I did ask about it, and from what I've put together is that using the Quran as in a secular way to be a guiding outline for how society could be run. And I appreciate the ingenuity of it, the forward thinking of it, and I don't I'm critical of it, but I appreciate her for doing that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very interesting, and I don't necessarily see, if you are a monotheist who wants a conservative kind of society, then I don't see why you would reject it. Other
It's
than
it's I've, it's built upon Abrahamism, so it has Judaism as its foundation stone, which I reject wholeheartedly for being totally supremic and genocidal, and we see the fruits of that today. And so then Christianity and Islam being merely spawns from that sick tree. It's I, I don't I don't think the Bible's the word of God or divine prophecy, revelation, nor the New Testament, nor the Quran. Rather, I see it as actually propaganda and used to control and not ultimately for the liberation of people. It's the opposite.
yeah, I mean, the problem to get around the Quran is that a lot of it is very good advice, and a lot of it is actually very positive. And I mean, my problems with it are, so there's the sexist laws, like, women's testimonies half that of a man, she could be beaten, she gets half that of a man in inheritance. The anti-gay statements in there, the allowance for slavery and things like that, the openness to slavery. But a lot of it is actually like, you know, a lot of it can't actually be put into legislation. And a lot of it is just kind of stuff that anyone could come up secularly, like, divorce laws and things like that, like, stuff that you don't necessarily need a god, to tell you. These would just be kind of like secular institutional laws. And it's actually, if you're just using the Quran, it's very, very basic. So Claire basically thinks that she's going to fix this society by, one, banning usury, two, banning fornication, and to the point that if you have a child out of wedlock, you're whipped in public 100 times. Three, the allowance for prostitution. Four, using the government using slavery to help people who can't get jobs and are poor, and eliminating birth control. Basically these are her it's not that much that she's actually going to be implementing to like get society. I mean, yeah, I guess it's just, her big thing is banning fornication and banning, she wants to make everyone get married and have children. So she says that, because people can fornicate and have sex outside of marriage, now they don't get married and they just do whatever they want, and she wants to increase the population this way. So it's basically a lot of fear mongering about sex, and it's anti-gay and it's anti-feminist, and these different kinds of things. And I guess this is it's just about the type of society that the Quran would impose.
A traditional society not exactly unknown to our own ancestors.
Can we what countries go by that use the Quran as their guideline for government right now? So this isn't, and how's it working out for them? Do we have practical examples, or is it something so revolutionary, or is it something that's old Iron Age, 500 years old? I mean,
Okay, I'm saying the Iranians used Islam to get their country back. I know that Western propaganda says Iran is a shithole. I know a liberal whose parents had a lovely time in Iran. And Carol, okay, I'm basically saying that, we may hear people saying, lots of countries are shithole countries, and maybe they're not so bad. But maybe there are people who want to think that certain countries are shithole countries so they can feel good about themselves. And even if they had the money, they wouldn't even want to go to these places to see if Western propaganda about these countries is correct, because they wouldn't want to pay money to, go to a place and find out that it's actually better than their own country. So I'm saying there are all these problems of people refusing to acknowledge that maybe there is something really bad has gone wrong in the West.
It's interesting that the title of this is idolatry. And when Iran was at its highest and its most glorious, it was a totally pagan, idolatrous place.
It was Zoroastrian, yes?
Oh, it goes back to even before. I mean, we had the different empires, going back into the Bronze Age, the Macedonians, the Achaemenid Empire, Cyrus.
Yeah, but they crashed and burned.
What's
they
that?
crashed and burned, and then there was the Shah of Iran, and he was a bad guy, and was overthrown. So all these empires you mentioned, they have become extinct.
Such is the nature of this world. Change, the only constant that we have.
But we have to kind of compare all these different religions to see, which one works and why, and which one doesn't and why. And I'm saying it's not that hard. There are only 5 world religions. And Christians with their 3 global empires still complain about Jews, and so do Muslims. And that's probably because they're still around to annoy them. But when you think of Jews, sorry.
I do. I mean, but we praise a people whose holy book teaches them to, like, trickery and deception is their means of prolonging themselves throughout history, and just their
okay. What have they?
They're
what have they tricked, and who have they tricked and deceived about what?
Jacob, who was Isaac, and how he deceived Esau of his birthright, and Esau, who is Edom, who is Rome, who is the West, who is Europe. So that's the very foundational story of their existence, and they implement that and look to it as a source of inspiration and a guidebook to even go by.
Yes, yes, because Esau didn't value his inheritance, but Jacob did. Esau
then
was the firstborn, and he didn't give a shit. I'll sell you my birthright for a mess of pottage, because he was hungry, right? He sold his birthright. He
a
didn't give
total,
a shit about it, and
a
then
totally,
afterwards he got angry.
totally,
He's just a dumb shit
totally,
person.
totally real people and a totally real story that happened historically that we should really look to as the foundation for giving somebody a birthright or taken. It's so ridiculous that we even talk about these things like they're a thing.
Yeah, well, that's a power of the stories in the Bible.
And one thing I think
You mentioned them first.
One thing
You
I do
mentioned
think of,
them.
I'd say, in order for a new religion to go along and move forward or come into existence or to come to fruition, do we need a founding mythology? Lots of empires and nation states, they do this. Remus and Romulus for Rome, and Castor, Pollux, Greece. But we have the Aquarian, which I'll call what I'm doing the Aquarianism. Do we need a mythology and then to have people think that it's literal? I wonder.
We need a narrative for the revolution, don't we? I mean, liberalism also has a narrative, because the idea is that liberals will get to heaven on earth when they can be, when they can have lots and lots of liberty.
Yeah,
Yes,
one thing that
communists have a narrative.
that's different than like a myth, a founding mythology with heroic characters and. I mean, they have their similarities, sure, to like an ideology, which is a shared thought idea, and kind of that being an umbrella that people could gather under and give them hope and some cohesion of thought. But as far as like these stories, like this person came down on a donkey, fulfilling revelations and prophecies, and walking on the water. What?
Okay, we don't have to believe in all that shit. We don't have to believe in all that shit, right? We don't have to believe in any of that. We just use the scripture that gives us the most rights, which is the least restrictive. That's all we have to do. We don't have to believe in any of that shit.
So it seems like you're using the Quran to come up with lots of restrictions, and one would say even against liberties and freedom. What I think that respects humans' dignity the most is the least amount of laws pushed down upon us. Which is
and I'm choosing the less restrictive version, because I mean, if you believe in the Abrahamic God, he only made 2 revelations to the first to Jews through the Torah, and then the final revelation to humanity through the Quran, and Islam is Judaism light, and so I mean, it seems obvious to me you choose the one that is most suitable for your group. We are, most people are Gentiles. I'm Gentile. You're Gentile. So is Vincent. So are people in the chat. So I'm choosing the less restrictive. But if you want to be, completely free, you can stick with liberalism. But I guess there's a problem with it, because so many people are complaining about it.
You're on mute. You're on mute. No one can hear you.
First of all, I think that we should not be so identitarian in our politics and even in sexual preference. If somebody has a sexual preference for whatever, another guy or same sex, whatever, I think we should not flog them in the streets 100 times. But then when they come and they push it onto, say, my children in in a school setting, then that would be that somebody pushing their own whatever onto somebody else against their will. And I think small
Okay, I
change.
mean, maybe you don't see the point of marrying before having children, but our ancestors did, right? People just. I mean, there was a reason for the eugenic filter of marriage.
So you believe that we need to grow our population, and who is the we in that? All of humanity, or just those who are
Western countries who are always complaining about immigration. They're the ones who, there doesn't seem to be any realization of the connection between demographics and immigration.
I think I look for. I think we could find a middle ground on most things without going to either extreme. So should we be pushing pornography out onto everybody from the moment they're conscious, or
It
should we
would be
be,
banned.
or should we cover
Abs-
people in bed sheets and not let their eyes see the light of day in public?
There's
So
always a happy medium.
I think so. And
There's
it
a
comes
happy
along,
medium.
and it comes along with reason, rationality, logic, things that when we bring that to the realm of religion, it's going to bring a fine-tooth comb through it, and those that are unhealthy towards us human people living together in harmony and for the growth and of humanity, and those things that we weed out, and those things that are simply irrational and illogical. And we could do that without stripping out spirituality and the idea of a spiritual, even mystical life or a soul. I believe that could be done.
What do you mean by spirituality? I mean, I define spirituality as a desire for justice. So obviously, a lot of Americans don't think it's fair the way their government is being run. Stealing elections from Trump supporters, and maybe feminism. That a lot of white men don't think it's fair, and that is, a cause for spiritual unease. So obviously, the rules have to be fair enough, and I'm saying it will be fairer under my system than under the current system. That's all I'm saying. And people who want to be married parents might agree with me, but obviously, if you want to be gay, LGBT, and transgender, you wouldn't agree with me because you want to do your thing as a gay man or a transgender woman or whatever. But I mean, it's all about who we have sex with, and that's what religion has always been about scaring people into marrying early, sticking with their choice, and marrying only once.
How
Preferably.
does secular Quranism differ from Sharia law? Is it just your version of Sharia law?
Yes, I'm saying I'm going to interpret it in a more liberal way and a more rational way, and they can't pretend I'm not, because I'm not Muslim, so they're going to have to say that it is my interpretation. But I'm saying my interpretation will be more Western friendly than their interpretation.
So you're not Muslim. Do you identify with any religious tradition?
My parents are Taoist Buddhist.
Sweet. I could get behind that. I like a lot of their stuff. But I do have a habit of glorifying the Eastern traditions when there's lots of the same downfalls that we could find in lots of those scriptures. But still, I think we could learn a lot from them.
Well, China has changed its religion, right? I mean, people want, they ask, China's not Buddhist, it doesn't. So when it chose communism, they were being rational because they probably thought, we can't have stupid Hinduism, we can't have stupid Buddhism, we're not Jews, we can't be Christians because it's impossible to believe, and and it's like, oh, Muslims, we don't see that they've done anything much, but Marxism, oh, it's by a Jew. It's Western, and if we adopt Marxism, then we'll, and if it works, we'll get to a workers' paradise before the Westerners do. I'm sure that was why they adopted Marxism rather than, anything else. So I think, the Chinese leaders of the time were making a rational decision. It might, be a bit shallow, but I think that was how they chose.
Yeah.
And so were the Russians. And when people are feeling poor, they will find all kinds of justifications to take stuff from rich people very attractive. I mean, the Russians found it attractive, the Chinese found it attractive. And I think now communism is maybe becoming a thing in America as more Americans are feeling poor.
Yeah, we use these terms, communism, socialism, and I don't think we even have common agreed upon definition of those things, and so they're thrown out, and it's almost to the point where they're meaningless. I mean, we have communism.
Right. Which is why China's, said, oh, we practice socialism with Chinese characteristics because we know that, our socialism won't be quite the same as the Cuban kind or the Russian kind. So they, try to categorize them, but it's really state capitalism, and they run a mixed economy, but they just kind of run it better. Actually, I think it's China who are better at national socialism than the Germans, because I think that's what they're doing. They're using national socialism. Of course, they're not going to call it that because because of its Nazi, anti-Semitic, failed associations. But obviously the Chinese are being nationalistic, and they want to be socialists. They want to live in a people's democratic dictatorship, as opposed to what we have in the West, which is called a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie.
Yeah, I just don't see that much different than China. I mean, just replace the word bourgeoisie with whoever else is up in charge there. And a people's dictatorship. That those two words just they're oxymoronic. I hate using that word.
I think the idea of using these labels is to say that in China we're going to be looking after the people, while in the West the banksters are going to say that we're so clever, so we should command. We should have the lion's share of resources and screw the workers because we're so clever. I think that's all it really means.
And I do see this Christian nationalism rising in response to the state of America, like led by people like Nick Fuentes, and it's really, it's not American nationalism, and that's the idea of America. That's a whole other topic, but it goes into Christian nationalism. So even he calls for the execution of pagans. So there's been stuff showing that he's like Sephardic. Fuentes is like a Sephardic thing. I'm like, God, that would make sense. To control the opposition, the best way is to lead it.
Well, I mean, I don't think Americans would want that, because when Christianity was working properly, there was a practice of heretic burning, and that wasn't very nice. And probably the founding fathers in starting the American Revolution were saying we reject Christianity because Christianity was a religion that supported the divine right of kings. And therefore the founding fathers wanted to reject monarchy and Christianity because, they both supported each other.
They like to say that our nation was built on Judeo-Christian values. Like they were trying to get away from lots of the Jewishness of England at the time, and then before that, Spain with Columbus. It was really, Christopher Colombo was a Moreno converso Jew. They love to. They don't tell that to you, but in their circles they do. They even believe Abraham Lincoln was a Jewish crypto.
Well, I suppose if you want to say that Jews have any kind of characteristic, that they can be quite principled and quite focused in what they do, because I think the rules that they are subject to actually makes them more logical than Gentiles who don't have their rules.
Yeah, so that would be a case for like racial identity religion, because we could see the success of Judaism. But then I just don't want to lose the moral high ground and be like, oh, just because this racist religion worked for them, then I need to go start my own or join a white supremic religion, or bring those elements in for the
You don't need to.
for the preservation of my people.
I mean, I actually don't think you need to. I mean, the thing is, even Jews don't have a kind of racial look, do they? They don't. Jews can be black and yellow and brown and white, right? There's no Jewish look. I mean, okay, the stereotypical, big nose and whatever, but that's just the look of the Ashkenazim that you're talking about. That Sephardic Jews look different. And there are Cochin Jews in India and Kaifeng Jews in China.
That's part of the power is its ability to be a race and a religion, but also different at the same time. So it's like hard to pin it down to be critical of it, because then you're either racist or you're against religious freedom, and that's an interesting kind of.
Yeah, but Americans should be firmer about their First Amendment rights. It means that they can, they should be able to criticize any group within reason.
The first law of the Noahide laws is no idolatry, and along with that goes blaspheming, which is totally against of the First Amendment.
Yeah. I mean that's why
the First Amendment basically, like, if you were to make that statement, Claire, that the Americans should be, and there are Christian Americans who are for the First Amendment. And there is some reprehensible speech and reprehensible behavior that you're forced to tolerate with when you stick with that position. So there's always a consequence to making a stand with a statement like that.
Yes, you're supposed to. I mean, the Jews have this idea of martyrdom, Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of the name of God. So they're expected to martyr themselves in the name of their religion. I mean, martyrdom is actually quite an old idea. I mean, the Christians took it up, the Muslims took it up. I mean, but a lot of these ideas come from, Judaism. But obviously a lot of them have forgotten about it, because most of them, well, half of them anyway, are secular.
It's not really worth to be a martyr for nowadays.
Oh, but if you don't believe in God, then you wouldn't be a martyr. I mean, so you, John, have to decide whether you believe in God.
Like being like forced into being in these like sectarian like divides of like Christianity, Islam, Judaism to some extent, with the Orthodox Jews and the secular Jews, like you don't really have a coherent message with any of these groups of people and ideologies. When you subscribe to an ideology, either if you call yourself a Muslim, Christian, or Judaism, you're always going to have a inherent kind of intrinsic pushback and divide for calling yourself as such, and therefore you're running uphill with the wind at your face, and you're not really going to get really too far. Really,
okay, so you assume defeat.
It's just basically people are going to click up. No, but people are going to click up with what they want to click up with, and they will fight to the death. When it is popular with their clique, whatever that may be. And this Liam guy mentioned Christian nationalism. We are heading towards like a Christian kind of Reich in America, whether you like it or not. Even though the media might be suppressing that, the media plays a role in it too, kind of like the controlled opposition or
So Americans have to decide whether they want to go back to heretic burning, which was practiced when Christianity worked, or they're going to have a see
I
how.
mean, we could play what aboutism, but we're just saying what is.
Your
what
audio is
is.
crap. Can you do something
Can you hear
about
me?
You're bubbling.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear. We can hear you, but it's sort of bubbling. Not very good.
Oh, okay. I'll go back, but anyway. Okay. All right. I'll just leave him. Come back maybe.
Yeah. No, I mean basically, John was saying he didn't want to. If it didn't look like he was going to win, he's not going to, make the sacrifices. But it's like, well, there is a purpose to martyrdom, to show people you mean business. But if you're going to say, oh, it doesn't look like it's going to work, I better not, and everybody thinks like that, then of course you're not going to be organizing to fight the enemy or to defend your principles. And that is what makes the enemy advance. I mean, religion is an organizing force. And Christian nationalism would be crazy. We'd just be going back. Well, I think the founding fathers would be turning in their graves. I really think they would. I mean, after all the trouble they took to separate the church from their state, and 21st century Americans are talking about passing a Christian amendment, making America a Christian republic. Who's going to be their Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury? Or maybe they're going to start a new branch of the British royal family. They've got Harry in California now. I suppose they could have a House of Windsor, the American branch. No, but I'm not saying that it would be a good thing. I think it's a crazy thing. I mean, particularly for Americans after the American Revolution, and they think, oh, we're just gonna go back and have a king, and Christian nationalism. Without realizing it's crashed and burned, and all these revolutions, the American, the French, and the Russian revolutions were about, vomiting forth Christianity because they couldn't stand it anymore. I mean, the Russians got so fed up they killed their entire royal family. So they knew what they were doing. They weren't thinking, "Oops, we killed our Tsar." They really meant to kill all of them. Okay, so John Vance is saying, why not Christian nationalism? It's what the collective wants. Is it really? I mean, I don't know what John wants. I think he just wants, an easy and quick success. But it's not going to be easy, particularly if you won't say things like you mean it, and you keep chopping and changing and taking on a different extreme position. I mean, if Americans adopted Christian nationalism, it would show that, everything the founding fathers did meant nothing to the 21st century American. Because, when Christianity was working properly, it just wasn't very nice for the subject of the Christian absolute monarch. So, paranoia agent, I bet you're not a confirmed Christian. And he says, America is a majority Christian. Are you sure? How many Americans are actually confirmed Christians?
Look, Christianity, you can call yourself a Christian. It's easy. Just believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and that's it.
No, but he's also God. The Trinitarians have to believe he's co-equal, co-substantial, and co-eternal with the Father and the Holy Spirit.
So they already believe that God had no beginning. So why not just add another absurdity onto it? Well, why is it? It's not absurd to say God can take shape. It's just a belief that God can't take shape.
No, I mean, their answer would be, well, God can do anything, so he did that, he became Jesus, etc., etc. And I'm saying, well, if God exists, he wouldn't contradict himself. He wouldn't say, no idolatry and no blasphemy, and then say, some centuries or millennia later, oh, it's okay to worship an executed blasphemer. As he co-equal of the God he was convicted and crucified for blaspheming against. You know, an all-knowing God wouldn't contradict himself like that. And anyway, there's no evidence that he did, because the New Testament is not from God. It's only written by mortal and fallible men. You know, with men called Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Paul, etc. I mean, we don't even know who they are, these people. Who's James? Who's Mark? Who's Matthew? We don't know anything about them. And so I think that, this reluctance to acknowledge this horrible absurdity is because, okay, I understand you don't want to think that after all these generations, these centuries, these, yes, tens or hundreds of years, you've been lied to by your government, who never even believed in it. They just made it up. And that's why it's so hard to defend. That's why Christians could only burn heretics when these people were asking awkward questions like, oh, excuse me, how is Jesus God? Can you explain? It's not in the Bible, is it? None of it is in the Bible. Where did you get that big idea of the Trinity from? Who gave it to you? Was it Athanasius? Isn't he another dead white man? Did he just pull it out of his ass? Trinity thing? And it seems he did. I mean, the whole thing about the Trinity is basically we can't lose the theological argument to Jews, because the Jews are just going to say, our God of Israel didn't have to die. He wasn't a blasphemer. Nobody convicted him of blasphemy, and he's okay. He never was crucified. He never died. He was never guilty of blasphemy. He wasn't convicted of it, and that explains the whole purpose of the Trinity. Because the Christian theologians must have said, we can't have these Jews saying that Jesus is lower in status to God, because then they'll always laugh at us. So we have to say that Jesus is co-equal to the Holy Father and the Holy Spirit. I mean, that's the only reason. Vincent, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if that's why they did it.
Well, of course I can't. I don't know either, but there was something. Oh, I can't remember who said it. I think it was something I saw. No, I think it was Judas. Judas was talking. Was it Judas? Oh yes, it was on New Year's Day, and he was basically saying Jews aren't supposed to celebrate New Year's Eve because of this horrible Pope called Sylvester who killed lots of Jews. whose birthday was on the 31st of December. And then, anyway, so I think there was some story of Sylvester, Pope Sylvester, persuading Constantine to kick the Jews out of Jerusalem. And I think that might have been the reason, because the Jews were saying, no. No, Jews have a more powerful God than the Christians who worship, this dead Jew on the stick.
Yeah, but actually, I'm gonna go. I'm getting tired. I've been on here.
Yeah, it's been a while. Anyway, thank. Oh, it's Vincent's stream anyway. Thanks for Vincent's stream. Vincent.
I apologize. I had to attend to something.
No, it's okay. Anyway, let's go, guys, and I'll talk to you soon, and we'll talk soon, Liam. Okay?
Yeah, Vincent, I look forward to it. Claire, take care. Have a great evening, or wherever you are. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye.